Enjoy.
Kerry's looking immaculate. Something on today? Were you just having lunch? Where?
It's a first final. I always
dress up?
Always dress up first final.
Yeah, right, okay.
There was a small matter, but yeah.
You had lunch, did you, with some friends?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah?
600.
600, right, okay.
I haven't got that many friends, but they turned up.
Were they?
And I got something later, but look, I'm prepared to do half hour here, half hour there.
I'll get around to the cricket in a moment, but I do have to
Please.
read this out before we start, and it's been burning a hole in my desk for a few weeks. It comes from David Turner, who lives in Sydney, and he sent me quite a few of these, the limericks, and he sent 4 about the commentators. This is a beauty. Scull's cricketing jokes are just ace. How can he keep up the pace? If he gets any zanier, you could call him Prince Rainier, in thrall of the great Princess Grace. That's not bad.
That's very good.
That is very, very good. Princess Grace, of course, being Caroline Davidson, our producer here, who is occasionally tapping Kerry on the shoulder and waving a red card.
Yeah, I mean, she's taken everything I got. You know, I can't talk alcohol, I can't talk anything, religion, anything inappropriate. And that's what my whole commentary's built around. I've got nothing.
Okay, well, that's all right. You can have nothing for a moment because Adam Gilchrist's about to come out with Matthew Hayden, and I have a feeling he might get a cheer or two from the crowd. The Indian players are on the ground because they're in the field. Ponting won the toss and automatically said, we'll bat, because, as you know, at the SCG of all places, you want to be defending, not chasing as a rule, as well as India chased the other night. They all burst out as if they're going to play a game of rugby or something. So they burst away from the huddle there in spectacular fashion. There's a lot of juice running for them at the moment, and it'll be interesting to see what they can do with the new ball. But we're waiting. We're supposed to be having a full house here. Doesn't look like it at the moment. Must be a few latecomers around. Perhaps the rain scared them off. But this is the place where Adam Gilchrist first came to prominence for Australia. He made 100 against South Africa in 1998. And here he is coming up for the last time at the SCG. He brushes past an Australian flag. Let's hear it for Adam Gilchrist. His strike rate is almost 100 in this series, coming off 83 from 50 balls the other night. And the crowd will be hoping that he can give us an innings to say goodbye.
And I'm sure he's hoping to give them one as well, Jim. As so often has been the case with Gilchrist over the years, the bigger the occasion, often the bigger the performance. Final appearance at SCG, where it all started for him all those years ago for New South Wales. Don't know whether he was keeping that day, but he was batting anywhere from 1 to 7. But here it is, after such a decorated international career. It's coming to an end this match. He'd love to leave the members in particular, but also the outer who he's thrilled with, a lasting memory. He tried it in Melbourne, almost got the fastest ever one-day 100. You can bet he's going to pin those ears back and try again today.
Well, he's going to be facing the excellent bowling of Pravin Kumar. That was the case down in Hobart, where he put in an extraordinary performance, taking 4 wickets for 31. And that knocked Sri Lanka over after a promising start. And then Australia also, of course, at their last appearance, knocked themselves over as much as anything else after a thrilling start through this man, Adam Gilchrist, who's provided as much, if not more, entertainment than any batsman in the history of the game. He has been exhilarating, and we've got the chance just for a few more games of seeing what he can do. Of course, he's facing, and Kumar with his right arm runs in to bowl to him, and the first ball is patted away off the back foot into the covers, and there's no chance to score as Gambia picks it up. So Chalwa is the only change that India have made for Munaf Patel, the pace bowler. They brought in the leggy for the first game in this series, and probably, I think, only his 5th one-day international.
I saw him in England during the winter. I like him. He bowls a leg stump line, very much Kumble, Cameron White. Not a big spinner of the leg break, bowls the wrong and well. Interested to see how he goes. Piyush Chawla.
Kumar in, Gilchrist back, forces through the onside, fast outfield. The ball's running away towards the boundary. It will not get there. And they'll come back and complete 3 as Yuvraj chased it out. And Gilchrist's off the mark, to the delight of most of the fans here. I'd say all of the fans, even the Indian supporters who have come along, who don't appear to be as prominent as they were the other day, but perhaps like a few others, they're still making their way in. I'm surprised that the ground isn't already full. It's supposed to be. Matthew Hayden, the intimidator, taking his guard. Adam Gilchrist just coming down to say something or other to him. And after all these years, what on earth could they say?
Well, looking at Pravin Kumar in Hobart, he's very difficult to charge because he hits the seam and makes it go, and a couple of the Sri Lankans tried it to their cost. Matty Hayden is a charger, so India have pulled at the right rein here. Kumar bowls that nagging back of the length. If you come at it and he moves it, you can nick it. Good move opening with him.
2 slips there as he bowls to Hayden, and Hayden leaves a ball that just holds its own outside the line of the off stump. Just hit the pitch, carried through. There's no particular devil there, but he's not a particularly devilish bowler. Looks sort of medium, more what would you say, medium fast, not fast medium.
He reminds me of Roger Binney and Maiden Lal, that sort of bowler. He's possibly quicker, but he hits the seam. Now, I think he can move this new white ball.
He runs up and bowls to Hayden, who's outside his crease, and he's driving him back over his head for 4. There's the intimidator. He's back in action. He liked the pace of Kumar, and he got underneath him straight away. He was hovering outside his crease, looking predatory, and as soon as Kumar pitched the ball somewhere near his front foot, he said, "That's mine," and he slammed it back over the bowler's head. A contemptuous dismissal of him, and the score's raced to 7 in the opening over.
Well, typical Hayden shot, but Kumar is going to have to back himself here because Hayden's going to come at him. Can he get the ball to deviate off the straight? India are hoping he does. MS Dhoni wants him to, but he's not easy to get past Hayden.
They've gone for the short mid-off out of second slip. Uthappa is in there as Kumar bowls and Hayden's forward, but this time the ball's short, and he runs it off a thick edge down to third man. And Sharma's there to pick up because Australia got away to an explosive start a week ago on this ground, and then it was carried on by Ponting and Simons to an eventual total that was just too much for India's fine chase, but only 18 runs between the teams there. And Gilchrist back on strike, a 3, a 4 and a single in the opening over, and Uthappa goes back into the slip cordon alongside Tendulkar. That's also a player that the fans will be looking forward to seeing probably for the last time on this ground. Now Kumar runs in to bowl to Gilchrist, and he pulls and misses. Ambitious. Outside the off stump, he tried to slog that over mid-wicket, and he missed out. So there's the intent immediately expressed by the experienced duo of Hayden and Gilchrist. They're going to get after the bowling, and the score is 8 from 1 over.
Well, it's a risk to open with somebody at Pravin Kumar's pace, but he is a sideways mover. The ball is white. It's going to scuff up pretty quickly, and there's going to be less in the pitch as this match goes for the quicker men.
Big toss to win?
Oh, huge toss to win, Jim. You just don't get beaten batting first here. I think in the 2000s finals here at the SCG, there's only 2 teams have been beaten batting first of about 11 or 12 finals. England got bowled out for 117. Australia made no wicket for 118, and South Africa got 225. Australia passed at 3 down. Every other time, Australia batting first has won. There's 7 of them, 4 in a row. Then England, yeah. So all the trend is that if you bat first, get more than 240, you win the game. Australia batting second only once in the 2000s, got bowled out for 152, chasing England's 246 last year. So win the toss, win the game. It's a cliche, but it so applies here. There's no moisture around, so really, if Australia get 240 plus, they're in the driving seat.
The game is really on here. We've got 3 slips. Sharma's bowling, Hayden's facing. What will give first? Sharma bowls, Hayden leaves. There you are. Stalemate, first ball. He didn't play, and he just had a look as it went past him outside the off stump. So India know they've got to get top order wickets to try and stop Australia. whereas these two know with a new ball, it's their best chance of making runs quickly.
It's funny, you know, that this is such a significant game, the first one. Of the 26 finals, the winner of the first has gone on to win 2-0 20 times. So huge weight in the first game. Again, Sharma has Hayden watching a ball on the angle outside the off stump. So in those stats, how many teams have come back from losing the first game to win? Any? Yes.
West Indies?
Yeah. West Indies lost the first one in 88-89 and 84-85 and stormed back to win the next two to win. So that was when they had their pace attack. Australia wasn't strong. In the 2005-06, Sri Lanka won the first one and Australia mowed them down. And in 97-98, South Africa won the first and got beaten.
Again, Sharma wide of the off stump. Hayden's watching.
So that they're isolated. There's 5 of the 6. But in the 26 finals, if you win the first, you traditionally wrap it up in 2. So that's why that's why Australia now, if they were $1.20 odd going in, they've firmed having won the toss on this pitch. Doesn't say India can't bowl them out, and that's what Dhoni has got 3 slips. As you've said, he can only win the game, I think, by getting early wickets. And that's what he's seeking through Ishant Sharma.
None for 8 in the second over. 3 dot balls so far. Sharma bowls again, and that's a wide outside the off stump. That was too wide. He flung it into the pitch, and it hit and went away. Rudy Kurtzen's officiating, along with, who's out there today? Daryl Harper. He's at square leg. And Bruce Oxenford's on the couch. And, where's Simon Taufel? He must be resting in Brisbane, yes, getting ready for the second final. But, so it's Rudy and Daryl today. And Rudy's had his first exercise. None for 9 with that wide. Sharma goes into bowl once more near the pads this time. And he's flicked around the corner. That's moving fast towards backward square on the line. But it's intercepted in the deep as they come back for a couple with the Gambia around to collect it. And Hayden gets 2 runs, just neatly turning the ball around the corner to deep backward square. And the total is already 11 in the second over. Hayden 7, Gilchrist 3.
That's the problem bowling to Matthew Hayden. Not only is he so powerful down the ground, intimidating, if you're not precise, he'll whip you around the place for 1s and 2s.
7-2 field. Sharma in again. Hayden leaves the ball pitched up, but just wide outside the off stump. He realises the threat that Sharma can be, and he's playing with some respect at the moment. He's not heaving his bat at anything outside the off stump with 3 slips, third man, point cover and mid off in place.
It's probably personal too for Matthew Hayden after the tumult of this last week. He rested in the last game of the preliminary series against Sri Lanka. Points to prove here.
Sharma again runs into Hayden, and Hayden gets another ball across him, and he leaves it alone, which he was doing for most of the over. So Gilchrist and Hayden out there after Australia won the toss, and India with their young leg spinner Piyush Chawla playing. Chawla, he's playing in the side, and Australia have made 11 rather from 2 overs.
Piyush Chawla is very much a Brad Hogg type in that his stock ball isn't all that venomous. He rolls it out, pitches around middle and leg, looks to get batsmen turning the bat face. He may get some purchase on this pitch with it. It's pretty dry out there, but he works batsmen with his wrong, and it's a very good wrong, and as is Brad Hogg's. There's a similarity between the 2 spinners here. Australia haven't seen him. That's a good move to bring a leg spinner in, not having played in any of the preliminary games, sight unseen, but they normally play that sort of bowler well that hasn't got the big viper. So problems really for Piyush Chawla, a young leg spinner. But his temperament's sound. He has bowled very well in one-day internationals in the past, but he's got his work cut out when he comes on today under a lot of pressure, and you can bet the Australians are going to put him under that pressure.
Well, there's a bit of chat in the field now about where to bowl, what to do. Kumar over there. And just talking about the field placing, I think. As some sawdust was brought out onto the ground, just holding play up. There's probably just a few little damp spots. Quite a bit of rain last night. Runs into bowler ball. It's a bit short of a length. Sends the batsman onto his stumps. And Gilchrist knocked it out on onside. He wants the screen moved now. He's not happy with that. Hayden comes down for a look, a word, some encouragement. And we've got a slip and a backward square, like a leg gully in place as the two close-in men. A deep backward square, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. No fine leg. So Kumar's got to keep on the off-stump line and encourage Gilchrist to have another mare, as he did in the last over, trying to haul one from outside to deep mid-wicket. Kumar bowls, and he's chasing off the back foot for 4 runs. Powerful shot. At Kumar's pace, that was a luscious offering. It was short, not all that wide, but Gilchrist just picked it up and hammered it through cover point for 4. Too easy for him there. He's 7 and the score 15 in the 3rd over.
Well, that's the length that Kumar likes. He's reluctant to pitch up when the ball's not moving at his pace, but if you give any width and drop short, these Australian left-handers are pouncing. So he's really got to back himself here. I know there's only one slip in, but he's got to pitch it up and try and move it around.
Gilchrist ready to pounce. Kumar bowls to him, and he flicks down the leg side, and that'll be a wide. If it didn't hit his pad, it didn't. It's a wide. So just thrown the younger bowler off a little bit by coming at him like that, hammering him for 4, and he lost his line fractionally down the leg side, and it was a wide. 16 on the board, and this is a great time to be viewing a one-day game, because it's attack on both sides, mainly from the batsman at the moment, as Kumar bowls and Gilchrist is defending a length delivery. In line, and he pushed it down the pitch. He'll want to blaze, but he'll also want to make sure that he picks the right ball to go after. You wonder if he has got a little nostalgic thought in his mind as he plays his last match here.
Oh, definitely. He so wants a big one here, the Gilmeister.
Kumar in again from the University of New South Wales, and it's short. It's hit in the air down towards mid-on. He's out. Caught by Yuvraj. He's miscued on the pull. India celebrate. Australia lament, because their star striker is out. The ball was a bit tight on him for the pull shot, and his attempt just lobbed down the ground to mid-on. Yuvraj takes the catch, and now the applause for Adam Gilchrist, as for the last time as a batsman, he makes his way off this arena. He's out for just 7. Anti-climax, it's 1 for 16.
A standing O for Gilchrist. A late acknowledgement with just a slight raising of the bat. He's disappointed. Didn't get away to the start his team wanted. There was no turning to the crowd and acknowledgement of the standing ovation, because he possibly feels, no, I haven't done my job. So the first wicket down again. Kumar with this length, they tried to attack him. It was a little fuller than Gilchrist thought. On him a slightly quicker splice of the bat, and Yuvraj held well at mid-on. So that's a vital blow to get Gilchrist out early, put Ponting under some pressure. I did a function in the indoor centre, and he was netting alongside us, Ponting, and Andrew Hilditch was operating the bowling machine to him, the chairman of selectors. Apparently last time this match they did the same, and he got 124, Ricky Ponting. So maybe he's looking to do the same practice. Hilditch working the bowling machine, and Punter getting a big 100. He'll need one.
Well, he loves batting here, as we saw the other day.
Yes.
Ooh, he makes piles of runs on this ground, test and one-day cricket. The batsman crossed, Hayden's on strike, and they've removed that backward square to a short mid-off. So Pravin Kumar has picked up the wicket. He bowls to Hayden, and Hayden is back and playing quietly towards Uthappa, who's there at mid-on, that short mid-off, and he lobs the ball towards someone down there at mid-on who wasn't there, and it landed on the turf before being tidied up. But the big wicket for India. It's 1 for 16. Alas for the Gilchrist fans, he's out for just 7. Kumar now to Hayden, who bashed him down the ground for 4 in the last over. He waits for him, and Hayden's forward, taking it on the rise out into the covers where Gambier's fielding. And that's the end of a successful over for India. And at the end of it, the 3rd of the innings after Australia won the toss, it's 1 for 16. We're going to have a little change over here, because Harsha Bhogle, whose company a few of us enjoyed last night at a very nice Indian restaurant, is going to come in and join Kerry O'Keefe.
Glenn Mitchell's working his stats.
Was he there last night?
Glenn Mitchell was there last night, but...
was he carried out?
No, he was all right. Why?
No, I thought, so, you know.
He carried himself
He can
very
lose
well.
it sometimes. He can get his notes wrong and just hit it.
Ishant Sharma bowls a little wide of the stumps, drifts to Ponting's leg stump, who plays it away off his pads, wristily out to Harbhajan Singh at mid-wicket.
I've got to go. I'll catch you later. Things to discuss with you.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay, presumably that's something you can't discuss on air, which is a very small number of things.
Oh, no, I can discuss. I'll discuss it on air. I just got to go. My shift's up.
Oh, okay. Have you punched your time in?
I will.
Okay. 2 slips. There's point cover in mid-off. Mid-on, man just in front of square. On the boundary at deep backward square. And on the boundary at deep backward point. Ishant Sharma, in he goes. He bowls to Ponting, who plays it in the gap this time on the onside. And he will pick up a single. Hayden puts his hand up. And the throw is back from Irfan Pathan. He throws on the turn. He's not quite sure where it's gone, but he threw it quickly enough to prevent a second run from being taken. Australia go up to 17 for 1. They've lost the wicket today of Adam Gilchrist trying to pull Praveen Kumar, a shot that he's played so well and with so much distinction over the years, but this time he got it rather high on the bat. It was taken by Yuvraj at mid-on. He made 7 from 7 balls, and he was out in the 3rd over with the score on 16. Damien Fleming is playing to power as well today. I'll tell you that in a moment, as Hayden is struck on the pad, high on the pad. Might have been a bit of inside edge as well. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Yes, Harsha, good afternoon. Gilly keeping up his strike rate, though. 7 off 7 balls. Geez, he batted beautifully Friday night, but just being around, there's a lot of New South Wales or Sydney people waiting for a Gilchrist blinder today, and they didn't get it.
Today's Sunday, isn't it?
Yes.
You're not dressed like you're going to church today? You're wearing just a,
bit more,
just a
casual,
shirt and a trouser?
Casual,
what happened to the
Sundays.
what happened to the jacket and tie you started getting converted to?
I'm inconsistent with that.
Ishant Sharma now bowling to the left-handed Hayden, who flicks it away off his pads, out just in front of square. Chawla, I think, will come running in from there, picks up the ball, and the return is into Dhoni, by which time Hayden is back for a second. Good running. Sends the opportunity very quickly. Hayden goes up to 9. Ponting is off the mark as well. Australia 19 for 1 in the 4th over. India have made 1 change. Piyush Chawla has come in for Munaf Patel. Australian audiences wouldn't have seen too much of Piyush Chawla. He doesn't toss the ball too much in the air. Tends to push it through, rolls his fingers over. Not a big turner of the ball. He's got a very well disguised googly, and he bowls the top spinner pretty well too. So we'll see a little bit of him. Bowled well in the 1 days in England. Now for Hayden, mid-wicket's been covered as well. Harbhajan Singh has walked across there. Ishant Sharma bowls, and Hayden is on the front foot, driving out to mid-off, and he can't get a run. So 4 overs gone. Australia 19 for 1. Ponting is 1. Hayden is 9, and it's a lovely atmosphere today at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Good crowd. Good mix of Indian and Australian support. So we're going to hear plenty of cheers regardless of what happens. And there was a big sigh of disbelief, I think, from the Australian fans when Adam Gilchrist top-edged that one. But there was a big cheer from the Indians when it was accepted. And Kumar in particular. You've got some good young players. He's only 21 years of age. Gets in nice and close to the stumps. Bowls a bit of outswing, and then Chawla, the leg spinner, he's 19. So you're really building a good blend of experience and youth into this 50-over lineup.
Now Ponting is in strike to Praveen Kumar. I've seen Praveen Kumar bowl a bit on television in India, and he's a big in-swing bowler. Big, comes very close to the stumps and bowls in-swingers.
And in-swing.
He bowls now to Ponting, is letting it go through. Big in-swing, and I've seen national team players, the likes of Dinesh Karthik and the others who never played him before, playing down the wrong line and getting LBW first ball. Getting LBW first
that
ball.
one there, the angle is out, but then it hit the seam and went in.
And I asked him about it. We do this endgame interview back for Indian television, and he was man of the match in Hobart. And I said, I've seen you bowl in-swingers all these years. What happened? And, you know, like a typical shy small town boy, looked straight into the camera and said, but it's not swinging. He bowls to Ponting, is played on, is bowled. He likes playing at the Sydney Cricket Ground, not today. Australia in a spot of bother here. 19 for 2, man of the match at Hobart. Praveen Kumar has dug another one in short. Ponting is into the pull shot that 99 times out of 100 he would hit to the boundary, and I'm only saying 99 out of 100 because he's in bad form. We normally hit it 100 times out of 100. He inner edges hits the stumps, and Ricky Ponting is gone for just a single. Bowled by Praveen Kumar. Australia winning the toss, batting. It's supposed to be a big toss to win, 19 for 2.
Yeah. Well, Kumar's bowling beautifully. That wasn't that short and it didn't get up, so I don't know if Ricky Ponting, because he was scratching around, whether he was premeditating that pull shot, but it's brought down his downfall. The one positive for Kumar, though, is very, very accurate. And now, in only his 3rd game for the tournament, he's got 6 wickets for 93 runs at a good economy rate, less than 4. So he's been a good inclusion for the Indians. And now for the Australians, well, the two biggest names, Gilchrist and Ponting, are back in the shed. Michael Clark's come out to bat. He's been in superb form. Only missed out on Friday night, but he's got 293 runs at nearly 49 with 3 50s. He's had to mount a lot of rearguard action in this one-day series with Michael Hussey. Plenty of time to bat, but the Indians, geez, 2 breakthroughs. I just finished as you were taking a sip, didn't I?
No, that's all right.
Sorry
I'm just trying to drink something called chamomile tea, which pretends for drinking hot water.
Is your stomach a little bit unsettled, or is it to smooth you, or is it to
it's a little bit
get
of
you
that.
mentally intact to be with Skull on the boys?
That's a little bit of that. The throat's not great either. Sometimes when the throat's not great, it's good because it makes your voice sound very deep and, you know, one of those...
Like Barry White.
I was waiting for you to say that. One of those Barry White.
You are the Indian Barry White, aren't you?
Yeah, except that I can't sing to save my life. I can't
compact.
sing to save my life.
You could sing with that, but you could just talk. That's a voice. Or rap. You could rap.
Rap.
Couldn't you?
Yeah, rap. Is
The
rap
Harsha
music?
rap.
Is rap music?
Yes, that's what it's called, rap music.
I know, but is it strictly music? Here's Praveen Kumar. He's bowling to Michael Clark. He bowls close to the stumps, looking for that in-swinger again. You could sense that. It was about a couple of stumps outside off, but it never came back in. It held its line. It went through to Dhoni. And just as I was coming, I was chatting with Wasim Akram, an Indian journalist
About
there.
rap?
No, about Praveen Kumar. And I said, Dhoni has this great faith in the youngsters. He keeps throwing the ball to the youngsters. He bowled Joginder Sharma last over of the 2020, I remember. And I said, gee, on the big day when there's big batsmen batting, you want a big bowler bowling at them, an experienced bowler. The small guy might lose it, the small town guy, inexperienced. Praveen Kumar bowls and Clark gets a ball that's outside off stump. Again, moving it just a tad away. He lets it go through, and he agreed. He said, you know, it's just a medium pacer. There's not much swing going. Gee, how stupid this game can make us look sometimes.
Oh, exactly. But also he's backing himself. He doesn't have too many mental scars. And look at his first-class record. He's got 126 wickets at 21.
Yes, he started early.
Great figures.
He started early.
And just even that ball there, that wasn't much different from the previous ball. The other one swung in, and that one hit the seam and straightened towards slips.
2 slips now as he bowls to Clark, who waits for the ball to come on to him with a slightly inclined bat, plays it out to point, and he can't get a run. 2 slips in too for Praveen Kumar. The only 2 fielders outside the circle are Ishant Sharma down at deep backward square leg. Irfan Pathan will come on shortly. He's down at third man as well. And India leaving out what you would have, the people you would have considered to be first choice users of the new ball, Srishant and Munaf Patel. Instead, young Piyush Chawla is coming in. Symptomatic of a large number of youngsters in India coming from the small towns. Praveen Kumar bowls. It's flicked away off his pads by Clark. It's a good-looking shot. Ishant Sharma's ambling after it. It might just beat him into the boundary. It does. Michael Clark gets off the mark with a boundary. And after 5 overs, Australia 23 for 2, and Damien Fleming spot on. There was a huge cheer when Ponting got out, and there was a huge cheer when Clark hit a boundary. So there's a fair mix in there.
There's plenty of cheers, and we want that, don't we, after the summer we've had. But that was his medium pace half volley on leg stump. When he's got to get his line right, he has to be actually starting outside off stump. You can't bowl leg stump half volleys to Michael Clark and not expect to be hit.
I suspect you can't bowl them to Damien Fleming either.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so. Not in the heyday. I probably would have chipped it up to square leg.
You've got 2 Test 50s, you might have.
Fair call. I'm not going to have
See, I'm a nice guy.
I know, you're very good. You do your stats too. Not too many runs in one-day cricket, though.
No.
Didn't get a pit, didn't get a bat.
It's not about doing stats. It's just about keeping the ears open. You've told me you've got 2 Test 50s so many times that I can't forget.
Fair call. At least I can say it.
You happy with the end Ishant Sharma's bowling from?
He should be rolling at the other end.
You think so too? He bowls from a right arm over, and it's played away by Hayden down to Piyush Chawla behind square. There's a leg spinner's throw coming in. It's flat, but it's a very narrow, short throw because he only has to throw about 40 yards. Hayden gets a single.
Yeah, the breeze seems to be coming in from where the Dougie Walters stand used to be.
Yeah, no, what happened?
You'd want Sharma bowling with the breeze and Kumar's medium fast bowling into the breeze.
Yes. Also, had Praveen Kumar bowls from the end we're broadcasting from, which is Ishan Sharma, would that have helped the ball swing back in a little bit? Or not
When
that
you're
much?
bowling into a breeze, the ball does swing more.
Yes, he's got his quickest bowler bowling a bit in the breeze. It's blowing from, what, third man, isn't it?
This is where he bowled from last Sunday as well, Sharma, so maybe he prefers this end.
He bowls to Clark, who goes forward, pushes at the ball, out to mid-on. Pathan is there. He charges across, threatens to throw the stumps down. Hayden says, you're welcome. So he makes one more gesture and then realizes it's all futile. You're playing a cricket match in the end. Clark is 4, Hayden is 10, straight at 24 for 2 in the 6th over.
But young attack, isn't it? You know, you chuck in Kumar at 21, Sharma 19, Chawla 19.
Pathan is only about 22, 23. Harbhajan is the oldest.
Yep.
Ishan Sharma in again. He bowls it short and Clark gets a ball that's rising about chest high outside the off stump. And he plays it out quietly on the offside.
Nothing wrong with a bouncer early on here. You got 2 early wickets. That wasn't a bouncer, that's a shorter ball, but I wouldn't mind Sharma, the quickest bowler. Just bowling a few shorter balls. You know, the Australian batsmen, there's a few nerves. Maybe they will play the horizontal shot and then you can bring fine leg into play or even mid-wicket. Just upset their footwork a little bit. Don't get too predictable.
It's a short ball that's picked up 2 wickets as well, hasn't it?
Yes.
Not quite
Shortish
a bouncer,
ball.
but a short ball. Yeah, both
so they're
batsmen
looking
out in the
for
pool. Here comes Ishan Sharma again. He's bowling to Clark, who lets it go through. It's good judgment of line there from Clark as well. It's a probing line from Ishan Sharma. Just get the ball to straighten. That's been the big development that I've seen on this tour of Australia. When we saw him in England early on here in Australia, predominantly slanted the ball back in. And in the last couple of months, he's not only got the ball to straighten, but even to leave the batsman a little bit. And that's just changed him as a bowler.
Right into that temptation alley outside off stump, isn't it?
You picked Temptation Alley today, have you? Out of the list of, what, 14 or so names here?
He's just tempting in that alley outside off stump.
The color of uncertainty. Ishan Sharma again. He goes wide of the stumps. There's an inside edge is there. They've all gone up in appeal. Rudy Coulson's left finger goes up. Big nick as the ball went by Michael Clark. And I think Australia's #1 batsman in the one-days has just gone to Ishan Sharma. Sensation here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. 3 down now, Australia, for 24 in just the 6th over. They need Harsha to come good now.
Yeah, I don't think he's happy. There was a massive noise, though, wasn't there? Did he think it just come off his pad?
We'll watch the replay.
Oh, I think it has. Do you reckon there was bad on that?
I'll tell you, I heard the noise as it passed, so I reacted to the noise. And either it's inside edge onto pad or straight pad. With the pad, certainly flicked the pad. Oh, we'll wait and see. Michael Clark 4 from 8 balls. Scott Dhoni bowled Sharma. It's 24 for 3 as Rudy had a bad one again.
Oh, jeez. He'd have a fair highlights package the last 12 months, wouldn't he?
Yes, only he won't cut it himself.
I don't think he would cut it himself.
Oh,
it was a good ball, though. Sharma, excellent length. That uncomfortable length where you're just not sure whether to go forward or back. It seamed in. Did it hit the bat? I'm not sure. Well, he's out, so they can't do anything about it anyway. Round of applause for Andrew Simons, who has had a dreadful one-day series so far. You take out his 59 against India here last Sunday, and he's got 42 runs in his other 7 innings. So needs a big one, but he averages 50, I think, in finals.
I was about to tell you, I suspect the applause is a show of support for what happened off the field, not on it. Because on it, he's shown no form at all. I know that 59 he got here was also an innings Simons would have liked to play because he was given a license to go and play shots.
Yes.
By then, he needed to just get the quick runs on the board because the runs had already been there.
Yep.
Now, as someone who's woefully out of form, he's got to build an innings. I wouldn't have minded sending Harsha up.
Not a bad call.
Yeah. Harsha is the other batsman in form.
The older the ball, the flatter the track, you think Simons can use his brute force. He is susceptible to the moving ball, and Sharma is at the top of his game, and he has got Simons out a couple of times this summer.
Here he comes again. Right arm over. He's bowling to Simons. It's dug in short, and Simons in an area that he doesn't like very much. Just drops his gloves, but he drops it really well. Drops the gloves, and the ball goes through to the wicket-keeper. End of over number 6. Doubtlessly, we'll see the replays coming in on our screen now. It's 24 for 3. Clark, the last man out.
I wonder if Simo just said, well bowled, young fellow there.
Well bowled, champ, you think he said?
Yeah, I don't think. Do you reckon he's not saying anything?
I think the odds on that wouldn't be great. All right, just watching the replay here. Oh,
nah, he's missed it.
He's missed it by a bit. He has missed it by a bit.
He's gestured to it. Let's look at his face expression.
You know, he was shaking his head. He was shaking his head to himself. I wonder if the shake of a head was a symbol to Rudy Kurzen. And I wonder if that is what did it him. And sometimes when the batsman tries to take the call, what has it hit?
It's hit the top of the pad.
First ball from
Because there was
Praveen
a loud
Kumar.
noise, wasn't there?
Yeah.
But it did sound paddy.
First ball from Praveen Kumar is let alone by Matthew Hayden outside the off stump. One of the angles I just saw led me to believe it might have been nothing at all, but we definitely heard a sound.
We heard something. Or maybe it was his bat hitting the pad.
It is bad. I mean, we're just watching, for all you fans of the snicker, it's the snicker is showing as the ball passes pad. So Clark's got a rough one. I think we can make that conclusion unless we see more evidence. Evidence is not the most popular word this summer, so we won't go down that path. But I think you can say from what we've seen so far, he's got a rough one.
The X-Files. That's what this summer is. X-Files.
The X-Files. Well, coming from you, I would have thought X-Files was a music group. Here comes Praveen Kumar again. He's picked up a couple of wickets as well. He bowls to Hayden, who's now suddenly got to defend. Pushes on the offside, and it goes out to cover. Now, these are two batsmen who like to impose themselves on the game straight away. So will Hayden say, hang on, my best chance on a track where the ball isn't doing too much off the seam is to still come down and hit over the top? Or will he say, oops, no, I need to be someone else?
Well, I reckon there is different questions now. It's all right when there's 10 wickets in hand and you like the length of Kumar and you just hit him back over his head. I don't think you'd be as confident doing that now. I think
well, the reason I'm laughing and not describing the shot is Hayden has done exactly the opposite. He has launched into that one from Praveen Kumar and hit 2 bounces into the fence at mid-wicket.
I did say,
your thoughts on that shot?
Well, he's done exactly what I said. I said he won't be confident hitting him over the back of the head, and then you interrupted me saying, but geez, he might look to hit square.
It's got to be an Indian who's wrong, isn't it? Go on, Damien Fleming. What a shot. That was a big bold hit. Hayden is 14, and Australia 28 for 3 in the 7th over.
Worried about the pace of Kumar.
No, Kumar's going round the wicket, I think. I think he's decided it's a late call to go round the wicket, so Simons will have to move.
That's not a bad call.
Dhoni's saying no. Dhoni's saying, I want you over. So Praveen Kumar has said, thou art captain, thou knows best. So he's gone back to bowling over the stumps. And Simons goes back to being on the right of the umpire. And Uthappa is between Simons and the umpire. Close to stumps again, he bowls, and Hayden squeezes it out on the offside. He won't get a run. It goes out to Rohit Sharma at backward point. And then he tries to throw the stumps down at the non-strikers, and that can be pretty irritating if it hits the stumps with the batsman in. And they sneak a single. So 28 for 3. If some of you are driving along and are saying, hang on, what's been happening here? Gilchrist Scott Yuvraj bowled Praveen Kumar 7 from 7 balls, trying to go for a pull shot. Ponting bowled Praveen Kumar playing on, trying to go for a pull shot. He made 1 from 5 balls. Wickets fell at 16 and 19. Praveen Kumar in again. He bowls to Hayden, gets a slower ball. He nudges it gently, just short of Yuvraj at mid-on for a single. Hayden goes up to 15. Simons hasn't scored. He'll be in strike. And Australia are 29 for 3. And in the previous over, Michael Clark got behind, adjudged got behind, I'm afraid we've got to say that, of the bowling of Ishan Sharma. Got Dhoni bowled Sharma for 4 from 8 balls. That wicket fell with a score on 24. So Australia struggling. I'm just trying to look back at the scorecard of the Australia-Sri Lanka game at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Sri Lanka made 221. Australia in the 15th over, 107 for 1. In the 24th over, 123 for 6. Here comes Ishan Sharma again. He bowls to Simons, who cuts, gets the toe of the bat and goes out to second slip, third slip, and it's very smartly fielded there by Robin Uthappa. I had an Uthappa last night for dinner.
What was in that?
It's made of batter. It's like a dosa. It's like a dosa. It's thicker. Caroline was asking me about it, and I said the South Indian pronunciation is Uthapam, but we all call it an Uthappa. So I had a Robin for dinner.
You had a Robin?
Not the bird.
He has a go, though.
Robin
spicy, a bit like him. He has a crack.
Not very spicy. But I want to ask you about something else. One of the great things about Australia over the years that we from a distance have admired is the fact that if they lose a couple of wickets, there's always a partnership coming up. Australia never lose wickets in a pile. And one of the things we've seen this summer, we saw it at Perth in the Test match. We've seen it right through this one-day series. They're losing a bunch of wickets. I've never seen that with Australia. Now Ishan Sharma is bowling to Matthew Hayden, and Hayden gets a ball that's pretty straight, and he knocks it straight back for
I think over the years we've talked about is you can lose a session if it's Test cricket or one-dayers if you break it into a 15-over session, but not having a bad session and making sure if you lose a couple of wickets that the 2 batsmen dig in. But there's been signs that the Australian top order is wobbly, and just the averages themselves. Generally, most batsmen will average over 40 And coming into this game, it's only been Michael Clark and Michael Hussey that are averaging over 40 in the series.
Ishant Sharma bowls short and Hayden ducks underneath. Yes, I was just trying to look at some scorecards in the Perth Test match that Australia lost. 61 for 5. Then they got to 163 for 6 and were bowled out for 212. And I think in Test cricket, more so in one-day cricket, Australia are going to feel the Gilchrist factor very greatly. The number of times Australia have gone from 210 for 5 to 400 is incredible.
Yep.
And I just wonder. I watched Haddon bat, and I respect the judgments of people, but I'm not quite sure I've seen a Gilchrist there. But it's unfair to say that, as Hayden goes on the back foot of the next one from Ishant Sharma, plays it out to Harbhajan.
You're already using some mind games, aren't you, for October? You're just starting to
get
in there.
I've
seen
seen
Hayden, but he's not Gilchrist.
No, Haddon's averaging 40 in the toughest first-class cricket league in the system, so he can bat. I'm not denying that. But when we first saw Gilchrist, I'm not comparing him to Gilchrist now.
Straight away you knew this guy.
We saw Gilchrist in 99 playing Test matches and one-days before that, and he said, how did Australia hide him so well? Where was his gem? And well, Haddon, I'm sure, will get used to playing one-day cricket. He'll get back to being at behind the stumps, which he likes. Hayden lets the next one from Ishant Sharma go away, lets it go through outside the off stump. But they've got a few.
But Haddon could be a player. I've got no doubt he could average 35 in Test cricket.
I think any side would take that.
So you're happy with that, but that's almost 15 below Gilchrist, and also the runs per ball.
But you were very happy with Ian Healy, and Ian Healy averaged 28.
Yes.
So
but maybe Gilchrist has just raised the bar and expectations, though, hasn't he?
He's a freak.
We're lucky to have a Haddon who averages 40 in first-class cricket, so I still think he'll average mid-30s, but it's such a drop, isn't it, from Gilchrist?
Make his debut in Pakistan if that happens. As Hayden gets an inside edge onto the next one, which he tries to flick away on the onside. And if he wants to follow history, he'll say, hang on, that is where Ian Healy first made his name, so let me go to Pakistan and make a name for myself.
Let's hope he has a better series than Heels had there. I think we lost 3-0 and Heels dropped a few catches, but...
He became one of the greats of the game.
Oh, certainly. You know, he was much admired by...
Took a few good catches off
teams. Yes, very good. Worked so hard on his game, really respected within the team. Like, even though he wasn't captain, he was a real non-status leader. Cheeky, fun. He's a legend.
2 slips still for Matthew Hayden as Ishant Sharma bowls to him. It's on leg stump. He flicks it away down behind square. Piyush Chawla's running after it. He's running to his left from square leg. Hayden will come back for 2. And the score goes up to 31. Just 2 of that over. 31 for 3 now. Simons hasn't scored. Hayden is 17. There's Hussey to come. Then Hopes and the bowling. But the lower order is pretty well stocked today. Hogg at 8, Lee at 9. Then Johnson and Bracken. And we saw the other night that Bracken can bat as well. India made the interesting change, though, with Piyush Chawla coming in for Munaf Patel. And I think the new ball bowler has done a very good job for the young kid. He can bowl without... It's different bowling at 140 for 1.
Yes. No, certainly so. And he's got some big wickets as well in that England one-day series. He had Ian Bell and Kevin Peterson in knots at times. He knocked over both of them, bowled once. And he also got Kevin Peterson
stumped. Didn't like playing him. Peterson couldn't pick the wrong one.
Yes.
Yes, but having said that...
he's more accurate, isn't he? He's not a big leg spinner. But he's topping and wrong in a high class.
Now back with Praveen Kumar. He's got 2 already. He's bowling to Simons. He bowls from close to the stump. Simons goes back and offers a beautiful straight blade to it down the ground for Chawla to field at mid-on. Good, solid, straight bat on that occasion from Andrew Simons. But having said that, I mean, Peterson didn't pick him for a long time in England.
Yep.
England are in New Zealand and they're not picking anybody at all.
And they're picking the fast medium bowlers.
No, they're not picking anybody. It's interesting how that happens.
Jeez.
When we were in England earlier this year, Anderson and Broad, we thought are going to form a very good new ball combination. Yes. Sharma bowls, and it's hit down the ground by Simons for Praveen Kumar rather fields on his follow-through. All of a sudden, Stuart Broad isn't looking the bowler he was in England. Jimmy Anderson's going for a lot of runs. It's just the unfancied Ryan Sidebottom is doing all right there.
That 2005 Ashes is really looking like a one-off instead of a resurgence of England cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, God wanted it that way. That's as we say in India, when something unexpected happened, God wanted it that way.
Okay.
It just happened. It just happened. All the planets came together.
Yep.
As Praveen Kumar bowls and Simons goes back and pushes on the offside. I also have a worry with people who celebrate success far too much. It suggests to me that it was unexpected.
Yes.
When you go crazy over success, you almost sense, hang on, you know, I really didn't think that would happen, but let me enjoy it while I can, because I'm not sure it's going to happen again.
Well, do you reckon MBEs were taking a little bit too far? Yes. Giving them that? Oh,
yeah. Yes.
The celebrations.
But that's their call.
Exactly.
As Simons plays the next one that's slower through the air, out through mid-wicket. He's not a very quick bowler anyway, Praveen Kumar. I think it'd be about 125, 126. And that ball might have been even slower than that. And he played it away out to mid-wicket.
He strengthens definitely accuracy. And,
yes.
he has a bit of an inconsistent release, as you said, with the main ball slanting in. But he can get the one to straighten. So if you're playing, start to pick him and play through that in-swing line, you might nick the one that goes away.
Simons in the 9th over. Praveen Kumar bowls to him. It's slow ball. Simons has flicked it away fine. Ishant Sharma started a bit late running after it. I think they'll pick up 3. And no, he'll go for 4. He gave up a little too quickly, I thought. I'm not sure he's completely fit. He started very late on that ball, Ishant Sharma. I saw him a couple of overs earlier as well, running very slowly to his left. I don't think he was running at his quickest to his right. And that's a boundary for Simons. He'll feel good at that. He's on 4.
Might be one of those, though, when you're at fine leg, you think, oh, I can't get to that. And then it slows up a bit. And you go, oh, geez, I better make an effort for that one.
I'm not going to look good on it. I'm not going to look good on it. Talking of which, the India under-19 players were playing the final today as well.
Is that against South Africa?
South Africa. Praveen Kumar bowls to Simons, who goes back, punches hard, and will not get run. It's out to Gambhir at cover. When they learnt how extensively the under-19 World Cup was being covered, they got themselves new haircuts. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'll leave it with you, Damien Fleming, because Glenn Mitchell is going to leave his calculations aside for a while and come in to do some commentary.
Through cover point. 3 for 44. Simons up to 12.
Well, he comes into this series with 400 runs at 50 in the triangular finals at home, and he looks like he's pumped up for a big performance here today. He just looks so much more confident, doesn't he, in his footwork and his stroke play.
It's the
respecting the good ball.
Only ground where he's had success this summer. It's been pretty lean for him away from the SCG, including a duck on Friday night in Melbourne against Sri Lanka. Sharma delivers once again, and Simons is forward, taking his bottom hand off the bat handlers. The ball bounced more than he thought, and he guided it down to Patan at mid-on. 3 for 44.
He looks threatening when he gets the ball on that off stump, doesn't he? He's got excellent length and hits the bat hard. And you can see that they're really defending with all their might, the Australian batsman, against Sharma. I wonder if he is limping a little bit as he gets back.
Looks to be fairly free in movement, I think. Wearing number 29. The light blue of India. This one short, and Simons tried to monster it away again. 3-point. Oh, bad misfield out there. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. I think it's Udapa who had the ball go through him. That was fairly disappointing. Simons will actually hold the strike at the end of the over. He's 13. Hayden 18, 10 overs bowled, 3 for 45.
Okay, I'm going for a break. Peter's coming in for a chat.
Very good. Catch you soon. India making 3 very quick breakthroughs. Australia winning the toss. The crowd on their feet when Gilchrist came out to bat in the 3rd over. They were on their feet to bid him farewell. This time to pull shot off Kumar. Balloon to Yuvraj at mid-on. He was out for 7. Ponting playing on to Kumar. Playing across the line on a pull shot. Dragged it on for 1. It was 2 for 19. And then Michael Clark, unlucky to be given out on the replays, caught behind by Dhoni. Umpire Coutson saying it was an inside edge off Sharma. He was out for 4. Now another power play invoked here by Dhoni as Kumar starts over number 11, and Simons plays outside a ball. That was a very ambitious shot. It was getting big on him, and he tried off the front foot to work it somewhere square on the offside. Lucky not to become the 4th Australian wicket. Peter Roebuck, good afternoon.
Yes, he was, but the Indians would have been very annoyed if it had been a slip catch, because there isn't a slip. Slip's been moved out to extra cover, and that very nearly eventuated. Yes, it's been a terrific first 10 overs, full of attacking cricket from both sides.
Kumar delivers once again, and Simons forward, punches down towards Yuvraj at mid-off, and there's no run. Kumar 2 for 26 in his 6th over. He was fantastic down in Hobart against Sri Lanka. 4 for 31. Bowled beautifully. And he's continuing on with his form here. Can't afford to stray down leg side because it's more of a backward square, Sharma, than a long or fine leg. Kumar delivers to Simons, and he drives on the up. Oh, a fumble out there by Yuvraj. For a moment I thought the fumble, a bit like you, Peter, I thought it looked from our angle as if the ball was going to go straight through him, but he actually knocked it to his left. And as a result, they weren't able to scramble a single. Hasn't had a happy time of it in the field this summer, Yuvraj Singh. Kumar delivers once again from the Randwick end on the front foot. Simon strokes it out towards cover point, fielded by Gambier. And there's no run.
Good cricket, that. I think Simons is playing very well. He's playing very straight. Kumar's giving him nothing. Bowling to his field, 6-3 field, 6 on the offside, 4 covers if you include the mid-off. Sort of finish gully, third man. And Simons biding his time.
Faces Kumar once again, and he turns off his pads, but out towards Tendulkar at mid-wicket. 1 ball to go for a maiden over here, 3 for 45.
Glorious sight, isn't it?
It is.
Thank goodness the rain stopped, eh?
Sell-out crowd today.
Members is full. Plenty in the old Doug Walter stand, not the top layer, but the bottom layer.
Simons faces Kumar once again, and he's cramped for room, and he cuts to backward point. Fielded there by Rohit Sharma, and there's no run. The end of a maiden over. Well bowled by Praveen Kumar. 11 overs Australia have batted for after winning the toss. They're 3 for 45. Hayden 18, Simons 13. Glenn Mitchell and Peter Roebuck with you on Grandstand One Day International Cricket on ABC Local Radio.
I like Dhoni as a captain. I think he sets very interesting fields. He shows great faith in his bowlers. Kumar's first over was quite expensive, and it looked like the batsmen were planning to get after him, and it was the fall of Gilchrist that put a stop to that, spooning a pull to mid-on. But the way he's used his deep fieldsmen, he's adjusted them. They've mainly been a backward square leg rather than fine leg. But when Hayden's been on strike and going for it, the backward square leg's been moved forward deep mid-wicket. So that's quite original thinking. I think the selection of the side of the Indians, with Chawla coming in, the leg spinner, completely out of the blue, really. A young leg spinner, good bowler. He's come into the side today. So there's no Munaf, no Srisanth. Just the leg spinner coming in there. And he'll bowl, I guess, with Harbhajan in the middle of the innings. Pathan coming into the attack now. A 3-pronged pace attack. 5 bowlers he's gone for. And it's a nicely balanced side. And I really think both these teams are very aggressive in their thinking. And that can make for a very good spectacle.
Pathan to come into the attack from the Paddington end. It'll be interesting later tonight to see where Pathan bats, whether he'll open with Tendulkar or he'll bat down the order. As he delivers for the first time to Hayden, it's full, sliding down leg side, and he clips it away out towards deep backward square. They have won, and they'll come back for a second. 2 runs to Matt Hayden. He's up to 20, and it's 3 for 47. 1 ball into the 12th over.
Yes, this is the wicket they most need. Hayden, formidable figure at the top of the Australian batting order. The one-day player of the year last year. And he's looking pretty strong again today.
Tendulkar in at about second slippers. Pathan delivers, and Hayden almost plays it on, and he'll get a boundary. He went to work it backward of point with a little front foot dab, and he got a thick inside edge. No fine leg. In fact, no one behind square on the onside. And that's unlucky for Irfan Pathan. Hayden 24, 3 for 51.
Yes, on such little niceties a match is won and lost. Ponting unluckily, edging onto his stumps. Poor shot, of course. That was a poor shot from Hayden, but he got 4 for it. And Pathan feeling a bit aggrieved. Slip is moving out. Where are they going to go now? They don't really have to have a catcher, do they, in this part of the game?
No. Now, Tendulkar has departed slip and has gone to backward square, and Harbhajan's moved around to mid-wicket, both inside the circle as Hayden drives. He almost took off the right hand of Pathan and comes down for 4. It was almost an involuntary action by Pathan. I say involuntary because I'm not too sure that he wanted to really get his hand in the way. It came back just wide of his right shoulder. He thrust the hand out. Probably would have lost some fingers had he actually got flesh on it. It's gone down to the rope for 4. Hayden's 28, 3 for 55.
Well, he does play that booming straight drive very well. He practices it a lot. It doesn't come out of the blue. Against the bowling machine, the lofted straight drive is often practiced.
Faces Pathan again short, and he cuts for 4. About 2 degrees backward of point. It slams into the rope. And Hayden moves to 32. It's 3 for 59 in the 12th over.
Well, it's a magnificent shot, and that's the reward for the lofted straight drive. Patan going shorter and a bit wider and getting belted through point for his pains. A magnificently executed square cut from Hayden, showing a wide repertoire. It makes him hard to bowl to here.
A streaky boundary followed by 2 controlled shots. And Dhoni claps his gloves behind the stumps. Harbhajan ran across from mid-wicket to have a chat to Patan. Hayden taking a while to nestle over his blade here, and he's finally ready now. A rampant 32 not out. Faces Patan once again, and he drives hard down to Sharma at mid-off. And a much relieved Patan, a dot ball in the scorebook, 3 for 59.
He'll be glad when this over finishes. Patan, it's not been that bad. One poor delivery hit for 4. The others were terrific strikes from Hayden. An imposing figure today. It's the same last week. You're looking at the binoculars at something?
Yeah, Sreesanth is running around the boundary line towards deep mid-wicket. He's carrying something in his right hand. It's a water bottle, in fact. Patan delivers, and Hayden goes back and runs it backward of point. They go through for 1. Kumar gathers in the deep in front of the Bhogle stand. Good return. Just a single. Hayden monopolising the strike. 3 for 61. A 13-run, 15-run over first up for Irfan Pathan. Hayden 33, Simons 13. Australia scoring at exactly 5 and over, but along the journey they've lost Gilchrist for 7, Ponting 1 and Michael Clarke 4. It's 3 for 60 after 12 overs.
Well, it's a tremendous counter-attack by the 2 powerful Queenslanders, Hayden and Simons, the fishing partners. They like batting well together. It's not so much that they run well together, which Simons does with Clarke and does with Hussey, as they're natural fellow travellers and formidable strikers of the ball. And the Indians will be very keen to break up this partnership, because another 10 or 20 overs of these fellows, well, they won't score slowly, and the bowlers will be just crossing their fingers here that they can get a breakthrough. The Indians already feel they've got the 3 wickets, but the scoring rate's 5 and over. So they need more wickets, because they're not going to be able to contain the Australians. They must bowl them out here.
Kumar is going to continue in what will be his 7th over. He has the figures of 2 for 26 at the moment. Dhoni making some adjustments to the field. The deeps mid-wicket being pushed a little straighter. So again, there is no one outside the circle behind square on the onside, and Hayden, something's annoyed him down beyond the sight screen as Kumar was running into bowl. Hayden just pulled away. This game being officiated by 2 of the 4 most experienced one-day umpires in history. Rudy Kutzen at square leg in game number 190, and Darryl Hare, there was a presentation for him just prior to the game. We'll come back to that after Kumar runs in and delivers to Hayden, and he's covering up in defence back down the pitch. Last start down in Melbourne, Daryl Harper became just the 4th umpire in history to officiate in 150 one-day internationals. Kutzen in game number 190. The retired David Shepherd did 172. The still current day umpire Steve Bucknell's done 167, and it's now game number 151 for Daryl Harper. So 2 very experienced international umpires in charge. Kumar delivers once again, and Hayden flicks it in the air for a few metres out through forward square leg and picks up just a single, with the ball fielded out there by Irfan Pathan. Deep forward square, 3 for 61. Hayden up to 34.
Yes, I was a bit critical of Daryl Harper early in his career, but I think he's done pretty well the last couple of years. I reckon he's umpired, he's got a bit more confidence now maybe, or who knows what it is. But I haven't seen him really have too many bad games in the last couple, 2 or 3 seasons maybe. Of course, we don't see a great deal of him.
No, that's right, especially in Test cricket. You don't see him at all unless you tune into pay TV from around the world. Kumar delivers again on the back foot, forced into the covers here by Simons, but he can't get it past the man there, Gambier, at extra cover, and there's no run. Don't forget our SMS today, 192122, 192122.
I've got some good news and some bad news for you.
Okay.
It's a nice letter here. It says, 2BL is the only NSW station that can be relied upon to provide a programme of reasonably high standard. The bad news is written in 1948, that letter.
Kumar delivers once again, and it's driven down the ground towards mid-on by Simons. They take a single, scampering across down there, unable to prevent the run is the young leg spinner, the new boy in Chowler. Well, not a new boy, but new boy in this series. He's played before. And Simons moves to 14, 3 for 62. I wondered about that because 2BL's now 702.
Oh, is it? That's what it's called, is it? Edith Balnave. She reckons we were pretty good. 1948, though. Haven't seen many letters saying that since, have you?
No.
Well, 58 years, one every 58 years, 59 years.
This summer, have a safe one by learning your ABCs. A is for action plan. B is for be safe. C is for connect. Find your local ABC radio station. Go to abc.net.au/emergency.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of football.
Kumar delivers again. Hayden works it off the pads wide of Harvard into his left inside the circle. Patan sweeping out of deep mid-wicket. They come back on the throw, which was hitting the stumps. They will almost get an overthrow. They're going to go upstairs. The Indians didn't appear with any great gusto. The throw from Patan hit the stumps low down at the non-striker's end, but you always get the indication when the team doesn't come racing in a big huddle, it's a rather half-hearted expectation that they may get an affirmative decision from the third umpire, who today is Queensland's Bruce Oxenford. I think we're going to see that it's 2 runs to Matthew Hayden.
Yeah, won't take long, that I wouldn't have thought. Good throw, but well-judged run.
They've only looked at one replay, or he has, Bruce Oxenford, not out. So Hayden profits by 2 more. And Australia in the 13th over, 3 for 64 with Hayden up to 36. 7 men inside the circle, 4 on the offside. Kumar delivers again and Hayden gets a foolish ball, and with a clever little angle of the blade just knocks it down to a squarish third man. Ishant Sharma fields, and another single. Hayden will retain strike. How many balls Laurel has Hayden faced in about the last 3 overs? He seemed to be monopolising it a bit. 3 for 65 after 13. Hayden 37 and Simons 14. 10 of the last 12 balls have been faced by Hayden.
Which won't please Patan particularly. He'd like to just settle down a little bit against Simons, I suppose. Not that bowling to Simons is always such a soft option or an easy option, but Hayden took a fearful toll of him in his first over, and it wasn't by any means an awful over. But I think we're seeing some very, very good one-day cricket here. The Indians have bowled with gusto. The fielding has been sharp. They're very aggressive, the Indians. The appeal against Michael Clarke was a very forceful appeal, and the decision a little bit unlucky as far as we could tell. And the Australians now, again, they went out hard early, and now they're coming for a second blast here at the Indian side. So now a change in the field. This will be interesting. Third man's come up. They've got to have most of the fieldsmen in the circle. There's a long on out, a deep mid-wicket out. The keeper's coming up. That would suggest Patan's going to bowl his cutters here. There's no one in the deep on the offside whatsoever.
As Dhoni has called for the helmet between overs. Deep mid-wicket and a deep long on. Patan in motion from the Paddington end. His second over. His first went for 15, a slower ball. Square driven off the front foot by Hayden. 3 men after it. None of them are going to catch the ball as it trickles into the rope at backward point. He's bowled 7 balls, Patan, and he's got figures of none for 19. It's 3 for 69, Hayden up to 41.
Well, it's part of the strength of Hayden that he can make the opponents change their game. Game plan goes out the window. Patan now trying his cutters, but that was a poor one. It was slow and wide. I think it was actually a slower ball, even from his cutters, which were already slower. And it was not a good delivery. Very well put away by Hayden. So the Indians a bit rattled now. This game's changing, ebbing and flowing so quickly.
Mick in Hobart has sent an SMS. Listen to most games this summer, and I believe India has Australia's number. How right or wrong am I? We'll get Peter to give you his thoughts after this delivery. Patan to Hayden. Slower ball again on the front foot. He nudges out to Sharma at point. That's Rohit Sharma. No run. It's 3 for 69.
I wouldn't say either side's got the other side's number. But that's almost the first time that's happened with Australia, that the other team, you can see they fancy their chances here. They reckon they can win. I'm not saying they're going to, but we haven't really had that since England in 2005, when England came hard at Australia. I wouldn't say they've got their number, but I would say they're competitive.
Patan past umpire Coutson, delivers well up, and Hayden goes for a big swipe. Appeal for stump from Dhoni. The umpire having none other Daryl Harper. He jogs in to reset the castle. But he tried to hit that one over long off. There is a long on in position. And that was a frightful swing. It was almost like a windmill going around on a bit of farmland in the Netherlands there. He didn't make contact. An almighty swing at the ball.
Almost the change of tactics to Patan's slower stuff almost helped there. What's Midoff coming in and saying now? He wants something to happen there. Again, innovative captaincy from Dhoni. Changing the field, changing the style of bowler, but not actually the bowler. Australia can do that, of course, with Nathan Bracken, who's just as versatile and probably better.
Patan shuffles in once again on the back foot, cut away by Hayden, another boundary. Down through backward point comes square third man. 3 for 73, Matthew Hayden 45, and we're yet to reach the end of the 14th over. And this may please Happy from ACT. Just had a bet with my mate that Matt the Bat will get a century today. Now we're discussing the odds. Well, his odds are getting better with every ball he's facing, Happy, at the moment. He does hold the record for the fastest one-day century by an Australian. It came under threat last start on Friday night by Adam Gilchrist in Melbourne, as the next one short again outside off stump. Patan cuts and a misfield at backward point. Doesn't do any damage, though, to the scoreboard. They just get, well, it does, in fact, they get a second. Poor piece of fielding at backward point, and I'm not too sure that Kumar hasn't just damaged his left knee as he dug it hard into the turf. He didn't stop the ball clean. He was backed up by Rohit Sharma. Hayden moves to 47. It's 3 for 75. How many balls, please, Laurel, for Hayden as he faces the last ball of the 14th over? Another one short, and he cuts it away. 4 more out through point. Patan stands mid-pitch, hand on hips. He's only got himself to blame. If you bowl short and wide and you've got all your men inside the circle on the offside, you're running a fair risk that you're going to concede runs. Hayden is 51 not out off how many deliveries? 43 balls. Well, he needs to score 49 runs off 22 balls if he's to better his own benchmark for Australia. 3 for 79. Tell you what, though, after 14 overs, if he bats all day, he could threaten Syed Anwar's world record. Simons is 14, Hayden's 51. And after 14 overs, Australia looking good on the run rate, but they've lost 3 top-order batsmen. And in a moment, Peter Roebuck to be joined by Jim Maxwell.
Well, it's a tremendous attack from the Australians, led by Hayden, really. Some magnificent batting there. Completely putting the Indians into disarray. The switch of Patan to bowling cutters didn't work at all. He bowled too much outside the off stump. But also that misfield from Kumar that allowed Hayden to take a second run, keep the strike. It's amazing how often a misfield is followed by a boundary off the next ball, and that's the sort of thing that India just can't afford. Hayden is running amok here. Afternoon, Jim.
Hello, Peter. Here comes Sharma to bowl now, and Simons is playing on the rise into the covers and gets a run as he sort of splits the gap. Chaps falling all over each other to stop the ball, and this is where Australia, with their intimidatory batting, can test the opposition, and it's one of the reasons why, with I think a combination of their rapid running between the wickets, power hitting, that they're normally 20-30 runs better than the opposition, because when they're in the field they tend to stop almost everything that comes their way.
Yes, they do. But these are 2 formidable players, let's say so. They're big, they're strong, they're powerful, they've got good techniques.
Ball beaters, man, as Sharma bowls and Hayden's back and slides it through square, takes off for 1. Harbhajan races in and throws back, and that's all they'll get. But they've got it going at a very breezy rate here, pushing 6 and over at 3 for 81. Hayden another half century, and when he's going, normally Australia are going somewhere.
It's mainly off Patan, isn't it, Laurel? What's Patan? 2 overs for plenty. 29. 2 overs for 29, Patan.
14 from his last over as Sharma bowls, and it's cut by Simons fiercely to third man where Patan is fielding, and Simons is 16. It's 3 for 82. All this after Australia lost early wickets. Gilchrist, well, you can't get them all the time. It was his final innings here at the SCG. Miscued a pull and was caught by Yuvraj at mid-on from Kumar for 7. Ponting Went at Kumar with the pull shot. Looked poor shot selection, and he edged it into his stumps. He was out for 1, and Clark caught by Dhoni off Sharma for 4. Sharma bowls to Hayden. Hayden leaves a ball that's pretty full just outside the off stump, but he decides not to play at it. Clark may have been stiff, but for umpire Kurtzen, he gets one look at 60 or 70 miles an hour, and he hears a noise as the ball went between bat and pad. Well, did it hit the pad? Did it hit the edge of the bat? He thought it hit the edge, and so Clark was gone.
Yes, and the Australians were in trouble at that moment, but they didn't just waste any time. They counter-attacked.
Sharma bowls to Hayden. Hayden back into his stumps. Gets a quick single down towards mid-on as he goes very smartly in front of Yuvraj, who they've picked out in the field. He's a bit of a limping warrior these days. And as soon as he played the shot, Hayden was on his way. The two power hitters, swashbucklers in this team. And India really need to get one of them out before we get to the happier zone beyond the 25th, 30th over. This is only the 15th over. The score is already 83. Sharma runs into Simons, and Simons comes forward and angles his shot to backward point, but can't get it through that well set up field. And that is the end of the over. And it looks like we're going to have some refreshments. So Gilchrist made 7, Ponting 1, Clark 4. They were 3 for 24. And it's now 3 for 83 with Hayden 53 and Simon 16 with drinks on the field. Discussion about whether or not there's anything other than grass on the ground here.
Simon's at the other end, so it's quite a compelling moment in the human drama that is cricket. And we'll see what unfolds here. There's a exchange of pleasantries already, I think.
What's the difference between an obnoxious little weed and a noxious little weed?
I think a noxious weed is one of those weeds that sort of takes hold, causes poison elsewhere. Obnoxious one is one that flaunts itself and just refuses to realise that it's a weed.
It's not much to be said for being a weed, though, really, is there?
There's some quite nice weeds around the place. I mean, lantana, for example, is a great weed in South Africa, but here it's something that's nurtured in gardens. You can buy lantana in the shops, but everyone where I live in South Africa, you're trying to get all your time to get rid of it. Isn't bugweed? Here we go.
Well, Harbhajan's bowling to Hayden, and Hayden defends back up the offside, showing respect there to a length delivery. So how will this little battle pan out? You'd imagine there could be silence between the two of them for a while. But if Harbhajan gets him out, I'd want to be on that effect, Mike. Harbhajan bowls, Hayden's driving into the covers, extra cover. There's a misfield. An awful misfield out there at... is that Uthappa? Who's out there? Yeah, Uthappa. Misfielded that. Went straight to him, went through him, and they got a run. And they shouldn't have got a run. Hayden's 54, 3 for 84 in the 16th over.
So these little things annoy me because they ease the pressure. Harbhajan, I know some bowlers would be tearing their hair out there because he was trying to work over Hayden, make him go for a big shot, and the fieldsman relieves the pressure.
Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square. Harbhajan comes up and bowls to Simons, who just takes him, twinkles him away off his pad. Has one, wants a second. Hayden says no as the flat throw goes in on the bounce from Sharma out there on the onside to Harbhajan, who was at the bowler's end. So just milk away here. Probably won't see too many big shots unless there's a loose ball. There's man up at mid-on. Might go down there. Hayden back. And he plays an uncomfortable shot off an edge past the keeper down to third man for 2 runs. He was in no man's land there. He was neither forward nor back, and he ended up squirting the ball off the edge of his bat towards third man unconvincingly, and would have gone close to a fella on the slips, but there isn't a slip.
No, he was lucky there. A couple of lucky moments for Hayden, but really the bowler beat him all ends up there. Beat him through the air, misread the ball. Good bowling by Harbhajan.
Harbhajan bowls, Hayden drives through the covers. That's gone out towards the boundary. The chase is on from the deep, but it will beat the man to the line for 4. Beautifully struck. Extra cover drive. Hayden just measured it off, as Harbhajan tends to push the ball through a little bit, and this over's already been expensive. 3 for 91. 8 runs have come from it. Hayden is 60. Simon 17. And Harbhajan just redeploying, manoeuvring his field marginally as he bowls to Hayden, and Hayden goes back and forces the ball away through mid-wicket for a run and trots down the pitch to end the over. Harbhajan wanders off. Hayden's walking down to talk to his mate. So no exchange there at this point. 3 for 92. Hayden 61. Simon 17 after 16 overs.
Yes, well, Uthapao is really to blame for that over. It was a reasonable over until his misfield, and then the batsman began to get going again, and you just can't have that. That's the second time I think Kumar misfielded earlier, so India must sharpen up in that side. But again, high quality batting from Hayden. He's beaten the field a lot today. He's pierced the covers with great regularity off the back foot and now the front foot, and that's something. It's not always been his most productive area, that, but he's been very stylish and very effective through the covers. The Indians are going to have to change their game plan against him. Kerry's coming in.
Peter Roebuck on his way for a cup of tea, and Sharma is going to operate in a moment. A bit of dilling and dalling today. They're going to get behind on their over rate here. Dhoni just indicating to Sharma and vice versa about the field. They want third man a bit finer. Gambier down on the boundary, and there's a deep cover point. So Hayden has made 61 rousing runs. Sharma bowls to him now, and he's back, and he flicks him around the corner to short fine, and they don't get a run. Just as well it went straight to the man around the corner. Otherwise it would have been 4 with Pravin Kumar around there. He's at short fine. There's a deep square leg for Hayden's thunderclapping horizontal shots. 3 for 92 in the 17th over. They're going at 5 and over. Slightly better than that. But Sharma's bowling pretty accurately at Hayden here, and he has him forward, pushing down a bit off, and he goes with the shot for a single. Puts the pressure on the field as he took off down towards mid-off and got there with Cholwa coming in to collect the ball. Well, Kerry, straight away 3 for 24, and now they're rollicking along with these two fishing mates. Well,
Queensland buddies together. There's a resolve out there. They've looked good. And Chawla yet to bowl. He'll be under tremendous pressure, the young leg spinner.
As Sharma bowls to Simons, who's cutting, and he's miscuing in front of point. A throw to the bowler's end would have run him out, but it missed. You have to get that direct hit in against these fellas, because they'll take you on all the time. So it wasn't really a hazardous single 90% of the time. You get through, as Hayden Simons did then, but he had to stretch, and he would have been in strife with a direct hit, but Uthapao missed. Simons moves to 18, 3 for 94. Fine leg up here as Sharma bowls again to Hayden, and Hayden's getting a little inside edge into pad, and it wiggles its way out on the offside, and this time the call is no, as Hayden goes for a meander just behind square.
He's a good bowler, Sharma, isn't he? It's the trajectory above everything, not just the pace and the movement. He's very hard to drive off the front foot because he's so tall. He bowls a great loop. Big things expected, only 19, but if he stays fit, you sense there's a lot of wickets at this level in him.
Sharma in, Hayden chops it out to backward point. Crowd catch as it went on the bounce, and it was taken by hit Sharma just behind point.
Full house now, Jim, isn't it?
Yeah.
At start of play, it was only 2/3 full, but they've turned up.
Yep, and it's hard to see too many empty seats in that area. Bradman, the O'Reilly, around in front of the old hill, the old Dougie Walter stand, the Churchill, the Broongle. Even the members are starting to fill up down the front. Sharma bowls. Hayden drives a full pitch ball. Change of pace. He's sent it down towards the boundary at backward point, third man. And as it's thrown in by Gambier, it ends the over. 2 runs coming from Sharma. And he bowled his 7th over at a cost of 4 runs. So Australia from 17 overs, 3 for 96, Simons 18, and Hayden 64.
Big role for Harbhajan Singh this afternoon. He's been one of their tightest bowlers against Australia in the preliminary rounds. He probably needs to pluck out a wicket here as well, but his economy has been outstanding, particularly to Australia. He doesn't get big hauls, but they still have to earn every run off him. And there's a lot of bragging rights out there between him and these two. They're his deadliest enemies, I think, in cricket, aren't they? They're in front of him, Hayden and Simons. They'll be taking less chances against him.
Here comes Harbhajan to bowl. Down the leg side, it's a wide. Yep. Just slightly lost the line. So far, it appears as though there's been total silence between the triumvirate out there of Hayden, Simons and Harbhajan. Harbhajan bowls, and it's driven in the air. Down the ground, one bounce for four. Very confident of this pitch as it was lobbed up a little, and Hayden, Simons, dismissed it with a lofted straight drive for four.
Well, no spin, no out curve from Harbhajan. Simons just spotted the line early. It didn't deviate, and he's too good a hitter down the ground to miss out on that. Good boundary.
Harbhajan bowls flatter, faster, in at the pads. It's poked away to the onside. And fielded by Uthapar, and they can't score. You've got mid-off up. That's why there's temptation. The three men out are on the onside. Harbhajan skips in down the leg side again, just losing his line. So Harbhajan's a little off his game at the moment. He's trying to bowl tight at Simons, but twice he's bowled outside his pads.
Well, he has an onside field, but if you keep spearing down leg side, you're costing your side runs.
He's got to bowl another ball. That's down the leg side, and if Simons had stood his ground, that would have been a wide too, but he was advancing, and he got a bit of pad wrapped around the ball rather than his bat in the end. But that once more was spearing down the leg side, well outside.
As the match referee addressed both teams before the match, though I sense there's a flatness out there.
Maybe. Harbhajan bowls. Simons is edgy, and he's turning, and that's going quickly down towards fine leg. It's cut off there, and they'll only get a run because it was saved at short fine on that little twiddle around the corner, and he very nearly got it past the outstretched hand of the diving Sharma, diving away to his right. But he's squirting, firing in at that leg stump. He's like little darts, but he's bowling to Hayden, and that's outside the leg stump. He nurses it around the corner and collects a single with that carefully played shot. So it's a bit like tip and run at the moment. Out a few wides, and it's 3 for 104 in the 18th over. 6 and over here. Simons 23, Hayden 65. Australia really making light of their earlier predicament when they were 3 for 24. These two have added 80, and they're threatening a lot more. Harbhajan goes trotting in towards Simons, who bangs him away to mid-wicket. Doesn't get it through the infield, and that completes the over. Harbhajan had 9 from his first over, and from his second over with a couple of wides, another 8. So 2 overs for 17 on top of Pathan's 2 overs for 29, and that's why Australia 3 for 104 off 18, and Glenn Mitchell is going to come in and join Kerry in a tick.
You know, he's gone all right, but that put him under extreme pressure. Hopes under pressure. One pole.
Sharma comes in again, well up, and flicked away again by Hayden. He's timing it to mid-wicket, but unfortunately it's not getting any further. He again finds Harbhajan Singh.
What's going through MS Dhoni's mind may be when to introduce the young leg spinner, because sight unseen, very good wrong-un. They won't have played against him at all. I think he fetched 780,000 at the auction.
Have you seen him on cable at all?
Yes.
And your thoughts?
The bowls with that same trajectory as Kumble and Cameron White, attacks leg stump.
Sharma in once again on the back foot, defended with a call of no by Hayden down towards mid-off.
A little bit Mushtaq armoured past the perpendicular, but tries to get batsmen to turn him through the onside against the turn. It's not excessive, his spin, but he's wrong and is terrific, and he changes his pace and he hits people on the pads with his quicker one. So I'm really, as a leg spinner in a one-day final, not having played in any of the preliminaries, it's a very bold move. and I'm extremely interested in how he might go. It's when he's introduced that is the key to him, though.
Yes, and who's at the crease at the time as Sharma delivers once again, and Hayden turns off his pads. He beats the man at short fine leg and down to the ropes for 4. Well, it's always a problem when you haven't got a man down on the boundary at fine leg. And on that occasion, unfortunately, Praveen Kumar right on the line at about a 45-degree position. He flung himself to his left. Hayden 69, 3 for 108.
They say in rugby league circles around these putts, give yourself an uppercut. And if you've got the man inside the circle and you're around Matt Hayden's legs, you deserve an uppercut. That's the second boundary off Sharma. He knows he's got the line wrong. He shook his head. His Adam's apple wobbled. The earth moved. But he's dropped the fine leg back now.
Yep, deep points come inside the circle. Sharma delivers again. Hayden gets one on his pads and he works it for a single. Out towards deep square leg. Gathered by Patan. Doesn't release the ball. It's the end of the over. We've seen 19 bowled. Australia 3 for 109. Hayden 70. Simons 23. Glenn Mitchell and Kerry O'Keefe with you on ABC Local Radio.
Oh, and mate, we've had an email just regarding the illness of a fellow I played a lot of cricket with at St George in Sydney, Steve Halliday. He's battling an illness. His family, everybody are around him, and all his friends wish him the best. He's a terrific fella, great to play cricket with. I hope he gets over this. Steve Halliday from St George.
All the best, Steve.
Yeah, no, very, very fine man. Served for a long time with St George. Played a lot of lower grades, and he was one I did talk to.
Was he like the rest of us? Did he understand what you were saying?
He did, because he always came back for a beer.
Right.
We had something in common. But good, I've seen him a couple of times since, and he's always good company. And Steve, all the best to you, mate.
Mexican wave starting it, makes its way below us as Harbhajan goes in, and on the back foot working against the spin. Hayden finds a very inviting gap at straight mid-wicket, and he gets a single with Yuvraj trotting round to his left to field. 3 for 110. Hayden up to 71. Gee, Hayden, I don't like to put the Moz on anyone, but if he batted 50 overs here with this sort of start, who knows what he'd score.
Yeah.
Haven't reached 20 overs yet. He's 71 not out. But it's Simons on strike at the moment, and he's forward and getting a leading edge there to Harbhajan down towards straight extra cover. They go through for a single. It was fielded by Gautam Gambhir. He was looking to hit it onto the onside. Simons it off the leading edge. He moves to 24, 3 for 111.
A lot of pride involved in Hayden's knock, I think. He'd have recoiled after the midweek dramas.
He's forward again and nudging with a bit of force out to extra cover. No run. Yes, they rested him down in Melbourne last start.
He declared his innocence. He looked reluctant over the statement. And he's out here 71 not out and doing it.
Harbhajan goes in once again, and Hayden plays it off the pitch when it's spun, just nudging it backward a point. Sharma fields.
And he hasn't lost his edge, because I thought it was sharp pull, the fact that he brought out a can of Roundup. That wasn't nice. Harbhajan dismissed it.
Harbhajan goes in, so have I, and defended by Hayden down the offside. 3 for 111.
Nothing was said. Subtle, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hayden leaves another one spinning wide of off stump. The end of the over. 3 for 111. I'm not sure if the booing was for your joke or the fact that they didn't score many runs off Harbhajan that over. 20 have been bowled. Simons is 24, Hayden 71.
And Harbhajan presented Simons with a kilo of bananas. So the match referee had a chat to him. It didn't say they couldn't do something subliminal.
I didn't say anything. Never opened my mouth. They just traded presents.
Yeah, it's just presents. It was exchange of gifts. It was goodwill.
And a special good day too. We're giving hellos to everyone. To Gary. Taxi driver brought me down to the ground today. He's from the...
a taxi driver that arrived on time, so he didn't... There was no vitriol.
A taxi driver named Gary.
Yeah.
I'll just let that go through to the keeper. From up near the Punjab initially. Been in Australia 17 years, but he said he He grew up about 80 kilometres away from where Harbhajan Singh was born and raised.
Was he early?
He was out the front of the hotel when I walked out there. There was a line of them, so it was okay. I didn't have to order and wait.
It's gone around the cab industry. Don't be late for Mitchell.
I wonder how it got round the cab industry.
Oh.
Some little bird must have said something.
Yeah.
Chawla into the attack and on the front foot, punched away by Simons. Out through deep extra cover, come wide, long off. They'll come back for a second. He dropped that one nervously short. He hasn't played a game, Chawla, since Lords back in September last year. Was his last of 12 or 13 one-day internationals. A leg spinner, not overly tall, tosses up and on the front foot. Simons shows him due respect.
Well, he's had a distinguished underage career. He's done well for India a number of times. They've been waiting for him to follow in Kumble's footsteps. Here he is.
Tosses up again. Simons drives for a very long single all the way down to long off. Down in front of the makeshift electronic scoreboard. 2 for 114. Simons up to 27. What will Hayden's tactic be here?
Slog, I think.
He does like the sweep, the spin.
And he likes to dominate early. So this is interesting. He wouldn't have seen Piyush Chawla. Did I get that right? Whatever. He wouldn't have seen Chawla. But you can bet he's going to look at it. He's going to sweep before he anything.
Delivers to him and plays it off the pads. Just tickles it out to the inviting little gap at square leg. 72 to Matthew Hayden. 3 for 115.
Bold move from Dhoni. He could have held a young spinner. He didn't. He introduced him in the 21st over. That's faith, and that's what a wrist spinner needs, the backing of his skipper.
91-run partnership between this pair of Queenslanders. Chawla delivers again on the front foot, squared up a little bit as Simons pushes back down the pitch. Difficult for us to tell, looking from behind the batsman and keepers, to just how much turn he's getting first up.
Not a big ripper, but he's looking to hit people on the pads with the ones that the wrong and then the one that goes straight on.
Shuffles in again, and that one is defended on the onside of the pitch by Simons. He'll be pretty happy with that start, and so will his skipper, MS Dhoni. He's bowled his first over. Chawla, he's conceded 4 runs, 3 for 115. 21 overs bowled. Hayden 72.
How was Gary?
Simons 27. He was very good. It was quite interesting just talking to him actually about. He said, "Oh, I hope the cricket is the focus today. What happens on the field and not off it." And I said, "What have you made of the summer and everything?" And he said, "It's interesting how he spent 17 years in Australia," and he said, "It's interesting that what we would use in Australia, I mean, often I won't say it, but you say, 'G'day, you old so-and-so.'" He said it's a very common word in Australia. It starts with a B. And but if you use
stronger than that at Canberra.
If you use that word in India, it's one of the most offensive things you can say to someone.
Is that right?
Yeah, to be born out of wedlock and the likes. But in Australia, it's almost amongst males in particular, it's just something that gets tossed around. As one's tossed by Harbhajan here on leg stump, and Simons tickles it backward of square for a single. He's 73, 3 for 116. And in regard to the word monkey, which was used earlier in the summer, Gary was saying, "Look, I often say to my son, come on, stop being a little monkey," when he's mucking around at home or whatever. And he said, in their culture, it's not seen as being anything derogatory. And it was interesting the way he said that, because cricket's such a multinational game, what you say in the West Indies mightn't offend West Indians, but it could offend South Africans or Englishmen. And he said that's one of the... It was very good, the comments he was making, as Harbhajan delivers and Simons is back, playing with the spin, short to Tendulkar on the circle at a shortish fine leg position. 3 for 117, Simons 28. And it's one of the problems for the ICC is what's offensive.
Yeah, exactly.
What offends some, other people think it's quite humorous.
Well, Yorkshiremen always say "you cheeky monkey," don't they?
Probably with a better accent than that.
That's my best Yorkie. I could be DL and Pascoe with that.
Quit while you're behind as Hayden defends Harbhajan back down the onside.
Okay, well, that's interesting.
And it is a problem when you're outside, when you're playing sport on a multinational basis. What offends some, other people think, what in the world are you complaining about?
No.
Long on and long off back as Simons gets a quicker ball from Harbhajan, and he cuts it off a thick bottom edge out to point and moves to 74. And it's 3 for 118. 1 ball to come in the 20, in fact 2 balls to come in the 22nd over.
I tried to be unoffensive. I called King Gary Sobers King. He liked that.
And he laughed as he hit you to point. as the next one turned by Simons to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I can understand where Gary was coming from, because my response to him was, it's the same as Kerry. Some people laugh, most don't.
Yeah.
Some people get the joke, and a lot don't.
Yeah.
It's a bit like what's offensive and what's not.
But I've always got one, haven't I? Me.
One, yeah, you always laugh.
I always get
You've heard it before, though. As Simons whips it off his pads out to mid-wicket, another dot ball to conclude the Harbhajan Singh over. He's bowled reasonably tidy, 4 overs for 22, but his lean wicket summer continues. 3 for 118 after 22 overs. Hayden 74, Simons 28.
Australians play off spin on their own decks better than they play anything. That's why Muralitharan and Harbhajan have always struggled here. On their own surfaces in their homeland, a different kettle of fish. But here, wickets are always scarce for those. They're almost confined to bowl tight. And he's bowled economically in this series, Harbhajan Singh. This is the testing material, both mentally and physically. Piyush Chawla.
And he comes and starts a new over, driven hard by Hayden, almost across the line. He dragged it down towards Patan at long on, 3 for 119. Hayden 75. And with both spinners at the moment, there's no real sign of, especially with the young leg spinner here, to really trying to dominate.
No, they're having a look. I didn't think they would. They try and, you know, this is a teenager they could try and monster, but they're having a look. They have not seen him.
Comes in once again, Chawla, and off the front foot, whipped off the pads by Simons for a single. Harbhajan gathers at backward square, 3 for 120. Simons 29. The partnership now worth 96.
They've batted tremendous. Simons came in with no runs in this series and a lot hanging over him, and he's batted terrifically for 29.
Over the wicket, driven here by Hayden, all the way along the ground, down to the construction site at long off. He's 76, 3 for 121. Earlier today, Gilchrist out for 7. Ponting 1. Michael Clark 4. Wickets falling at 16, 19 and 24. India were cock-a-hoop at that stage. Chawla delivers again on the back foot, chopping it off his stumps. A single here to Simons, getting it beyond the restriction circle, out to deep forward point. He's 30 now, 3 for 122. Got a very high action, hasn't he?
Very high. Past the perpendicular, bowls lots of wrong-uns in the Mushtaq Ahmed way, but doesn't spin it as much as Mushy, but doesn't bowl 4 balls. That's in his interest.
Quicker, flatter ball, and it's worked backward of point here. A shortish third man, in fact, by Hayden, and he scampers a single. He's 77, Matt Hayden. What will he post today? 3 for 123.
Well, anything over 240 rarely gets run down in a final. Well, it hasn't. So Australia looking good here after the loss of 3 early ones.
Simons forward to the next one. He beats the bowler, diving onto the onside, and here's the 100 partnership. They go through for 1 to very straight long on, gathered there by Tendulkar. 1 it will be. The stand is exactly 100 now at the end of the 23rd over. Australia 3 for 124. Simons 31, Hayden 77. And they've done particularly well at a precarious 3 for 24 in the 6th over. They haven't put Australia in a totally secure position, but they're heading in the right direction.
Good over, though. He conceded a single off every delivery, but there was nothing that could have been hit for 4, and that is Piyush Chawla's strength. Dhoni's backed him. Harbhajan, though, needs to strike, because that middle order is tantalisingly so close. Hussey hopes, but they've got to get through these Queenslanders.
Harbhajan starts a new over, advancing Simons. Lofts it, he'll be caught at deep mid-wicket. He is right in front of the members' stand. Praveen Kumar's taken the catch. And that is the end of Andrew Simons. Lofting it, didn't get hold of it, was hitting with the breeze to the onside, but it fell well short, caught the best part of a pitch length inside the rope. And that's a telling blow. A stand of exactly 100 broken by Harbhajan Singh. One of the good things to come from that, I don't think there was anything said by either player from one to the other, the 2 antagonists of the summer. But Simons is out, and it's 4 for 124. He is out for 31. Harbhajan was delighted. Good catch by Kumar. 44 balls for his 31. 4 for 124 in the 24th over.
Well, as you've called it, very well bowled by Harbhajan Singh. He held it back,
Simons wanted to go down the ground. He wasn't to the pitch. He backed himself to clear the deep mid wicket. He got it slightly on the inside of the bat. There was still a carry of some 70 metres, but there was Praveen Kumar standing under it, and he held safely. Harbhajan ran to him and embraced him, as did the others. They know how key that wicket was. Australia now, although they're rattling along at a great rate and 240 plus looks achievable, they keep losing wickets. Mr. Cricket, Mike Hussey's in. James Hopes is in next. Not the best player of spin, not the best reader of spin, as we saw against Murali in recent games. So really another wicket here, and India will be all over this Australian middle and latter order. So Dhoni's working the bowling changes well. He's bowled Chawla at the right time. Harbhajan struck for him. He's bowling as tightly as you could, having lost a toss on this deck. This is intriguing finals cricket.
Not surprising, the batsman changed. The ball was in the air for quite a while, so it's Harbhajan delivering to Hayden, who watchfully leaves outside off stump. A pair of left-handers at the crease now. Michael Hussey at the non-strikers end. Hasn't perhaps been at his best in this one-day series. He failed last start. Made 5 in the middle order. He wasn't an orphan, though, against Sri Lanka on Friday night, as Hayden has fought again, pushing Harbhajan the length of the pitch.
Well, a couple of good SMSs come in, talking about the coach has gone, batting skills, are they down this year? You'd have to say they are.
Fielding skills have been down.
Fielding skills are down.
Catching by Australia. As Hayden goes, his familiar sweep off Harbhajan and tugs it to Tendulkar at a short fine leg, no run.
How close is David Hussey from this middle order? Simons has had a poor one-day series, not that you look to drop him. Australia waltzed into the finals first past the post, but you still got to keep getting runs.
Hayden's got plenty of them today. 77, attempting flighted delivery from Harbhajan, driven to wide long off. He gets a single with Rohit Sharma doing the fielding. Hayden 78, 4 for 125, midway through the 24th over.
Don from Darwin says, what are all the white dots all over the field? Well, if you get off the gear, you won't be seeing them, Don. Fair income.
Yeah, they are field restriction dots, Don, down there. You've got to be...
Grace is reaching for the red. I've got 30 seconds. I'll get there.
It's when she reached for the long wooden spoon, then you're really in trouble. As Harbhajan delivers again and playing from the crease, Hussey runs it backward of point, no run. The end of the over, 4 for 125. Hussey yet to score. Hayden 78. 24 overs bowled. Australia still not out of the woods in the first of the best of 3 final series. And just before you go, I'll leave it with you because Jim's going to come in a moment.
Hussey's prodding at the pitch at the moment. Utapau stands at slip and he bowls a ball that's a good length at the off stump thereabouts. Searching for it, Hussey. It's new. It's all new to Hussey, and he's getting his head around it at the moment.
It's always a bit different starting against spin and someone that you wouldn't have faced before. But we know what a great player Hussey is, and he has dug himself in, and he's had a good series again, hasn't he? Averaging close to 50, a couple of scores of over 50 as well.
He tosses up and Hussey takes him through the onside for a single pass square. He wants a second run and they'll get 2. Good running. Split the field. Deep field. And if anything, there's a bit more country out there on the onside than the other side. This pitch is just slightly left of centre as we look at it. But it's now 4 for 128 at the end of the 25th over. Hayden 79, Hussey 2. Gilchrist made 7, Ponting 1, Michael Clark 4, and Simons, the big wicket there for Harbhajan, who's celebrated. He was out for 31.
And just showing what a good batsman Michael Hussey is in these overs. He loves hitting the gaps and running hard and trying to force the 2s and 3s.
Harbhajan bowls and Hayden leans out to push it through mid-off for a single. Because the man's back, he beat the infield. He goes to 80 at 4 for 129. Full house, great afternoon here.
Before this innings, Jim, he'd scored 189 runs, Hussey, the same as Ponting, but he'd only hit 6 4s and 1 6 in those 189. Ponting had hit 13 4s and 1 6. It just shows how clever he is when they are gapping up the 4 options. He just rotates the strike beautifully and in and out of the crease quickly.
Harbhajan comes in and Bowls to Hussey, who edges just in front of slip. He went the soft hands at that. Otherwise, it could well have gone on the full to with upper in the slips. And it was a bit like his batting here in the test match against Kumble. Didn't go hard at it. He's probably trying to steer it to backward point for a run. But it went on the hop to slip, and now he's on the crease pushing away to the offside. A good control from Harbhajan, and the wickets just pulled Australia back. They were touching 6 and over for a while, with Hayden and Simons knocking it about, particularly against the bowling of Pathan, who went for 29 in 2 overs. Harbhajan comes in, beats him outside the off stump. That ball pitched and turned. Yes. Well, it's a good toss to win and bat, because later it might be a bit more awkward.
Yes, it's not quite as hard as last Sunday. I think it's going to grip even more.
Harbhajan goes to Hussey. Hussey leaves the ball that turns away just outside the off stump.
Bold, wasn't it? Just enticing that cover drive against the spin.
So all of a sudden you're thinking, well, you know, if they get 250, that could be a very, very competitive total. Harbhajan bowls, Hussey back, plays to the onside, gets a run wide of mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and he's 3, and it's 4 for 130. A good over from Harbhajan. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. A good comeback after going for 17 from his first 2 overs. Yeah,
and it's just a bit different, isn't it? Starting at both ends against spin, the ball not coming on. So the Australians aren't used to this, and it was a problem over in India in the October one-day series there. And no doubt be a problem when the Test series is on in October there as well. So Hussey, well, we know he's going to grit it out, and he's got a man at the other end, Matthew Hayden, who's on 80 not out. Looks in great form, and he needs to look to keep dominating here. But Charles has come on, and he's bowled very, very tidily.
He's going to bowl to Mike Hussey, and there's no problem with the weather here. Clear day. Should be perfect. Chawla bowls a ripping delivery outside the off stump that goes through to the keeper without any offer from Mike Hussey, who's taking a little bit of care at the moment against this controlled spin bowling. 4 for 130. Chawla bowls to Hussey, who drives hard to mid-on. Too hard for a single. No, there's a misfield. How many of those have there been today? And that was another. It was Pathan this time who fumbled and gave away a run.
You're just trying to build pressure, keep one batsman down one end and force the big stroke, and you just unrelease it like that. Whereas Pathan, he hasn't had a good day in the field. He hasn't had a good day with the ball either.
Now Chawla bowls to Hayden, and Hayden wants a single, can't get it this time as he just poked the ball away on the onside, and was fielded in tight by Sharma. In comes Chawla again, bowls a ball that's short, it's cut to backward point. Yuvraj is down there, he's popped away from slip, spread the field more for Hayden. Long off, long on, deep point, 2 men back on the onside. Hayden well set, but Australia just lost a little momentum against this accurate bowling. Chawla to Hayden, Hayden forward, prods it out into the covers, and Harbhajan's there to stop it.
Oh, bowled.
Very steady bowling is holding up Australia here. They'll be mindful of not wanting to lose a wicket at this stage as Hayden tries to pull one down the leg side. Did it flick the pad? It didn't. It's a wide. Darryl Harper was thinking there for a moment. His mind's eye was turning that one over. Did it flick the pad to the batsman or not? No.
It is quite harsh against spinners. Probably had enough time to hit that, didn't he?
Well, in the short fine leg, he was trying to get it inside him as he drives down the ground past a diving Chawla. They have one, they'll think of 2. They're going for the second. There's another fumble out there. They got fumbleitis, these fellas. It's like watching some of the Waratahs in action in their Super 14 games when they turn over possession. This is what India are doing. They've been, you know,
that was Tendulkar as well, experienced player.
Well, the referees instead of umpires, there'll be a lot of scrums here today because of been huge number of fumbles. 4 for 134. 2 to Hayden there makes him 82. Hussey's 4. 27 overs gone, and the Chawla 4 overs for 17.
That's good stuff. He's getting let down a bit in the field. Particularly Hussey. He wants to bowl a fair few balls there before Hussey gets going.
Hussey faces Harbhajan. Harbhajan spinning it across him, and he drives down the ground. Just got to the length of the ball as it turned past him, and with a good stride in, drove it towards long off. He moves to 5 in the 28th over. And the Indian supporters regaling their fans, giving them a cheer or two as they get near the boundary. Harbhajan bowls to Hayden. Hayden forward, back, chops to point, can't score. Awkward bounce, to be fair, on the fieldsman that time, as Patan didn't concede a run.
No.
But he did get a rude bounce.
It's so weird to have cheers for runs and wickets, isn't it, Jim? You know, with the strong Indian crowd in here at the SCG.
Harbhajan again. Hayden sweeps the ball away hard in the air. He could be caught. He's out.
Catch.
He's caught in the deep. Fantastic catch in the deep. And I think it's Chawla out there who's taken the catch. Running away to his right. A top edge sweep from Hayden, who's caught for 82. 5 for 139. India coming back here after that big partnership between Hayden and Simons. Australia 5 for 135 in the 28th over.
Geez, he looked like Barry Hall leading here in the AFL season, didn't he? That was great hands, beautifully accepted. That was hit pretty hard. He had to make a lot of ground. There's a round of applause for Hayden, 82 off 88 balls. A super knock there. But that's a massive wicket for India. Now they've got Hussey, who's really just finding his feet at the crease. And James Hopes will come out now. But they've got to face spin, and it's just not coming onto the bat. They ring up the field a little bit, and the spinners are getting through their overs quite quickly. We've got a real battle here. Australia 5 for 135.
You think about their bowling attack. Harbhajan's in his 7th. Chawla, who took that fine running catch, has 6 more. You'd be tempted to get Yuvraj Singh into the attack,
yeah, just to
and ignore Patan, who bowled 2 overs for 29.
Yeah. We'll have a word to Patan about bowling those cutters and having Dhoni up to the crease. But no, spin's been a real factor today, and they've bowled beautifully. There hasn't been too many half trackers or short balls outside off stump. So Chawla's so far is more than done, signified his inclusion in this team. He's bowled steadily, and that's a fantastic catch. We've just been getting into how sloppy the fielding is. So he's gone against the grain of his own team and taken a brilliant catch.
It's been an interesting aspect of their cricket. I think overall India have caught pretty well.
Yes, they've got good hands.
But on the floor, they've given up some runs through the Test series and the one day.
I think it's going to change, though. Watching Sri Lanka the other night with their young team, this next generation of Indian fieldsmen, they're going to be super.
Now Harbhajan's bowling to Hussey, who pushes away to the offside now that James Hopes has joined him, and this brings about a completely different complexion to the game, with Hayden out for 82 from 88 balls and 10 fours. Yep, they've got a couple of pillars at the top, Hayden or Gilchrist. But what about the rest? What are they going to contribute? Is this going to be another collapse as Hussey goes back and forces the short ball into the covers? Hussey himself has been a bit below par in this tournament, and Australia have suffered quite a few quite spectacular collapses.
Hopes has been good. He's batted 7 times. He's got 115 runs off 125 balls, so his strike rate is excellent, and he has impressed that he has come in at these times and been able to find the gaps and not get bogged down. But tough. Harbhajan's bowling beautifully.
He comes up and bowls to Hopes. Hopes goes forward and just waits for the ball and drops it at his feet for Dhoni to collect. Rudy Kurtzen says over. Harbhajan, his 2nd wicket, 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 27. And the innings at a very intriguing point with 28 overs gone, 5 for 136, Hussey 6, and Hopes yet to score.
So plenty to discuss between Hussey and Hopes and how they're going to go about this. Well, they've definitely got to get their eye in and look for what gaps there are, but the field set's pretty straight. They've saved themselves with fieldsmen on the boundary square of the wicket.
And Chawla with his wristies bowls at Hayden, who pushes down the pitch back to the bowler, bowling very accurately here. Well, the buzz of expectation from the Indian fans at the moment, sensing their team could really restrict Australia now that Hayden's gone. Chawla bowls. Back is Hussey. Finds the gap. And Harbhajan's hobbling out there as he went to pick that ball up. He was sort of skipping around with one very ginger-looking foot as he got to the ball at cover. It wasn't in his best stride. 5 for 137. Keep the slip in. He's there. Uthappa. And Chawla over the wicket, bowls to Hopes. Hopes back behind the line. Pushes the ball down the pitch to the bowler.
Likes to sweep Hopes against the spin, but you're taking a risk when you do it against the wrist spin. Get that over, or the top spin, wide of the crease.
Chawla bowls a fuller length, and Hopes greets it with a push down the pitch. So the ring field here with just 2 men out, deep square and a deep cover, and the young Chawla is finding a length, and Hopes is across his stumps and pushing the ball back down the pitch to the bowler. We're into a much quieter mode now that the big bangers have gone. Simons and Hayden. Simons out for 31, Hayden 82. Chawla bowls and forward. Hopes pushes into the covers, and there's keenness out there that prevents a run. Gambier flying in to grab it to complete the over. So just 1 run from Chawla's 5th over, none for 18, and Australia being pulled back now. 29 overs, 5 for 137.
You talk about Michael Hussey's one-day summer, and he's averaging close to 50, but his strike rate's in the mid-60s, and that's really down on what he's done for this career so far, and it just says that he's been coming in under trouble a lot and really trying to rebuild the innings all the time.
Harbhajan bowls, and it's swept top edgily down behind square. Didn't have control there. The ball bounced and turned, and Chawla was around to grab it. A cry of catch it, but it never went to hand. But it did go off the top edge for a single. 5 for 138, and Hopes back on strike. So the ball just gripping a little on this surface. Some encouragement for the spin. Harbhajan has 2 wickets, and he's bowling to Hopes with a slip. He comes in, and Hopes pushes away to the offside again, and that's fielded out in the covers by
I wonder if
Gambier.
it's worth just putting in a bat pad just while Hopes is starting off. Hasn't scored yet. Get someone right in there.
Harbhajan comes in, Hopes a little stutter, and then a push to the onside. He'll get a run out towards mid-wicket, and a bit of wild returning out there from the onside as he tried to get it past the infield, and Rayner is out there on the field. Substitute. He's at mid-wicket.
I wonder who it's for. It's not Big Sharma, is it? Might be.
Yep, might be the long, lanky fellow as Hussey takes the ball off the line of his pads, and Harbhajan kicks at the traces, annoyed that he allowed the easy single there for Hussey, just knocking the ball through the onside when he got his line wrong. 5 for 140 in the 30th over.
You're saying lanky, you're not saying weedy, are you? Hey?
Well, yeah. Yes. That was fun when it came on to bowl to Hayden, but there's nothing said as Hope pushes the ball on the onside. They're very quiet out there. But I was hoping that he'd get Hayden out for some reason straight away, just to see.
Yeah, what the reactions would be like.
Well, that's right. There could have been some weed-killing noises. Here comes the Harbhajan, the Turbinator, as he'd rather be called, I think, than something that grows in the garden that nobody wants. 5 for 141. 30 overs gone. Well, the old soothsayers say double the score, but not when you've got 5 down. 280 would be a terrific score, you think, from here. Hopes 2, Hussey 9, which I suppose begs the question, as we're going to get another over of spin. What is going to be a competitive total? How few? How many?
Well, they got, what was it, 317 last time, Australia? You'd be thinking they'd still like to get 250. That's 20 overs to go. If they go run a ball, they're going to get 260. But it's not as coming on as well as that last pitch.
As Chawla bowls to Hopes, he plays it away to that short mid-off, short cover position. With I think Rayner's come in there with Uttapa at slip. Yeah, can't see the lanky fella.
Ooh.
As Hopes onto his stumps, forces the ball down to mid-on and takes a single towards Tendulkar picking up. Hopes 3, 5 for 142, but get rid of Simons and Hayden and you're getting rid of the ball beaters, the 4-hitters.
Well, they've got to consolidate. They don't have to lose a wicket. We're into our lower order. So there's a lot of pressure on here.
Chawla bowling to Hussey. Yep, that's what he does. Works the angles, and he's pushed the ball through square. And there's a serious bit of damage done to the field out there. You replace your divots, sir. Gee, that was very, very messy from Rayner. Lost his footing there, and he's left a big scuff mark in the outfield as the strike keeps turning over. He slipped and dragged his foot across the turf. Chawla bowls to Hopes down the leg side. That's a wide. Yep. If you get the stumping, it's all right, but it doesn't look too good when you're well wide of the pegs.
Just needs to get
then.
Hopes driving. That's what the field's set for, through the offside.
Chawla bowls to Hopes. Hopes is on the lean. The ball bounced and took an outside edge. Bring the spinners on.
G'day, Patrick Stack here. Did I mention it's an Ashes year? Well, it is. Sports Daily is the best way to get the latest news and look beyond the headlines as the Aussies battle for that little earn.
Sports Daily, weekdays from 6:30 on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of NRL.
Well, this could be a night for Hogg and Clark for Australia, and of course this afternoon goes on for Yuvraj Singh.
Left a bit of puff of dust, that one. It was just a leg break that got steep bounce.
And he bowls to Hopes, who tries to drive, and it clinks off the bottom of the bat. So we're back to the old SCG.
Good inclusion. Chawla. So Yuvraj might have to bowl some spin. Even Tendulkar with his wrist spin is an option.
Chawla bowls, and he drives off the bottom inside edge. Lucky. Past the stumps, past Dhoni for a very sketchy single. 5 for 145 after 31 overs. Hopes 4, Hussey 10, and Glenn Mitchell's about to join Damien Fleming.
Starting to lift a little bit. Turns fine.
Harbhajan over the wicket in his 9th over, short and cut away. He was a bit cramped, Hussey, and he gets it out towards point, and there's no run. Earlier today, you would have been aware if you entered our drought not out competition, we announced the winner, and if you want to find out who it was and what they've received, go to our webpage abc.net.au/cricket. As on the next delivery, it's worked by Hussey to mid-wicket. Well done by Harbhajan. He sprinted early as he broke out of his follow-through and prevented the run being taken. And if you're switching on for the first time, there was some real mayhem in the Australian top order today. We saw Gilchrist out for 7, Ponting 1, and Michael Clark 4. At that stage, it was 3 for 24 in the 6th over after Australia won the toss, as this one is tossed up by Harbhajan and driven by Hussey for a single down to Rohit Sharma at long off. Hussey to 11, 5 for 147. Then we saw a 100-run partnership exactly between Simons and Hayden before Simons was out for 31 and Hayden out for 82. They both fell to this man Harbhajan Singh. So a lot of recovery work still ahead of Australia. As Harvey goes in again on the front foot, it's defended here by Hopes out towards straight mid-wicket. The end of another Harbhajan Singh over. And he's bowled pretty well. He's found wickets hard to come by in this tri-series. 9 overs, no maidens, but he's got 2 important ones today for a cost of 33 runs. 32 overs bowled. Australia electing to bat. 5 for 147, Hussey 11 and Hopes 5. And the Colgoa Community Sports Club, our national winner from inland New South Wales. It's a terrific initiative shared also on ABC Local Radio by our rural department. So if you want to go to the website, you can catch all the details. Chawla hasn't looked to be phased, has he?
19 years of age. You wouldn't know it, would it? But I was saying before, Glenn, he's got 137 first-class wickets at 24 already. He's a big prospect.
In he comes and delivers, and it's ripped off the pads by Hussey, but no run. Fielded at straight mid-wicket Also noted with interest, he's got 7 first-class half-centuries,
Yes,
so he can bat a bit.
Averaging mid-20s. So does Kumar. He bats, and he's 21.
Chowler's in once again on the back foot. Hussey works it to mid-wicket. Another dot
You
ball.
look at these young names. Dhoni, Gambhir, Rohit Sharma, Yuvraj Singh still in mid to late 20s. Pathan's 23. Uttapa, Kumar.
Chowler tosses up on the front foot. Hussey this time pats to Harbhajan at extra cover.
Srisanth. They've got a lot of players on this tour that are going to be here next time, but they're building towards the World Cup.
Yep.
And they look like test prospects as well. It's going to be an interesting series in October.
RP Singh's only about 21, 22, I think.
Yes.
There's this one tossed up by Chowler and worked wide of mid-on, but not past mid-on. Fielded out there by Pathan. Another single to Michael Hussey. He's 12, 5 for 148.
They make spinning tracks over there for the 4-test series in October. The options are Harbhajan Singh, Kumble, Chawla, Murali Kartik. Who are going to be our options? Who are we taking? And how are we going to play it
That's
as well?
$1 million question. Who's the spinning options for Australia? As Hopes is right back on his stumps and he defends Chowler out towards Harbhajan at mid-wicket. Here's Brad Hogg. Potentially only one game away from retiring from international cricket if Australia was to win 2-0. What sort of say will he have tonight on a pitch which is offering something as Chowler with his leg spinners has Hopes dropping it short on the offside on the stretch on the front foot, the end of the over. They're getting through them pretty quickly, this tandem pair of spinners. 7 overs, no maidens, but none for 23 for Chowler. Terrific figures. 5 for 148 after 33 overs. Hussey 12, Hopes 5. Glenn Mitchell and Damien Fleming with you on Grandstand One Day Cricket on ABC Local Radio and on the web. And don't forget our SMS 199 21222 199 21222.
It's going to be interesting for the spinners around the traps. Bryce McGain's got some more wickets at the whacker. We've got Bo Casson here. Stuart McGill. Is he going to come back?
Harbhajan comes in for his last over and he's pulled away by Hussey. Out towards deep straight mid-wicket. Tendulkar stops it with the instep. David Beckham-like. Then gathers the ball and flings it back. The batsmen have too. Well, perhaps an Australian fieldsman may have dived or sprawled or put his hand down, but he just put the instep of the right boot running parallel to the rope. Tendulkar 2 to Hussey. He's 14, 5 for 150.
Same result. They would have kept it to 2.
Yep.
For a minute there, I didn't think he was going to get there.
Harbhajan away from us. Hussey goes on the sweep hill for LBW. Pitched outside leg. Bargie's not going to get that one in the affirmative. Far-flung field now. Deep backward square. Deep mid-wicket. Deep long off. A deep cover point. It's Harbhajan away from us again. Hussey forward, then back, and turns against the spin for a single out towards a regulation mid-wicket. 5 for 151. Hussey's up to 15.
Too short there. He's only got a few more balls, but I'd like to see him forcing the off drive with hopes to maybe bowl him through the gate for Hussey to get caught on the up. It's too short. Too much time to pop on that back foot.
No one in the deep on the offside for the right-handed Hopes, who goes back and drops the ball short towards mid-wicket.
Better length one. Hopes is keen to get on the back foot, isn't he? And just watch it all the way onto his bat.
3 men in the deep on the onside, but as we said, no one beyond the circle on the off. Harbhajan short of a length and turned around off the pads again, off the back foot by Hopes. Down towards Pathan at a deepish backward square leg. Hopes to 6, 5 for 152. Tell you what, there's a fair few Indians when the wickets have fallen. There's been a raucous noise. A lot of fans here.
It's only going to continue that way, isn't it? It's just going to be a massive series each time the Indians come out here.
This rivalry, I think, is going to last for many years to come.
Which is good. You know, England always get the big crowds.
Harbhajan over the wicket to Hussey, who turns off his toes out through straightish mid-wicket, gets a single, and that's the end of Harbhajan's day in the field as far as bowling is concerned. He's completed his allotment of 10. A new replacement ball is being ferried out by the 4th umpire because we've hit the 34 over mark. Harbhajan 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 38. And Australia through 34 overs, a 5 for 153. Hussey is 16, Hopes is 6. And this is like a basketball match at the moment. We're having some players checking into the game and some checking out. 2 subs are coming on and 2 men are going off the field.
Sachin's
one. Oh, no, Yuvraj is coming back on. And we've also got... Who is that going out there? Another substitute.
They've got a fair few here, mate. About
'Rainer's
17 players.
Rainer's just gone off. Tendulkar's gone off. Yuvraj has come back on. And another one of the extended squad has come out onto the ground, trying to pick up who it is. But Dinesh Karthik is out there fielding. He's a pretty good fielder.
Yeah, he's a good fielder.
He's one of their
for
best
a wicket-keeper as well.
He's one of their best infielders in the circle. That was like a basketball, you know. Blow the whistle.
Change of ball.
Yeah,
change of fieldsman.
The substitutes bench is busy. 2 on, 2 off. It's only a problem really when you bring 3 on and only take 2 off. That's where the real conjecture starts. Now this is going to be Sachin Tendulkar, is it? No, it's not. He's off the ground. Still Charla. Thought it was Sachin.
That would have been a
the way he
good
spun
effort
the ball
off
from
the
hand to hand. It looked like Sachin. As Hussey goes the reverse sweep and he gets it fine. Coming down towards third man, gathered there by Yuvraj. 2 more to Hussey. You've got to premeditate that shot, the reverse sweep, and Hussey made the decision almost as he was in the run-up there, Charla. 5 for 155, Hussey 18.
Got to be careful not to york yourself.
Yeah, it can be very embarrassing. Ask Mike Gadding from the 87 World Cup when he popped one up in the air at Eden Gardens against Australia. 5 for 155. Charla tosses up, Hussey is forward. And he just trickles it out to mid-wicket.
Charla's bowling beautifully. They're no half trackers and not getting short outside off stump. In his 8th over, none for 25.
Doesn't turn 20 until Christmas Eve this year. He's a real talent. And he hustles in once again, and Hussey is forward, knocking it out towards mid-wicket. Good piece of fielding. Sprawling to his left there. Rayner, another one of the substitutes. So we've got 2 substitutes on the ground at the moment. Tendulkar and... is off the ground. Not too sure the second player is. Yuvraj has just come back on. As Hussey drives the next one down towards mid-on. They thought about a single, but he hit it too hard. And Patan was able to gather well in from the restriction circle. 5 for 155.
He's had to face a lot of balls this summer, Hussey, in the one-days. Hasn't flowed his innings like in past years.
Charla in once again, and a leave by Hussey outside off stump. So one thing too, we're not going to see spin from both ends now with Harbage and finish, but as a batsman too, that the overs come through so quickly. Before you realise, you think, gee, hang on, we've fallen a bit behind here.
I don't consider it Tendulkar or Yuvraj's thing.
Patan's warming up at mid-on. Charla comes in. That one was short, but he hits it straight out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Rayner at the end of the over. Gee, Charla's bowled very well. 8 overs, no maidens, none for 25. The first time he's been sighted this summer, and he's coming in a crucial final. 35 overs bowled, 5 for 155. Hope 6. Hussey, 18.
Good effort for a young fella to be carrying the drinks for this long. Come on and really not bowl a bad ball in the whole spell. I'm out. The scull's coming in.
Damien Fleming just departing momentarily, and it will be Irfan Pathan, who we could see warming up a moment ago at mid-on. Going to come into the bowling attack. Pathan earlier today sent down a spell from the Paddington end. Just 2 overs, none for 29. So he's going to feel a little bit of pressure. He's got some work to do to get those figures half respectable. 2 overs, none for 29. He was mauled early by Hayden in particular, who went on to score 82, Matthew Hayden. And of the players dismissed, that really stands out on the board because Gilchrist made 7, Ponting 1, Michael Clark 4, and Simons 31. Simons and Hayden, great Queensland mates, put on exactly 100 for the 4th wicket. But Irfan Pathan, 2 overs, none for 29. He may have a sweaty palm early on in this over, just wanting to get things to come out of his hand properly and land in the right spot. Landing in the chair alongside me, Kerry O'Keefe, who looks like he's about to audition for the 9 Network's Underbelly.
Yeah.
As Pathan goes in and delivers to Hope short, he pulls it away. That should go for 4 out towards the members stand, and it does. Only just short, but Hope's very quickly onto the back foot, which is the way he's been playing the spin today, primarily going right back and playing it off the deck. He's 10 now, 5 for 159.
Well, Australia will be saying thank goodness for Irfan Pathan. He's bowled 2.1 overs, no wicket for 33. He just hasn't got it right, the Pat. And Hopes is onto him. They're looking to attack him at virtually every opportunity.
Not bowling at any great pace, a slower ball, and it's defended down the offside by Hopes.
The good thing about Patan is that he gets people out, and I think that's why Dhoni's using him now. But you're right, Glenn. He's very much under the pace he's normally bowled at. Hence, Dhoni's come up to the stumps. So that's always a sure sign you're not really rattling them down that quick.
Virtually a single everywhere on the onside unless you hit it directly to mid-on. Patan goes in once again and bowls to Hopes, and he goes back and across and nudges to point, but no run. 5 for 159.
Through the preliminary series, he conceded 4.9 and over, which is getting up there. Srisanth was conceded the most at 6.03, so he really couldn't play a final on a slow pitch. But Patan was always a risk. The Australians were looked at 8 wickets at 32, so he hasn't struck that much. But he's also gone at around 5 and over, so they're onto him.
4 men inside the circle on the offside. This is a slower ball again, driven square by Hopes. Partially fielded, in fact, tidied up in the end very well. Rohit Sharma inside the circle. Thought momentarily it was going to race away and get past. It would have only been a single anyway. In fact, it wasn't Rohit Sharma. It might be Rayner, I think. They've got so many substitutes out on the ground, India.
Whenever sides come here and that you see lots of substitutes, in the 70s you used to think you got them on the rack, but they've actually got Australia on the rack and they're wheeling out the subs.
Dhoni up over the stumps. Patan delivers and trying to play an ambitious square cut off the front foot with his knee, his back knee on the ground there, Hopes. In the end, he didn't make contact. He had a flash at it and it went into the gloves of Dhoni. And Hussey goes down mid-pitch to have a bit of a word with his batting partner.
Well, it's one of Hopes' shots. He's very good square of the wicket. He's a strong individual, James Hopes. If they give him width, he'll open face it through point as hard as he can. But he missed it.
Hopes the right-hander, faces Patan the left-hander, and he's on the front foot, easing it out to cover point. The end of the Patan over. I'm going to have a refreshment break here at a jam-packed Sydney cricket ground. The game has been sold out for quite some time. Patan did well there. The first ball went for 4, but he then bowled 5 scoreless deliveries. So 3 overs, none for 33, but he's still got a long way to go to get in front. 5 for 159 at the end of 36 overs. Hussey 18, Hopes 10 with drinks on the field.
I think that's been a real factor in the summer.
You look at this Australian side and you go down the batting order and you say, well, there's not much room for anyone else other than the fact Gilchrist's retiring, because they're all very good players. But, you know, there's fellas like Hussey around who have just been outstanding. Here's Yuvraj bowling, and a short ball is pulled in the air, and it's going one bounce across the line for 4. That was a tremendous hit from Hussey as Yuvraj underpitched, and he hit it in the air, but he hit it well, wide of the fieldsman, and he almost cleared the rope out there to bring up a 4, the vital 4. 5 for 163.
Well, Mike Hussey backs himself to place the ball. There's a deep mid-wicket out there. Off the bat, I thought that could find him, but it was 20 metres to his right, and he'll take the boundary. Yuvraj Singh's been brought on. Chawla bowled a good spell and still has a couple up his sleeve, but this could be a good left-arm orthodoxes pitch, and we've seen Yuvraj in the past do a good job for India in these situations.
Yep, he's been a very steady bowler, although he hasn't taken a wicket, and he has Hussey turning to the onside, and they get a run. And in fact, he's gone for 4.5 and over, 19 overs, 87 runs.
But his best spell was at the SCG when Ponting got 124. He bowled 8 overs and conceded just 38. So he was the second tightest that day. He and Sehwag, who's not out there today. So Dhoni's brought him on to do that containing role again on this sort of pitch. On other pitches, because he doesn't turn it much and the ball coming onto the bat, Australia fancies their chances. But on this surface, slow and gripping.
He's bowling here to Hopes, who plunges forward and pushes away to the onside. I'll tell you what will be interesting tonight, to see if Simons can improve on his 8 matches and 5.5 overs in the series. With some off spin, maybe. Yuvraj bowls, and it's driven past him by Hopes for a single too long off, and it's 5 for 165. You would think, apart from Hogg, Michael Clarke will bowl, but will Simons be bowling a bit of off spin?
Well, that's the strange thing, that Michael Clarke and Simons are wicketless in the preliminary series. And, you know,
one of the differences. As Yuvraj bowls at Hussey, and he turns it away through the onside. This is a good placement. They'll think two, but they won't go now, as it's thrown in by Patan. 4 fieldsmen trying to get near that ball as it ran away through square. Well, at least 3. 5 for 166 in the 37th over. Australia were thundering along when Hayden and Simons were together, but Simons holed out in the deep off Harbhajan and just celebrated a bit. And Hopes drives Yuvraj away towards long off and takes another run. And then Hayden was well caught by Chawla at backward square on the sweep off Harbhajan. So Harbhajan picked up both of his pen pals, Simons and Hayden. After 37 overs, it's 5 for 167. Hopes 12, Hussey 24. Yuvraj went for 8 from his first over.
Well, that's a good sign for Australia, because Dhoni would have liked him to go for around 4 or 5. They've taken an extra 3 off him. They were driving him with impunity there. There's not the grip in this pitch that Dhoni would like. I don't know how many Yuvraj will bowl, given that's the sort of surface we've got at the moment. Patan is the other one under pressure. This is his 4th over. He's gone for 33. So 3 overs, none for 33. He's down, Irfan Patan. The keeper's on the stumps and he's not bowling at much velocity. See what Hopes has got in store for him. He's batted well, James Hopes.
So Patan in, Hopes back, pulls the ball in the air. It'll fall between the field, wide of mid-wicket, and away into the deep. They get a couple of runs. The interesting thing about the bowling, of course, as you look around the field, is the absence of Ishant Sharma, who's been off for a while, which suggests to me that he won't be able to come back and finish his overs.
What was his spell? 8? Did he bowl 8?
He did bowl 8. 1 for 32, so he may have done his job. But Patan bowls and Hopes pushes away into the covers. Yes, he bowled 8, so. But he hasn't been on the field. Rayner's been out there for some time. It's 5 for 169 in the 38th over.
Hussey's doing a good job here. 24 not, Hopes 14 not. This is a very, very important partnership for the Australians. Bhogle and the bowlers to come. They're support players at best. And a score of 240 is minimum, I reckon.
Patan bowls, and it's chopped down towards third man by Hopes for a single. He's 15. 5 for 170. Hopes is signalling to the dressing room. Something wrong with his bat. Doesn't like the look of it. Oh, just get another one. Each player's probably got 6 or 7 blocks of wood. Big turnover there. What do they recycle them? What do they do with all these bats?
What do they do? I used to bat with 1 bat for a calendar year.
That's all the only one you got. From
yeah. I wasn't on money. They'd give me a bat.
That's all.
1.
Patan bowls down the leg side. It's a wide. Just pushed it in. Lost the line a trifle. 5 for 171. So you only got a bat. You didn't get a quid.
No, I didn't. I tried, but nah. Wasn't high profile. I once batted with a Greg Chappell reject for a year.
Right.
One of those scoops.
Yeah.
Oh, it was the best bat I've ever had. I just wanted it. I batted with it for 2 years. He thought it had lost its zing.
Patan bowls and Hussey pushes away on the offside. So he gave it to you?
Yeah, he said, see what you can do with this. And it was terrific. And I don't think he had them specifically made. He was another. They brought him in. He picked them up. Said, yeah, that'll do. So that was a terrific bat.
How many players were getting good lolly for bats in those days for using bats?
I think 2 or 3 at the top of the list. You know, we're just happy for.
Patan bowls. Hussey drives to deep cover. He gets a run, and it's 5 for 172.
Numbers 8 to 11. We're just happy to get a bat, pads, gloves for nothing in the 70s. That was, you weren't stretching friendship too much if you just, got that.
Yep, you have to buy your own box.
No, that lasted. That lasted a career.
Patan bowls and is pushed on the offside again by Hopes. Steady over from Patan. 38 gone, 5 for 172.
I had an American baseball box. That was much better than the some of the things that got split by some of the West Indians. It was a state-of-the-art American baseball. It was good.
Why was it superior to the normal one you got from Bert Oldfield's shop?
I don't know. Yeah, it just looked. They looked a bit tinny to me.
Yeah.
And this one looked the real deal, as if you could get hit there and survive. Some of the others, I thought you could get hit there and still die.
Remember those plastic ones that they used to have?
They look very iffy to me.
It's serious damage if you had one of those.
I remember in a test on a green top at Christchurch, Jeff Howarth, the New Zealand opener, batted for about 6 overs against Dennis Lilly, and then went for the adjustment. Nothing there.
Yuvraj is bowling, and he's driven back past his outstretched right hand for a single.
Got out next over.
Totally distracted.
Went white.
Yeah.
Ball was seaming everywhere. Whereas Ian Chappell adjusted every ball, he'd know if it was there. Yeah, they were the days.
Yuvraj bowls to Hopes, who defends back down the onside. Just now that these fellas are going through X number of gloves per day, per innings. Keep turning over all that year, tons of it. As Yuvraj bowls to Hopes, who miscues on the off drive, but
I played with the late Tom Cartwright. You know how thigh guards they're now really solid things wrapped around your knee. Tom used to just put a handkerchief in his left hip and his left pocket.
Yuvraj bowls a dart, and it's fired to backward point, and there's no run. Runs are drying up at the moment. 5 for 173 in the 39th. How often did he come back with an absolute
Not very
bruise
often.
there?
No, that's what the bat was for.
That was, well, that's true.
If Joel Garner hits you in the thigh, oh.
There's a cut. He's nicked it. He's out. Tried to cut it. Hopes is out. Gives Yuvraj Singh his first wicket in this one-day series. Dhoni took it with some delight, and Hopes didn't bother to look at Darrell Harper. He was on the turn. So he's 15, caught by Dhoni of Yuvraj. It's 6 for 173 in the 39th over.
Oh, that bit, and it bounced, and just trying the little nibble past the vacant slip. Hopes has got a faint one. He walked. Dhoni's absolutely exultant there. He's working these bowling changes beautifully. He's brought on Yuvraj Singh, and he's got the wicket he wanted, and now it's very interesting. Advantage India, 6 for 173, plenty of overs up their sleeve. Hussey's still there, but running out of batsmen. Lee has a job to do, Brad Hogg. Johnson can bat. They can bat to 11, but to put India away, you need more than 240. They might get bowled out for considerably less than that, Jim.
They might get bowled out for 200 here. Every chance, unless Hussey can somehow control the partnerships with the lower order. But here's Brad Hogg, and we should give him a cheer too, because he's retiring from all of this, and this will be the last time we'll see Brad Hogg playing for Australia on this ground. And he's had a topsy-turvy career. Most of it's happened in the latter part of his all-round career, particularly at the World Cup, where his bowling was outstanding. And it'll be fascinating to see what he can do here tonight. But for the moment, he has to try and help Hussey muster a few more runs.
And he's very good in these situations. Brad Hogg, because he's batted in the latter order so much of his career, he knows how to fashion a partnership. I think one of the easiest things in cricket as a number 8 is to put on 20. And if he puts on a minimum of 20 with Mike Hussey, he's done a job.
So here's Yuvraj bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Hogg, who leans out and gets a run straight away. Just prodded the ball to the right of Harbhajan in the covers. Yuvraj completes his over. So 11 overs remaining here, and Australia 6 for 174. Hopes out for 15. Hayden made 82 from 88 balls with 10 powerful fours. Simons 31 from 44 balls. Clark just 4. Ponting pulled into his stumps for 1, and Gilchrist was caught at mid-on for 7.
And no sixes in this innings so far. Is that right, Laurel?
Not one.
Hasn't hit a 6, Australia? No, so that's a measure, A, of the pitch. B, the fact they lost 3 wickets, there had to be consolidation. But there's been some powerful batters at the crease and nobody's cleared the rope yet. Interesting change. Dhoni's done everything right so far, and Tendulkar has been introduced, is it?
Yep.
Wow. Well, he's rolling the dice. I mean, it begs a Chawla or even a Sharma to come back if he's 100%, and that's a question. But Sachin Tendulkar, he can bowl wicket-taking balls, but he can also go for 12 and over.
Well, he bowls here to Hogg, who leans forward and plays the ball into the covers. Well, I think Sharma's gone for the day.
Yes.
You're not going to see him again. Chawla's still got 2 left. He's bowled 8 overs for 25. And Tendulkar's bowling a ball that's pushed through the offside into the deep field for a single. Hogg to 2. Who is bowling down there? It is Rohit Sharma bowling, not
It's
Tendulkar.
Sharma. It's not
Rohit Sharma.
Well, he's not the worst off spinner, Rohit Sharma.
Yep. He's bowling again. That's a bit short and sit off the back foot. And they go for a single out into the covers. It's the first time he's bowled in the series.
And he has a lot of the Tendulkar mannerisms, Rohit Sharma. The way he warmed up, I thought it had to be Tendulkar, but it's not. And he's bowling off breaks.
Little offies. He bowls again to Hogg, who's on the back foot and gets a run down the ground. Well, this is curious. Is he just going to get the 1 over?
Well, against the tail, I'd be whipping Chawla back for a couple. I thought he was terrific.
Sharma bowls a ball that's driven down the ground for another run. It's tip and run at the moment. 6 for 178 in the 40th over.
Pathan's disappointed him, so he's probably trying to get away with a few overs where not many boundaries are hit.
Sharma to Hogg. Hogg cuts the ball away and takes another run. So 5 singles from the over, and Australia just going along quietly here. At one stage they were at 6 and over with Simons and Hayden in their rollicking form, but now after 40 overs they're at about 4.5. 6 for 179, Hogg 4, and Hussey 28.
Is Grace's thing working? Normally she's such a bossy boots with news headlines, drinks are on the field.
And we're at the news, aren't we, Grace? We're not having news as today, no. This is the news. Yuvraj bowls now, and Hogg pushes off a little inside edge and pad to backward square, and there's no
Is
run.
that working, Gracie? Because normally you're bellowing the orders via the typewriter. I'm seeing nothing. Yuvraj, dangerous.
She's just concentrating on the game at the moment.
You think I should do that? Is that a hint? Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's a run to backward point.
Missed the wicket. Oh, well, we'll come back to it. Hogg has a job to do. 2 left-handers. That's in Australia's interest against Yuvraj.
He bowls to Hogg. Hogg on the back foot and gets a run. That's all they're getting. This is the big bang theories out the door at the moment.
Yeah. Could Australia go through a 50-over innings and not hit a 6?
And that'll test the statisticians out. And Hussey's looking around.
He's not a noted 6-hitter, Hussey is. He's a worker.
And he comes forward and pushes away to the onside. He can't get a run. He banged a few in New Zealand last year when he was leading the team, which unfortunately lost all 3 games. But he hit a few big 6s there as he drives down towards long off and takes another run. And hello to everyone in New Zealand. You're listening to the call. I hope you're going well, getting ready for the Test series against England coming up shortly. Here we've got, it seems like a cricket season that never ends, as Hogg's on the back foot and plays to extra cover, but we look like having a pretty good game here. Another steady, economical over from Yuvraj. 3 overs for 12. 2 runs came from that. It's 6 for 181 after 41 overs.
Yes, well, I'm just looking. The biggest 6-hitter in the preliminaries was Gilchrist with 6. He didn't offer today, and then Hayden's hit 2, Simon's hit 2, and after that Lee may have hit a couple, but Really? Now, Hussey is a Michael Bevan type. He's an accumulator who works the ball. And, in fact, after that one over from Rohit Sharma, they've reintroduced the young leg spinner Piyush Chawla. So,
well, he's got 2 to bowl. Harbhajan has still got a couple left. And there's Kumar, of course.
Now, Harbhajan's bowled out.
Oh, he's bowled his 10, hasn't he? Yeah. So they've got to work out.
Kumar's got to come back. I think he'll be the death bowler in Sharma's absence. See what Chawla does.
He's bowling from the other end this time, and he bowls a short ball that's not hit by Hussey. Tried to pull that ball, but he missed the ball completely. So Chawla bowling from the Sydney Hospital, Paddington end of the ground, the northern end of the famous old ground. And he's now got a short fine leg in place. And he bowls a ball at the Hussey, just tickles through backward square. He'll want a second run here, but he won't get it because he did not quite pierce the field the way he wanted it for 2. One more to Hussey makes him 30. And they need him there in the last few if they're going to play some big shots.
How many
182.
How many boundaries has Chawla conceded, Laurel? He's in his 9th over. Young leg spinner. Have they hit one off him?
Chawla. How many boundaries, Laurel, has he conceded? As he bowls now, and on the back foot, it's nursed through point by Hogg for just a single. I don't think he's gone for too many.
You'd have to say maybe one. So he doesn't bowl boundary balls.
None.
0. Yeah, that's a good spell. Bowling to Hayden, Simons, Hussey. Not to concede a boundary in his 9th over.
Hussey on the back foot plays the leg break to short cover. And
that's exceptional bowling.
He's done extremely well here. So India have really brought Australia back here, and Hussey turns the leg break to backward square. Just another single. That's all they're gleaning from the bowling at the moment. And Chawla doing an exceptional job bowling these rapid leggies and toppies, getting through on the batsman. Hogg comes forward and around his pad he bumps the ball out towards mid-wicket and takes a run. Rudy Kirsten says that's the end of the over. 42 gone. 6 for 184. Hogg 6 and Hussey 31.
Yuvraj bowls. It's a reverse sweep from Hussey. They only get a single. It's what if a team reverse sweep that? Normally reverse sweeps are pretty dramatic shots. You know, they go fine and run away for 4. That didn't happen. 43 overs gone. 191 for 6. Hussey 33. Hogg 11. If you're wondering why, you found that laugh to be different from what was there all along. It's because Damien Fleming has come in.
Yeah, good to be back, mate. It was, isn't it? It's not the power of Andy Flower, who used to hit it as hard batting left-handed as he did, swapping around to right-handed there. But Indians have done well. I think Pathan can still do a job just bowling those fast medium cutters. But the spin options for India have been superb already this afternoon, and there's still 7 overs to go.
Yes, now Chawla's going to bowl out here. He's bowled all right. Rolls now to Hussey, who nudges it off his pads down behind square for a single. Right, let's see Damien Fleming. What would you do now? Chawla's bowling out. There's going to be 6 overs after this, so Chawla not available. 9 overs, none for 29. So far, India will take that. Yuvraj has got as many as you want. Ishant Sharma, I don't think he's going to be bowling again. He's not on the field yet. He won't be back in time.
Haircut.
So he's gone. 8 overs, 1 for 32 for him. He didn't look 100% on the field, I must admit. Now, Praveen Kumar has got 3. So he'll bowl 3 out of the 6. Rohit Sharma's bowled 1. As the next ball is played away by Hogg down out to mid-on. So of the 6 overs to be bowled, I think the only thing you can be sure is that Praveen Kumar's got 3. Now he's either got to get Irfan Pathan, who's got 4 overs for 38, to come back and bowl 3 more.
He has to.
Or keep going with Yuvraj.
Well, until Yuvraj has a bad over, maybe you do keep him on.
Chawla bowls. It's a leg break that spins into the left-hander. He goes forward and defends.
Because this could be the defining 6-7 overs here. If Australia can get going and get their total up around 250, geez, that looks a big total on a wicket that's not quite as flat as the last one. But if India can get a couple of wickets and keep it around 220...
Yes, and Chawla bowls, and the next one is pushed out by Hussey out to cover. He can't get a run.
Massive difference. Chowla, he's bowled beautifully. 19 years of age. He's been around here for a couple of months. Hasn't played. And he's in his 10th over and only gone from 31 runs.
Hussey plays the next one. That's turning into him from off stump, out of his pads to square leg for a single. He goes up to 35. Hogg is 12. He set himself up pretty nicely for a late overs assault. Hussey, 194 for 6, none for 29 so far for Chowla. He bowls to Hogg, who goes back, cuts out on the offside, out to deep point, and just a single. Another good over from young Piyush Chawla. The experiment with playing him has worked. The slow bowlers have done well on this ground. And you'll see a gentle little ripple of applause going all the way around. The young man playing his first game in Australia has done all right. There's always a little mystery associated with leg spinners. I suspect in this country, people get excited when they see a leg spinner.
On and off the field. They're an interesting breed.
On and off the field.
Yeah, they're always a bit
I don't know about
different,
Chawla. He's only 20, so I don't know what he does off the field, but I guess you've got a background.
I thought I knew everything that what is in Indian cricket. Glenn Mitchell's been looking you up on biographies and all that sort of stuff, and he come up, Gentleman's Magazine, is that in an Indian?
Glenn Mitchell.
Yeah, and he said you're one of the 50 people.
If I was Glenn Mitchell's producer,
you want to know more.
If I was Glenn Mitchell's producer, I'd keep him busy every minute that he was on the ground. Because he's got this wandering mind. He's always up to something. And I think his problem is that he's gone through all the available stats in the world of cricket 26 times already. So he's got nothing else to go back to. So he's trying to stir things up a little bit.
Geez, you know how to bowl a wrong, and you're bowling me a wrong in here. And guess what? I'll picture. I know where you're going. You're getting good to
come and tell you a lot of... Listen, I'm the caller. You're the expert. He's going to come and tell you a lot of falsehoods very, very shortly.
One of the 50 people you most likely want to know. Harsha Bhogle, Gentleman's Magazine. Is that an Indian?
No, the magazine shut down shortly thereafter. 10 overs, no maidens, none for 33 for Piyush Chawla.
I'm going to read that
Irfan
article.
Pathan is coming back.
I'm going to read the article.
Irfan Pathan is coming back, and the field for him. God, he's tended to bowl a touch short. Long on is out, mid-wicket is out, and long leg is out. Third man is out as well, so is Point. So he's got the extra man out on the onside to the left-hander because he's tended to drag the ball short a little bit. There's mid-off on the edge of the circle, cover, and backward point.
Got to keep away from Hogg's cut shot. He's supreme square of the wicket on the offside.
The first ball is pushed out on the offside, and he'll get just a single. I don't think anybody would mind that too much. Thank you very much for the Damien Fleming. The off button is excellent.
It's a team game, isn't it? It's a team game here, even though there's just a little bit of banter between us. We look after each other, don't we?
Yes, I'm going to be sneezing a bit today.
Gentleman's Magazine.
Not too well. Listen, it was a small little magazine that shut down pretty quickly.
Who are the other big 50? Who was a bigger name than you?
They were all big industrialists and leaders and film stars.
Boring.
And I brought up number 50 as an alternative to 51. Now here's Irfan Pathan. He's running in. He bowls to Hussey. It's short. He drags it down, looking to pull it away down to long leg, and he'll get just a single. So we've had Suresh Raina on the field all day. Dinesh Karthik has come in for a while. I think we might have seen Manoj Tiwari for a while as well, because both Tendulkar and Harbhajan had gone off. So we had a few substitutes on. Irfan Pathan has got a field of backward point, cover, mid-off and mid-wicket. 2 deliveries so far, 2 runs from it. India need a few quiet overs here. Wicket would do quite nicely as Hogg goes at the backward, punches hard into the ground, out to point, and he cannot get a run.
Sure, is Gary Kirsten here? When does he take over full time?
1st of March.
For India.
1st of March. But I think he's having a conversation with Anil Kumble at the moment. They're spending a bit of time together. India started Test series against South Africa.
Well, he should know a lot about that.
Well, he should, yes.
He was an excellent opening batsman, Gary Kirsten.
There we go with Irfan Pathan. 4 overs for 38 before this. It's a slow ball. Hogg is into the drive on the offside, drags it out on the onside. Hussey searching for a second. It's not there. Praveen Kumar comes in from the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Just a single. 3 runs in this over. At what point do you think Hussey will start throwing his bat on, or will he not do that at all?
I think he's trying. As I said, he's averaging over 50 in the series, but his strike rate's in the mid-60s. Now, that's very slow for Michael Hussey.
Yes, he'll have to get a move on here. There's a bit of batting to come as the next ball he looks to punch away out on the onside. It only goes as far as mid-wicket. So India's just tightening things up a little bit, and that's because Australia have lost wickets. But I think if you've got the likes of Lee still to come, I wouldn't mind taking a chance. One of the two can take a chance here.
Well, 250's looking a mile away now, isn't it, after these last few overs?
But I just think the track is slowing up a little bit.
Yep.
So it might not be easy to score runs on it.
I think Brad Hogg will bowl beautifully on it, and so will Nathan Bracken.
There we go with Pathan, and Hussey drives. That's full and on leg stump out to Harbhajan Singh at long on, and the single. So not a bad over that from Pathan. You'll take what you get, 4 from it. It's 199 for 6 with 5 to play.
So time to build a partnership here, and they've got to do it quickly though. Michael Hussey and Brad Hogg. Brad Hogg in his last couple of one-days for his country, and he's been a superb all-round player, having to replace the great Shane Warne before the 2003 World Cup, and he's had a fantastic career. Over 150 wickets in the one-days and some handy knocks, brilliant in the field. So he'll be missed. He won't easily be replaced. There's plenty of spinners around. Dan Cullen and Xavier Doherty, Nathan Horrocks.
I've seen Xavier Doherty bowl, and I was very excited about one particular kind of delivery that he bowls, where he just seems to check the ball, he stop, and then just sees what the batsman's committing himself and then bowls.
Robert Croft used to do that. You know, the Welsh Rock, they called him, the England team.
I know. My only problem with Robert Croft, and I'm not being rude to him, was I thought he spun himself more than he spun the ball.
I think he did, but that was an optical illusion to try and put the batsman on, and then you get bowled through the gate.
You know, it's like Australians when they're up against gentle medium pacers who hit the deck, you don't rate them. I think somehow when you've grown up in India, you look at spinners from England and you said,
off spin.
Do I want to rate him?
I couldn't imagine too many English spinners doing well in India.
No, but Monty Panesar will. I think he's a good bowler.
It's just on the slide a bit, Monty, though.
A little bit. Praveen Kumar comes back into the attack, and the first ball goes rolling along the ground. Bounce a shot of Dhoni. He looks to hit the stumps and misses, and I think Hogg would have been gone. Hogg chose to call Hussey for the single, and I'm not quite sure Hogg would have got there in time. Dhoni whipped his gloves off, but missed the stumps from about 10 yards. So 200 comes up in the 46th over.
I'm sure
you're sneaking a bye in there.
They're good mates, Hussey and Hogg. They've played for years for Western Australia. Hussey wrote a beautiful article on Hogg yesterday in the paper there, and I'm sure there was a yes and no there from Hogg, and he ran.
Yes, and Hogg would have been run out by a yard. There comes Praveen Kumar again. He bowls round the wicket. It's full. It produces the outside edge from Hussey. Bounces right behind him and goes on the bounce to Dhoni.
Hussey is mentioning what a popular member Brad Hogg is to the Australian team, and that he comes up with these Hoggisms, and he tells everything straight away and sometimes doesn't think about it. And I reckon when they got the New Zealand one trip and they're driving past a big field and there's heaps of sheep there, and Hoggy sort of turns to Hussey and goes, gee, they must really love their pork over here.
Praveen Kumar bowls around the wicket, and Hussey is looking to, Hogg rather, is looking to slide that away, I think, down to third man. He played all over it and jammed the ball down the ground, and it bounced out very gently for Praveen Kumar to field. He's asked a lot of Praveen Kumar today. He bowled 7 on the trot with the new ball, and now he's going to bowl overs number 46, 48, 50, so he must trust him a great deal.
That's not a lot. That's just being an opening bowler, isn't it? You bowl 7 at the start and 3 at the end.
For a young kid who's just coming in, yeah, I think it's asking a bit. But he's
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
Okay,
I think it's about your cricket education, and it's about tested against the best. And he's bowled beautifully. Got the first couple of wickets. 21 years of age. He's going well.
There he goes, round the wicket to Hogg. Again, bowled a slow ball. This could be a run out here. No, the Rana at cover just a tad late on it. It was well run by Hogg and Hussey, and I think Hogg succeeded in objective number 1, which is to find himself at the non-strikers end as often as possible. And 201 for 6 in the 46th over. It's an interesting question here.
Oh, yeah.
Mick from somewhere in Western Australia. Go on, then pronounce that for me.
Where is it?
Mick Kojanup. Is that Kojanup? Is a googly a wrong un? Is a googly a wrong un and a Chinaman the same delivery? Now, a googly is a wrong un, that's all right. Yep. But a Chinaman is the left-hander's stop delivery. The left-hander bowls a Chinaman and a googly.
Left-hand wrist spin.
The left-hand wrist spinner.
They bowl googlies, Chinamans.
Yes, so to a right-hander, the one that spins into the right hand is a Chinaman. The one that leaves him is the googly.
I picked a team the other night.
Ah, you did?
Yes, did I tell you who I come up with?
Left-arm Chinaman bowlers?
And I picked a really good team.
Okay. Tell us after this ball. He's gone back to over the wicket when he bowls to Hussey, who hits the ball, slogs the ball down on the onside. There's a fielder running in off the boundary at long on. Just a single. Australia only dealing in singles at this stage. What, just 3 runs of the over so far? After 5 deliveries, it's 201, 202 for 6. Gone.
What about this? Arthur Morris, the great Australian Test opener.
Do they have to have taken a wicket?
You have to have taken wickets with Chinamans at Test level.
Okay, how many did Arthur Morris get?
2, I think. What about his opening partner, though? Fireworks, Roy Fredericks from the West Indies.
Next ball is swinging in to Hogg, who hits it hard down the ground to long off and take a single. He'll keep strike. Just 4 of the over. India won't mind that. 46 overs gone. 203 for 6. Hogg 17 and Hussey 38.
You're not going to go, are you? You're looking at your watch. You're bored, are you?
No, after this
Number
over.
3, what about this? Gary Sobers. 4, Dennis Compton from England. 5, Michael Bevan. Number 6, Morris Leyland from the 30s, averaged 46 with the bat. 7, Johnny Martin, that was for Drew Morford, but he's out because I put Simon Kadich in. The original from behind it, Alice Ochoni. That was the person. Left-arm orthodox bowler from West Indies, bowled a Chinaman delivery to Walter Robbins and got stumped. And as he walked past, square leg umpire said, fancy that, getting knocked over by a Chinaman because he was of Chinese descent.
If you were answering a quiz, Glenn Mitchell would be your phone a friend.
Yeah, I always look there, don't I? I don't look to you.
Irfan Pathan runs in and bowls a slow ball. Hogg just clams down on it and takes a single to short cover. I was phone a friend once on Millionaire.
Were you on that?
No, I was the phone a friend.
For who?
For Sania Mirza, the tennis player.
And what was
one of the celebrity shows.
What was the question?
Let me throw you the question. It was a penultimate question.
Third one.
Which of these? Third one, yes, like a lot of pork in New Zealand. Which of these are identical twins?
Yeah.
It was a simple question, actually. Stephen Mark Waugh.
Yeah.
Morris and Edward Odumbi. Andy and Grant Flower. Hamish and James Marshall.
Yeah.
Hit out down to deep cover. The next one by Hussey. They'll take a single. Hussey 39. Hogg 18. It's 205 for 6. And the answer was?
Steve and Mark Waugh. No, the Marshalls. Geez, they had great hairstyles, the Marshalls,
Glenn Mitchell has almost disowned you. And he sent a little note to Caroline Davison, our producer, saying, do you really want someone with this knowledge on our telecast? Right, Hussey 39. Australia, I think, need to get a move on here. As Pathan bowls and Hogg slams it. It comes to a stop about 3 feet away from him. And they run across and take a single. Sorry, Damien Fleming's jabbing me in the ribs saying, can I complete my side? Go on.
Number 9, Lindsay Klein, who got a test hat-trick for Australia. Number 10, Chuck Fleetwood Smith from the 30s. And number 11, Johnny Wardle from England, who bowled left-arm orthodox in England and bowled Chinamans away. 12th man, Paul Adams. Remember the frog in the blender bowler from South Africa?
Of course I remember Paul Adams.
Did you bowl a bit like that? I could see you...
Paul Adams? No, I bowled right-arm leg breaks.
Okay.
Here comes Pathan again. And it's slogged away down just short of Harbhajan Singh, a deep square leg. And they come back for a second. The throw is on its way. He's going to be struggling. I think he's made it. They're going to go to the replay umpire. But I just think Hussey's made it here. They're going to celebrate with Harbhajan at the moment. The throw was a good one. But Hussey is walking back to his position at the strikers, and he thinks he's made it. It was a full toss.
Oh, it's over hip height too.
And he hit it just short of Harbhajan Singh. They went for the second run. The throw was good.
Good throw.
Flighted a little bit towards the end, and Hussey's home. Hussey's home by about 8 or 10 inches.
Yeah, that wasn't quite as exciting as we're building up there, was it?
No, the West Australian in the box was delighted. Yes, so now tell me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brad Hogg gets a game. We love Hoggy.
How many test wickets as Chinaman in that list? I'm going for 14.
Well, who do you reckon's got the most out of all those? I mean, it'd be hard to work out.
Oh, the big cheers for the not-out. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's not a big... Look, there's a streaker.
He's a funny fellow.
How funny is he going to be? Well, what's he going to do?
He's going unchallenged all the way.
The goose step. Oh, he's gone in one effort. Jeez,
who's going to take
couldn't move laterally. He's a big man, but obviously hasn't been working on his lateral skills.
Yeah, I mean, if I went into a mall and I saw all these people selling expensive clothes, I'd look at him and say, what a waste of time. Let me set up a clothes shop with no clothes in them and say, Emperor's new clothes.
He can do that. So they promised much and gave little.
I'll tell you
a little bit like the way he looked himself.
What it's doing is it's only marginally shortening the break. India bowled it overs very, very quickly. They should finish at 5:45. I think the problem at the moment is how do you cover him? Can one of the fielders take his shirt off? Give it him?
He's got a massive round of applause. He's a big man. He looks like a centre-half forward. He's about 6'4",
given that he was a streaker, I wouldn't use that word.
No, I've already used the little man one. Well, I can't tell now anyway.
They found a towel for him.
Oh, well, $6,000-7,000 out of pocket.
I've always wondered, can I take
whether
a bet?
you can do it? Sure, get out there.
No. Can you take a bet for $10,000 saying you'll do it so you still make money in the end?
I think you get the lifetime ban though, but
it's so easy to be popular these days. They're clapping for him as well.
Well, maybe a few of the players need to do it, seeing the way their PR's been this year. Just to raise the public.
Let's get back to the game.
Okay.
Hussey 41. Sorry, was that a bit rude with you? I know you're going on with that story, but I thought people might say...
What story we're talking about?
No? Okay, forget it.
Okay.
Hussey 41. Hogg has gone on to 19 as the last ball of two balls left in the 47th over. Australia 208 for 6, 3/8 at 24. 232. They'd be very happy with 232, wouldn't they? Or would they?
Oh, I think from here, definitely.
Here's Pathan in again. And it's paddled fine down to long leg for a boundary. Suresh Raina, the substitute, was inside the circle. And Irfan Pathan's horror run today continues. 5 overs of 42 before this. And already in this over, 9 runs in this over, so he's gone past a half century. He'll have to do something with the bat.
Well, he's not going to raise anything here.
It's just one of those days, isn't it?
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? He didn't try to overhit it, and he got it fine enough.
Yes, Hussey's gone on to 45. Yes, Hogg is 19. And Irfan Pathan is taking his time. There's 3 overs to come, and they've got another 21 minutes before the schedule break, so it's going to be a very long mid-innings break.
Will he go over mid-wicket here?
What do you do? Who bowls over number 49 now? Here's Irfan Pathan. He bowls down the wicket. He misses. Dhoni misses as well. Now the throw is at the non-strikers end. Is Hussey going to be run out? Has he got hold of it, Irfan Pathan? I think Hussey was struggling, but the fact that he's staying there leads me to believe that maybe it wasn't collected cleanly, because that was a suicidal run. Dhoni threw not to the strikers end, where he had a chance of running Hogg out, but he threw to the non-strikers end.
No, it was
because Hussey was struggling.
Dhoni. Very good thinking.
Now, has Pathan gathered the ball? Yes, he has. Hussey looks like he's struggling. Stretch the bat, stretch the bat. The ball breaks the stumps, and Hussey is out. Hussey is out, I'm afraid. Gone for 45, and Australia will be 212 for 7. Wonderful thinking by Mahendra Singh Dhoni. Hussey has started to walk before the decision comes in. My favorite word up on the screen, decision pending. And I think the pending decision is going to be out, because Hussey is almost near the 30-yard circle. Out it is.
Well done, MS Dhoni. Very good. He's impressed with his captaincy and his batting this summer. Smart man who'll lead India for many a year to come, you would have thought.
What is Brad Hogg thinking about, though, at the moment? Because
he did it once before.
Yes. Hussey's gone for 45 in 67 balls. And I think Australia might just cost Australia about 10 runs, unless
Hoggy might not be happy with the article.
That's the real reason. That's the real reason. I'll leave it to talk about it, because I need to move on as well and get Glenn Mitchell. And I must warn you, he's in slightly bad mood today. So all the best to Damien Fleming.
Thanks, Harsha. So 7 wickets down now for Australia, and it's the big wicket of Michael Hussey, run out for 45. Probably didn't need to happen there. So 18 balls to go. So a score between 230, 240 is on the cards as Brett Lee comes out, which is probably not a bad thing for the Australians. They'd love to hit some boundaries, get it all the way over the boundary there. Kumar's got the ball in his hand. He picked up the first couple of wickets this afternoon. He's got 2 for 34 as he starts his 9th over. And Glenn Mitchell, the running between Hogg and Hussey, it nearly happened the over before. As you just get is that a little bit of coffee? Is that some sort of Indian tribal event or something there, Harsha? Really, he's taken to you, hasn't he?
That's what friends do in India, mate. Apparently.
Is that what they do?
Yeah.
Or is that why he got in that 50 people you really want to meet in that gentleman's magazine?
Coffee down the back of your neck. He's a lovely
Was
guy.
it called a gentleman magazine, or was it a gentleman's magazine?
Gentleman magazine. One of the 50 people you'd like to know more. I know too much about him. As Lee's hit on the pad here by Kumar, chance of a run out, throws at the non-striker's end, and the batsman get a leg by, I would think. Or did he nick it onto his pad? Lee nicked it onto his pad. Now,
Brad Hogg doesn't know what he's doing.
They get a single, 7 for 213. Why is that, under the laws of the game, not obstructing the field? Something that's always fascinating.
Well, he ran under the ball.
Lee is running down the pitch, and he has veered them down the middle of the pitch. to stop now.
He's not allowed to.
Umpire Cootsen's down there.
Yeah, he's not allowed to run down the pitch.
But often you'll see a batsman will veer directly taking the line of a fieldsman. Now, why doesn't an umpire say you are out there obstructing the field because you have run down the middle of the pitch deliberately, you've veered onto the pitch to stop. You've got to throw the ball through the batsman to reach the stumps.
And it's the forgotten rule, isn't it, obstructing the field? We don't see enough of it.
Appeal for that. As Hogg's on strike, Kumar around the wicket, and he square drives or square nudges, no real flourish in the bat, out to Harbage in the shadows at square point 7.
I'd like to see a replay.
2:14. Hogg is 20. Lee actually changed his line. Here, you're going to see it now. Oh no, this is that's the earlier effort by Dhoni when he ran out Hussey.
Good stuff,
but
Dhoni.
I've often wondered if a team appealed there and said, I'm appealing for obstructing the field because the batsman veered, ran down the middle of the pitch.
Problem is, all teams do it. All players do it.
Yeah, well, they could soon stamp it out. But I reckon that should be, that's questionable.
That might be my next rule next year.
After leg buys, Lee. Yeah. No leg by this time. Defends back to Kumar, who misfields the most easy. And then Yuvraj overruns it as well, and it ricocheted to extra cover. Unbelievable. Lee just patted the ball back. It bounced kindly to about shin height, and the bowler in his follow-through missed it. And it ricocheted out towards extra cover for a single. Here's the... Oh, no, that was the previous throw. I want to see the other one.
No, we're not getting
7 for 215, Lee's 2.
I sense another run out. Hoggy knows he hasn't got long left at this level, and I think he's already tearing up a bit. He's getting emotional.
He hasn't got long to run out more teammates, is what you're saying. He's nearly finished his career. Kumar in around the wicket and bowls to the left-handed Hogg. He goes back and nudges to point. They'll go for the single. Rohit Sharma unloads at the non-striker's end, and they don't get an overthrow because the ball whizzed beyond the field restriction circle. But Lee had run too far past at the striker's
Hoggy was
end.
keen to go again there.
He wants to run someone else out. Hogg's 21, 7 for 216.
So, not too many balls left now. 14 to go. It's been a dearth of boundaries, really, in the second half of the innings. Can Brett Lee get onto a couple? He loves it over mid-wicket.
One of the biggest rivalries in sport is underway.
Welcome to the Ashes, folks.
But don't worry, there's still plenty more to come with ABC Sport. WBBL Finals.
The ball smashes it over the rope for 6.
The Big Bash.
Shots everywhere.
Grand Slam tennis at the Australian Open.
Drop volley, puts it away. Are you not entertained, Rod Laver Arena?
Australia and India in women's white ball and test match cricket. The men's T20 World Cup. Plus the women's Asian Cup.
What a strike! What a goal from Saka!
And that's all before the footy takes centre stage once again. ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of netball.
There's no man there.
He does. He'll...
and generally, if he contacts, it doesn't matter if there's fieldsman there, does he? He goes all the way.
Top deck of the ladies or members pavilion. He faces Kumar, and he drives straight back over the bowler's head. They go through for one. Will they try and come back for a second? Hogg wants one. Throw is very wild down to the non-strike, to the keeper's end by Rayner. Dhoni had to move about 3 pitches to the onside to get anywhere near the incoming throw by the substitute Rayner. So 2 more to Lee. He's 4, 7 for 218.
It's exciting cricket, but it's
fraught with danger.
It's dreadful cricket as well, isn't it? Like you'd be disappointed if that was the under-12s fielding the ball and the running between the wickets here.
Rayner's missed the stumps at the far end by 15 metres. The keeper had to move out to mid-wicket.
It's got a weird release. The batsmen are finding it hard to pick it up.
Kumar away from us again. A low full toss. Well bowled. Lee drives for just 1 down towards mid-on. Hoggy wanted a second, but went back as the bouncing return goes back to the keeper. The return that time from Robin Uthappa. Be interesting to see if he opens the batting in about an hour's time. The end of the 48th over. 7 for 219. 48 overs bowled. Just 12 legitimate deliveries to come. Lee's 5, Hogg's 21.
Well there, Kumar. You're worried about him bowling length, particularly to Brett Lee, so he can get under it and use all those fast twitch fibres he's got, hit it out of the ground, but
9 overs,
he got it at full enough length, so he couldn't get under it. So he's bowled really well.
Now,
Satan, a different story.
He's bowled 6 overs for 51.
So his length is different. He's been going short of a length too much and gives batsmen too many options. Hussey swept one fine. Other blokes have hit it over mid-wicket.
Dangerous, fine leg inside the circle. Patan to Lee, a swing and a miss wide of off stump. Didn't get his foot across. Patan, 111 Ks. He's bowled a lot slower consistently tonight. I don't know if it's a plan or whether he's not 100%.
Oh, the off-cutters. He's decided to bowl a lot of off-cutters.
But you think you'd mix it up with the odd quickie, but he hasn't even done that. They've all been sort of sub 120 Ks pretty much.
Whereas that's what we were talking about, that he actually looked like he got his pace back in those last couple of tests and first few one-days.
Comes in again. Lee play and miss again. And he almost got run out. He was dancing down the pitch. Again, that delivery was only 116 Ks, but he had to turn and come back, Lee, because Dhoni was about to underarm it at the stumps.
I think this is showing why Nathan Bracken will be a big factor on this pitch. He'll bowl these off-cutters, and they bounce a bit. They spin a little bit.
Problem is for Dhoni, they're bouncing twice. He's
moved up now.
He's finding it difficult to glove it.
He needs some signal if it is the quicker ball.
Not to concede a bye. Patan left arm over the wicket. Lee gets one off his pads and makes good connection. It'll go out the deep backward square for 4. Well done there by Brett Lee. He's up to 9. 7 for 223.
It's not a good ball, is it? A sort of length ball on leg stump. You're going to go. He's bowling off cutter, so he needs to get the ball on off stump or outside and get Brett Lee hitting on the up at least.
None for 55 in his 8th over.
7th over.
7th over, you're right. He's not having a good day. Patan has Lee swinging across the line. 4 more. Out towards wide, long on. His day is going from bad to worse, Irfan Patan. Lee's up to 13. 7 for 227.
Yeah, it's poor bowling, isn't it? Short of a length. Brett Lee's got so much power. Also, he got that front leg out of the way. He can hit through the line. He's got to bowl Yorkers.
Problem is, at this pace, it could almost be full tosses. You can get charged. They're coming out so slowly. 5 men ringing the boundary. Patan delivers again. Lee drives at this and slices it for 4 out through backward point. It was a low full toss. Oh dear, Irfan Patan is having a horrible evening. He's in his 7th over. He's got none for 63. 3 boundaries off this over, and it's yet to finish, Kerry O'Keefe.
Irfan should have gone surfing. Hasn't been his best. What's going on? Because he's been a bloke that can move the ball, change his pace. They've just lacerated him from the outset. He went for 33 and 2.
He's bowling. Every delivery is these 115 km/h off cutters.
There's something wrong.
Yeah.
They've played him. They've got Sharma injured. He's not coming back either, is he?
No. 3rd man's inside the circle.
Oh,
mid-wicket's going to the right. There's a single anywhere on the onside.
Brett Lee doing the business.
Last ball of the 49th over, and luckily for Irfan Patan, it'll be the last ball he'll bowl in the match. He delivers to Lee, who takes a big swing. He's hit it long towards long off. Should be caught in the shadows, and he is. He chanced his arm one too many times, Brett Lee. And he's finally provided Patan with a wicket down towards long off. The man underneath it, I think, was Praveen Kumar that's taken the catch. Or was it Rohit Sharma? It's Rohit Sharma. He's coming up now out of the shadows. Lee looking for 6 down the ground. Didn't quite get hold of it. It's a good catch because it went very high in the air and it hung for quite some time. So after going for 3 boundaries off 3 consecutive balls, finally Patan ends his spell with a wicket, but it's come at a cost of 63 runs. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 63, and Brett Lee made 17. Just 1 over to come. Mitch Johnson, who can hit, he's the man coming out into the middle. And it's 8 for 231 with 6 legal deliveries to go.
Lee did a terrific job with Hogg. That 17 was invaluable. The totals at 231, 240 plus. Hasn't been run down in a final in the 2000s. So there's plenty of games being played, and anything over 240 wins the match. Australia will defend this strongly. They've got their best bowling attack out, I reckon. Lee, Bracken, Johnson, Hopes, Hogg. That's the top 5. They'll have a total to bowl behind. India will think they've done a fairly good job, but at 3 for 24 they may have done better. They've still got to finish. Hogg's on strike, or is it Johnson? Johnson's on strike, and he can hit. So they have to finish, the Indians. Anything, if something like 15 plus comes off the over, Australia are strong favourites.
Praveen Kumar is going to start around the wicket from the Paddington end in the last over. He started the ball rolling today, dismissing Gilchrist for 7 and Ponting for 1. Michael Clark went shortly after for 4. Australia was then 3 for 24. Kumar wide out around the wicket, driving at it. Johnson will get a single to backward point. The ball slid off the outside edge. It brings Hogg on to strike immediately. 5 balls remaining. Australia 8 for 232. Hogg can hit a long ball when he makes good contact.
He can. I don't know what he's thinking, whether he's looking boundaries or whether they're just going to make sure they score off every delivery. He's not that easy to hit, Praveen Kumar. He bowls just back of the length.
He delivers. Hogg gets one well up. A beautifully directed Yorker into leg stump, and all he can do is run it out towards Yuvraj at straight mid-wicket. That was well bowled. It's 8 for 233. Hogg to 22.
Clever delivery from Praveen Kumar around the wicket, angling into middle and leg stump. Forced the jab down, just a single. India will settle for singles last over.
Johnson back on strike. He has one. Kumar bowls well up again, and he's worked it down towards deep backward square, running away towards the rope. In pursuit, the ball is flicked back, gathered in the end by Gambier. It was flicked back by Chowler, and they get 3. So it brings Hogg back onto strike again. 3 valuable runs there to Johnson. It didn't go where he meant it to. He's trying to hit it through mid-wicket. He's 4. 8 for 236. 3 balls to go in the innings.
Well, Johnson's the power hitter. Hogg's more of a placer, although at his prime he could clear the boundary. I don't know whether he can these days. We'll see.
There's a gap over or into deep mid-wicket. Kumar delivers. It's a wide outside off stump. He gets away with it. Umpire Coutson looked at it. It must have been almost over the top of that little white painted guideline towards the return crease.
Oh, line ball. India have dodged one there. A lot of umps would have given that a wide in the last over of the innings, looking for width. Praveen Kumar has escaped. 2 balls left.
Now, Yuvraj is on the circle at straight mid-wicket. So there's an inviting gap over his head between a deep forward square leg, and the deep forward square leg is being pushed now towards square leg proper, right in front of the O'Reilly stand. So there's a 70-metre gap between long on and square leg on the rope. Kumar delivers, and it's a full toss, and it's flicked away by Hogg to the man at regulation straight mid-wicket. Yuvraj, a single. Hogg 23. 8 for 237. 1 ball to go.
Hogg's done a terrific job, but he's an accumulator these days. Johnson has the pick-up and the follow-through of the 6-hitter. We've seen him in Perth tee off and land a few against India in the Test match. Can he do it last ball? Australia's 237, 240 plus. Normally wins. He needs a boundary.
Fine leg up inside the circle. The crowd getting involved. Kumar bowls. Johnson a big swing. They may get 2. It's trickled to a vacant square leg. They're coming back for the second and will get there in the end on the throw across the body from Chowler to the non-striker's end. Australia finished their 50 overs having won the toss at 8 for 239, and we'll know in about 4 hours' time whether that is enough to go 1-0 up in the best of 3 series. Johnson is 6 not out. Brad Hogg is 23 not out. And Australia have closed at 8 for 239. We'll give you a call of the card in a moment. But Kerry, some comments before we go back to the studio.
Well, an enthralling innings, Glenn, I thought. Australia won the toss and batted. There was lots of sighs around the ground. Oh, we haven't got a contest. Well, we have got a contest because the Indians made early inroads. Praveen Kumar and Sharma reduced Australia to 3 for 24. And things look good for the Indians, but this is a very good batting pitch. And the moment Hayden assessed it, Ian Simons rallied. Hayden looked at 100, was done by Harbhajan. Hussey got 45. The tail contributed. Hopes, Lee, Hogg, and all made valuable contributions towards the end. In the end, 8 for 239, 240 plus is a formidable total in the final here. If you look at recent history, there'll be a proud defence of this total. India look buoyant, though. They think they've done a job. They've marched off the field. There's lots of backslapping. They think that they've restricted Australia to under par here. This is perhaps a little quicker than some of the pitches we've seen. There's not as much scarring as there has been. They'll say, we can bat on this sort of deck. We've batted well in the past. Recently, they chased 317 and got a plenty.
299.
299. So they have form on this pitch. It's a pitch that it's a colour that they like, but they still have to get Tendulkar away. His second innings record is not that good in limited overs. They've got a few other hitters. Gambhir's the key. Gautam Gambhir at 3. He looks an all-round the wicket player. He's got a drop anchor and keep the scoreboard ticking. Australia will hit them initially with Lee and Johnson and Bracken. How successful their early order is might determine how they go. Pathan's at 8 and then the at 7 and then the bowlers. So there's not a lot after Pathan. But can Australia get to them? I don't know. I'm enthralled. I thought Australia would pin their ears back, get 280 on this deck, having won the toss. To get 239, there's a vulnerability. But as I've said so often, I fancy this one-day attack of Australia. I think it's their best. Johnson's bowling out of his skin. Lee's having a summer to die for. Bracken, well, he's in the form of his life. Hopes is also the straightest of the bowls. Hogg will be attacked. How Brad Hogg goes could be the determining factor. The Australians attacked Irfan Pathan and he paid a heavy price. India have attacked Brad Hogg throughout the summer. There's not a lot of turn in this pitch. There is a bit, though, and we'll see what happens.
Interesting, though, Kerry. Harbhajan 10 overs, 2 for 38. The young bloke, his first game of the series, Chowler, the leg spinner, 10 overs for 33. So the spinners, the primary spinners, 20 overs for 71 runs. Australia has only the one specialist. We haven't seen Simons bowl for about a month. Are we likely to see himself and Michael Clarke used tonight, or they primarily go for the 4 quicks?
Well, I think they will go for the 4 quicks, but if this pitch dies, as it often does, and the slower bowlers offer more options, both Michael Clarke and Andrew Simons are wicketless in the preliminary series. That's very odd that the part-timers haven't got a wicket between them, and here they are, perhaps asked to do a wicket-taking job at some stage tonight. So it's a very engrossing contest, this. I was a bit stunned. I thought, you know, Ponting's failed again here. Michael Clarke got a bad decision, it has to be said. That both are terrific players on this sort of pitch. They managed 5 between them. So it was really Hayden's muscle at the top and Hussey in the middle order that's got Australia to something they can defend. Brad Hogg, he'll turn it. And the Indian spinners, as you say, did bowl well. But
India play him well.
Yeah, they do play him well. And what will their attitude? Can they attack him with impunity? We'll see later on tonight.
Hi, this is Steve Smith. This is ABC Grandstand's live and commercial-free coverage of the cricket.
Yes, it's a very pleasant evening here. A bit cooler than we're used to. We're just thinking about the last time we saw Australia play here in March. Probably have to go back to the 1992 World Cup. I think it was the last time I saw Australia.
Be right, surely.
Yeah, 16 years. You feel autumn in the air a bit here. It's cooler tonight, and the shadow is right across the pitch already, whereas in January you wouldn't have got to this point. Lee's got the ball. Tendulkar and Uthapar are out there. They need 240. Now Lee charges up. First ball is nudged away down towards third man. Uthapar is off the mark, and there's a fumble down there. They don't get a second run because there's a recovery after the fumble from James Hopes. So Sachin Tendulkar arguably playing his final innings on this famous old ground where, of course, he made 100, batting with Ravi Shastri way back in 91-92. But he hasn't had a great series here. Just 1/2 century, averaging 23. And if India are going to win this game, you'd think that he would have to play an innings.
He's up against it, though. Form doesn't suggest he's going to be able to play that. Not against a fired-up Brett Lee and Nathan Bracken. Bracken gets him a bit with the in-swinger. Brett Lee's got him a couple of times LBW, but he's also swinging the ball away. But will the big final stir the little master up? Robin Utaba, young, talented batsman at the other end, opens up in first-class cricket in India, but the times I've seen him against the new ball, he hasn't looked confident at all.
So it's Lee running in now to bowl to Tendulkar. Tendulkar shuffles and pushes off his pad around the corner and gets a single to Bracken at fine leg. The potency of Australia's pace attack through Lee, Johnson and Bracken has been remarkable. Between them, they've taken 44 wickets at around 16 a pop.
Well, one of the impressive things for me, well, Hope's economy rate's 3.31. Mitchell Johnson, who was someone as a young kid, I thought, oh, he sprays him a bit, 3.4 his economy rate is, and Bracken 3.98. Brett Lee's eked a bit, but he's got a lot of wickets. So tough work here for India.
Lee comes in, Utapa walks across and down the leg side. It's well saved by Gilchrist. It may have flicked the pad because, yes, there is an indication of a wide. That's a very marginal call.
He's walked across the crease, Jim.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't hit leg stump now, it's a wide. Yeah, look at Gilly.
Gilly can't believe it, and a few others can't either because he went so far across. Gilly actually made a very good save down the leg side because the ball didn't carry to him.
I think that's against what the rules brought in for. And there's a little white mark that's about 5 centimetres outside leg stump. I'd still like that to be the mark.
It's not far away from the leg stump as he bowls again, and Utapa defends a ball that's right on line out into the covers where Simons is on the gallop to field. None for 3, a couple of singles and a wide. Australia batted first after winning the toss, and their innings was anchored by another big knock from Hayden, 82 from 88 balls with 10 fours, but they lost Gilchrist for 7, Ponting 1, Clark 4. Then Simons and Hayden turned it around with a partnership of exactly 100 before Simons holed out in the deep to Kumar off Harbhajan. Lee's running in again. He bowls and Uttapa's beaten outside the off stump. Too quick for the lad as he pushed at it and nearly nicked it into the gloves. Hayden caught on the sweep. Good catch by Chawla off Harbhajan. Made 82. Hope's 15. Hussey 45. Lee 17. With 3 successive boundaries from Patan. Hogg was 23 and Johnson 6. 7 wides and a bye in the total of 8 for 239. Sharma left the field after bowling his 8 overs. Haven't had a report. Hopefully he's okay. He didn't come back, but he only conceded 32 runs for that 1 wicket. As Lee bowls again, and Uttapa is pushing away on the offside to Simons on the run from cover. Kumar 2 for 49. Patan very expensive, 1 for 63 from 7, but it was the spin that grabbed everyone's attention. Shalwa, first game of the series, none for 33 off 10. Harbhajan 2 for 38 off 10, and Yuvraj 4 overs 1 for 18, and Rohit Sharma 1 over of off spin for 5. So what is the key here for Australia? Their pace attack's been so good. Will they need a bit of Hogg and Michael Clark? Maybe Simons is going to bowl again. As Lee runs in and bowls, and Uttapa pushes forward, sends it square of the wicket, and it's fielded out there by Clark. And that's the end of the first over. 3 runs from that. India chasing 240 to go 1 up in the best of 3 final series.
He hasn't been sided too much, Simo, has he, with the ball? Well, 5.5 overs for the summer in the 1 days. And so that's an interesting call. No doubt Brad Hogg's going to be a big factor here. There was turn and a little bit of extra bounce for the spin of the Indians, and Michael Clark will bowl overs. Bracken's off-cutters will play a big part, but at the start he'll try and get the new ball up to swing. He's knocked over Tendulkar 4 times already in one-day cricket, and generally is a big factor swinging back into Tendulkar's pads.
18 wickets at 15.22. Stunning figures for Nathan Bracken. White ball specialist, red ball, not seen.
Oh, I'd still like him to. I hope it's not the end of his Test career. I'd love to see him get another opportunity at some stage.
Well, he's bowling with a couple of slips, and it's to Tendulkar, who's beaten outside the off stump. Gee, that was a good ball first up. It pitched near the line, committed him to play. He just played the line. If he pushed his bat towards it a bit more, he may have nicked it.
Just that one ball shows the beauty of a left-hander who can swing the ball in. Tendulkar's trying to get on the front foot to cover the swing, and it's the one that goes across him. Beats him all end up. Beautiful bowling by Bracken. Not bad first ball.
Outstanding. 2 slips go down as Bracken runs in, and Tendulkar is forward, gets that in the middle, or most of it, just opens the face of the bat and sends it to Clark just behind point. You just know with Tendulkar, if he does get the ball on a length where he can play a shot, it's going to go through this field. He hits some skimming shots when he's going, as he did the other day when he played that cameo down in Hobart that got India over the line very quickly. Bracken goes in again, and Tendulkar is leaving. Good judgment. Ball was just outside the line, and he thought, yeah, that's going to hold its line pretty much. I can leave it alone, and he did.
Oh, it's nicely played, isn't it? He's getting himself a good look at it. Hasn't been too many balls swinging in as yet. But good pace from Bracken, good bounce. Gilchrist taking around hip height.
Hayden alongside him, and Ponting at second slip. The usual trio there as Bracken runs in, and Tendulkar tucks him away with a little wristy flick to the onside, but not through the field because Hussey is out there to collect it, as he is always doing, and applauding, encouraging the usual carry on in the field to get the energy levels going, if they're not already, just for the thought of defending. 239. Matthew Hayden top scored with 82. A full house here at the SCG. Watching Bracken run in, and Tendulkar drives and miscues. Thick inside edge, it's flying down towards long leg, and it's going to be stopped by Lee running around the boundary. He went to drive. The ball just moved a tad, and he got an edge past his stumps. Streaky shot takes him to 3 of the score to 5 in the second over.
Well, that was close. Unlucky there, Nathan Bracken. Getting the ball just to come back in, and he's lunging for the ball. That was wide outside of stump. He's almost committing himself too much on the front foot and just couldn't control his shot. Real worries for Uttapur if Bracken can bowl his in-swinger.
Bracken bowls, and it's across him outside the off stump. No shot, the end of the over, and the total is 5. So 2 overs gone, 5 runs scored. This is grandstand one-day cricket. Jim Maxwell and Damien Fleming at the SCG on ABC local radio, and wherever you are around the world, you can find us on abc.net.au/cricket. It's Adam Gilchrist's last game here, but probably the last game for a few others, including, as we mentioned, Sachin Tendulkar.
Yep, Bradley Hogg. So some great players are finishing up, but there's been some youth on show today, and Kumar and Chawla for India with the ball. Sharma as well. Got Uttapur out there. Johnson's got a chance for Australia.
Lee runs in, and Uttapur pushes him around the corner. Yes, no, look out, we better go now. We get there easily. I think it came from the pad. Yep, it's a leg by, and the score rolls along to 6. So we're seeing some wonderful international cricketers here, and it just makes you wonder, looking at all of this and the coloured gear as time rolls on, how much more we're going to be seeing of them in this form of the game as opposed to 2020.
Exactly. Well, next year the format changes, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Probably 5 games in the 50 over against each nation.
Lee bowls, and a nasty lifting ball is well evaded, or fortunately evaded, by Uttapur. That was a flyer as it went through outside the off stump at Tendulkar, rather. That was a superb delivery.
Wow.
Hit the pitch, it lifted, and just went past his helmet and through to the keeper, Gilchrist. That was a thriller.
It's always a great sight when the batsman's lifted off both feet, and when you don't have any part of your foot on the ground, it's hard to change your shot. And that's just lifted him up. Beautiful ball. Gilchrist taking it head height.
The ball had a real heat. He bowls again. Tendulkar pushes, gets a quick run, sending it out towards mid-wicket as Hussey comes in and throws past the stumps. It was a good little confrontation there in the best possible spirit, with both Tendulkar and Lee close to each other after the ball flew through, but just looking at each other in competitive manner.
Oh, there's a few smiles there, acknowledging that it was a great ball.
They're baring their teeth, but almost friendly. Recognition of each other's skill as he bowls again at Uttapar, and it's pushed off his hip to square. Straight to Harsha, and the score stays at 7 in the third over.
Well, he's worth a bouncer, Uttapar. I've seen him flat bat Brett Lee back over his head a couple of times in India, also here last time at the SCG, but I don't know how well he actually plays the pull and hook shot. He practiced it after that short ball end.
Well, you want to have good reflexes, because with a new ball, Lee is quick, really quick. He might get away with it over the slips or something like that, but Lee bowls to him now, and it's down the leg side. It's a wide. Yeah, just outside the line, and that's enough.
Yeah.
And umpire Harper's certainly consistent.
Yeah, when it's a short like that, I think it is. It's just those fuller ones when batsmen move across the crease and just miss leg stump. But, you know, I think that's against what the rule was intended for. I think it was that balls, you know, at 30 centimetres outside stump that are full that you can't leg glance.
Now Uttapar's just doing up his boots. Did we hear anything about Ishant Sharma, who left the field? Has he got an injury? Burst of blood vessel in his finger. Yeah, right. Right. Okay, what, not play again in Brisbane?
End of their career, what's he saying?
Right. Well, hopefully he won't have to bat. Here comes Lee, charging in and bowls to Uttapar, who pushes the ball square of the wicket on the offside, and he'll come back for a couple of runs as Clark runs out towards the junction of the Roebuck and the ladies' stand out on the western side of the ground. We've got a lovely twilight time here, shadows right across the ground, so there's no in-between light on the pitch. It's just the fact that they're playing against a white ball under lights, and it's not yet dark. It's none for 10 in the third over. Uttapar on 3 facing Brett Lee. He rushes in towards him, and he goes back and pushes the ball away on the offside to Simons, and that's the end of the over. So pretty tight bowling, apart from a couple of balls marginally down the leg side. 2 overs for 7 for Lee, and lots of interest in this run chase, given India's performance a week ago when they missed out by only 18.
Yeah, they're just positioning themselves at the moment, both teams. Is the new ball the best time to score, with the ball coming on a lot quicker? It's not too much swing there, and will it get slower and lower and spin more the later the pitch goes on? I think it will go that way, but how quickly will it deteriorate that way?
Ponting just having a word to Brett Lee at the end of his over, and he settles in at second slip. Nathan Bracken with a mop of hair about the place, and Tendulkar plays a lovely shot through the covers. He's got a good bat. It's a good middle, and it's running out to the line, and it's pulled off by Clark and Simons. They play the 1-2, and they get 2 runs. Typical Tendulkar shot. He just leant on it, and it flew off his sweet spot and went between cover and point towards the boundary. A couple of runs.
What a wonderful shot. Just a forward defence. Just opened up a little bit more. Hit the gap. Beautiful batting from Tendulkar.
But that's where he's going, on the angle at him. Bracken comes in, and he leaves the ball on that angle, hitting the pitch and going away towards the slips. But yeah, Tendulkar played exceptionally against the red ball, but against the white ball, at the top of the order, he's looked more vulnerable, hasn't he?
Yes, certainly. So much so that there was talk about him dropping down to 4. But they've stuck with him. You know, if anyone's going to play the master knock, well, you still think it's in him. But the new ball has found him wanting a bit this summer so far. The white one, anyway.
Here's Bracken. Tendulkar chases and hits the ball for 4, over point. Well, it was asking for it. A little short and wide, and he didn't miss it. He did not miss out. He got under it, and he lifted it over Clark's head. Sure as any shot is played by a batsman, and away to the boundary for 4. No, none for 16, Tendulkar 10.
Yeah, you don't want to get there to Tendulkar, can you? Freeze his arms outside off stump. He doesn't want to overcompensate now and get on middle and leg.
Bracken comes up to Tendulkar, and he's across and behind and defending into the offside, and to Michael Clark, who's charging in to stop them going for a run, which they were never going to do. So just the signs there that maybe Tendulkar can get away tonight. And if he does, they're a big chance of mowing down this total of 8 for 239.
But they may have to score quickly early, though. The Australians were going at a run of ball, and it really slowed once they lost some wickets and the ball got softer.
Bracken comes in, back goes Tendulkar, solidly in defence, away down the offside of the pitch.
But they've made some good changes, Jim, haven't they, the Indian team? Like, there's a lot of players here that are of a young age that'll be around for the next World Cup. I'd like to see what our one-day team's like this time next year. We're going to see some massive changes. Last year, already McGrath and the Warnes and Langers and Martins, even though they're test players, you know, there'll be no Gilchrist and Hogg. And Gilchrist, we know how massive that. Hogg's big as well. To replace someone with 155 wickets in one-day internationals.
Bracken bowls, and Tendulkar's watching outside the line of the off stump. That's the end of the over. 4 overs gone. India have made 16 of the 240 they need. Uthapar is 3, and Tendulkar maybe on the verge of something special. He's on 10. And after Damien Fleming, Harsha's coming in.
So 4 and over for the Indians so far. Uthapar on 3, Tendulkar just starting to open up in that last over, hitting Bracken for a 4 over point. He's on 10. So most importantly for India, no wickets lost so far. The Australians scored quickly, but they lost half their overs pretty early, and then they had to rebuild with Hussey and Hopes as Harsha comes back into the box. This is a great battle, this. Brett Lee.
Yes, and he's bowling well, isn't he? He's bowling fast and straight as he runs in and bowls to Uthapar, who plays it off his pads. It's in the air for a while, but it's run away down to deep backward square. He searches for a second. Bracken is in with the throw. He doesn't have the strongest throwing arm, Bracken, but Tendulkar turned down Uthapar's invitation for a second. He thought it might be an invitation to something else.
Just got it a bit fine. I think Uthapar thought he might have got it a bit squarer. But, yeah, it's just an arm wrestle, isn't it? There hasn't been a lot of swing for the Australians, but good pace from Lee.
I think the one thing in India's favour is that it's still fairly bright and dry. And so the little layer of dew that you can sometimes get if the temperature changes very rapidly, that's maybe not going to happen. 2 slips as Lee bowls to Tendulkar, gets a short rising ball that he dabs down in front of him and trots across for a single again as Simons comes in from his position at cover. So Tendulkar goes up to 11, Uthapar 4. And India in the 5th over are 18 for no loss. That objective number 1 would be not to lose wickets to the new ball, and I think that's important. The second objective will be, if one person gets in, then you stay in. Make it count. And it's interesting, right through the series, batting's been difficult, but when one player gets in, he's got to go on and make it a big score.
Which
and I think that's what
really haven't.
Not always.
This one-day series.
Lee in again. He bowls to Uthapar. It's a slow ball. He's pushed it out into the covers, just short of Brad Hogg. And they will take another single. So 3 singles from the first 3 balls. Tendulkar 11, Uthapar 5.
Well, Gambier's got the 200s for India.
Yes.
And Gilchrist and Ponting have got 1 each. So that's not a lot of hundreds.
No, but I thought Gilchrist's comment after the game against Sri Lanka that they lost, when he said he feels a bit like a goose. He said, because I was in, it wasn't the easiest of pitches to come in and bat on. It had just started to freshen up a little bit. He said, I was in and I should have stayed all the way through. It just took a little life.
Have you ever felt like a goose?
Lee bowls, and it's driven down by Tendulkar. Again, wide of Hogg. He runs across and takes a single. So they're playing this over well. 4 from it already from the first 4 balls. It's 20 for no loss with Tendulkar on 12. I don't know what it is to feel like a goose. I'm just assuming that feeling like a goose means feeling a bit stupid. And
have you ever felt like a goose?
Oh, very often. Very often. I feel like a goose about
It's good every now and again, I think.
About 5 times an hour. If I'm talking to Glenn Mitchell, I feel like a goose every sentence. Here we go with Lee. And Uthapar is in the hook shot. He hasn't timed it well, but he plays it in the gap between mid-on and square leg. And he'll come back for 2. His game to play shots early on. Robin Uthapar, he likes to get on with it. He goes up to 7 now. And India in the 5th over are now 22 for no loss. Let's just say that when I'm talking to Glenn, there's a very goosey feeling in the air. I don't know which one is feeling what.
And which one's the goose?
Oh, it varies. I think it's pretty dynamic. It's a bit like a game of table
It's always
tennis.
that quote where careful when you're talking to an idiot because he might be doing the same.
Yes. I got the drift of what you're trying to say. And yes is often a good answer. Here comes Lee. Last time in this over, he bowls to Uthappa, goes back, offers a good straight bat to it. Down the ground for Mitchell Johnson, I think it is, to run round to his left from mid-on and field. 6 of the over. India after 5 are 22 for no loss, with Sachin Tendulkar on 12. Robin Uthappa on 7. India chasing 239. The highlight of that innings was Matthew Hayden's 82 from 88 balls. Simons went 31 from 44. Hussey 45 from 67. And a bit of a flourish at the end from Lee, who made 17 from 10, and Johnson 6 from 3. Finished with 239 for 8. Irfan Pathan was the most expensive. 7 overs, 1 for 63. Last Sunday when India played here, he went for 73 from 9 overs. So there's something about this surface that he doesn't like.
I don't think he'll come and play for New South Wales.
No, I don't think so. But the spinners, 25 overs, 3 for 94. Wonder if there's you're going to see a bit of Michael Clark and Simons bowling off breaks.
I think we'll definitely. Hogg will enjoy it here. Chowler, 19 years of age, has been in the squad for 2 months, hasn't played a game, and comes on and just hardly bowls a bad ball. Bowled beautifully.
Right, here's Bracken now. He's had Tendulkar once in this series before. He's bowling from left arm over, and Tendulkar plays the ball away off his pads. He's looking for a second here. It's gone well behind square, and Lee has a lot of running to do to his left and sends in a typically flat throw that Gilchrist can't pick up in the setting sun. And he's now telling him to bounce the ball. So a couple more. Tendulkar's looking all right. He's on 14. Uthappa's 7. And in the 6th over, India are 24.
It's not swinging. No loss. That was Bracken's in-swinger. He's got
Tendulkar out with an in-swinger, because Tendulkar, when the ball is full, does like to play it away on the on-square on the onside. And he doesn't have that full face, but if you don't get it right, how hard does he hit it through that square leg area? So it's not swinging. Bracken will bring his length back and generally go across from Tendulkar. We'll wait and see. There's a slip as well. He bowls, and Tendulkar this time found the gap on the onside. What a good shot. Running away down deep to mid-wicket. Looks like Stuart Clark running after it. Tendulkar will come back for 3.
It is.
And his throw is on the bounce, and then suddenly after the second bounce decides it wants to stay on the turf, so it rolls across to Adam Gilchrist. Tendulkar 17, India 27 for no loss in the 6th over.
Yeah, he can't get on the middle leg to Tendulkar.
Who's
not on
the
a full
field?
length.
Yeah.
He's warming up, Stuart Clark. He does know he can't bowl. Sure.
Maybe he's just getting his throwing arm ready.
Good call.
Mitchell Johnson is will be the 3rd bowler. Who's not on the field?
Well, who's at 3rd man? Is that Johnson?
I think so. I thought I saw Johnson at mid-on, so he must be down at 3rd man.
Hopes.
Look for Hopes. I think
Hopes isn't there.
Sorry?
I don't think Hopes is there. Hoggy's at mid-off.
Yes, he's the best player to recognise, because he always wears a floppy hat, not a green one.
So is Harbison, doesn't he?
Yes, as Bracken bowls, and as Damien Fleming was predicting, it's slanted across the right-hander's off stump. He plays it out to Clark at point.
Wonder if he'll push
bundle of energy.
You know, looking at the bowlology manual, delivery 5, skills, tactics, he's going to push Uthappa back and then bowl the fuller off-cutter to encourage that driving through the cover. They've got Ponting catching at cover, and they've got the backup of Simons in a traditional cover and Hogg at mid-off.
Did you coin the word bowlology?
Yes.
Okay. Here comes Bracken into Robin Uthappa, who goes forward and gets well behind the line of the ball. It's full and angling away from the right-hander, and it's played out against square to Clark.
But if you're the bowlologist, you know, what do you teach? It's got to be bowlology,
Could
hasn't
you
it?
find a more sort of stylish, elegant word for it?
Like what?
I don't know. Let's think about it.
It's got you stirred up, isn't it? Yeah, who would you rather get coaching off, a fast bowling coach or the bowlologist? There's only one answer there.
No. I know what you mean by bowlologist. I'm trying to think of a more elegant
I don't think you really
word.
do. I think we need some lessons. We'll have a chat off air.
Bracken bowls, and Uthappa goes forward. He wants a run. He's not going to get it because Clark is very swift in that area. You don't want to bowl around too much with Michael Clark. Do you take classes then?
Yeah, we do.
6-week classes?
Yep, there's 6 deliveries to bowlology.
Yes.
There's the first delivery, the physical. We need to give analysis on what you've got, pace, swing,
Do bowlers
bounce.
really think about all that when they're running into ball?
Well, the bowlologist does, and that's why he wants to get into their head. I don't think they're thinking much about it.
You think when Mitchell Johnson at the top of his run-up and he's thinking, what did Damien Fleming tell me?
No, but the bowlologists make sure that they don't think too much about it. It's in the preparation, Harsha, to make it automatic in a game.
Bracken bowls really close to the stumps, and Uthappa goes forward, pushes hard down on the ball, and I think Bracken might have bowled a maiden over.
Besides the 5 runs off the first 2 balls he did.
Oh yes, 5. Look, that's what happens when you're talking to bowlologists all the time.
But it does,
Okay.
and you know, there's a delivery of skills. Can we get you an in-swinger, an out-swinger? Can we change your bounce? What about tactics? And that's where I reckon I can work on your head.
Okay.
Is the mentality. Is it pushing him back, there's no swing, then you bowl a fuller, slower ball? Or do you bring them forward, bowl at one shorter ball that's not at peak pace, Oh, and the batsman will say, I'll size that up. If he gets that length again, I'm going to go, but it's the quicker one, a couple of yards quicker.
Wasn't Andy Roberts very good at that?
Very good at it.
I guess all good fast bowlers will be good at setting it up and then getting the next one a little quicker.
That's where I think Brett Lee has dipped into the Bowlology handbook this summer, and he's grown not only with his physical side. No longer has he got ankle soreness, but it's been his skills. His line has hardly ever left off stump. His length has been probing around that avenue of apprehension, and his fitness bowling long spells. So for the Bowlology textbook, he is ticking a lot of boxes, and hence the Allan Border medalist.
For a new ball bowler, you've got a fantastic vocabulary. You keep picking up these new expressions for the corridor of uncertainty. Tell me, who's the next big fast bowler in Australia? We'll talk about that in just a moment, because there's one bowler I've seen on television that I was mighty impressed by.
Beautiful.
And Damien Fleming was doing commentary while he was bowling. I'll give you three choices.
Yes.
It's not that if I've liked him, he's necessarily
Can I phone
good.
a friend?
Here comes Lee's slip and a backward short leg. It's pushed by Tendulkar on the offside. It's very well timed as well, because Brad Hogg is running after the ball, scampering after it, sends a return in to Clark on the edge of the circle, and then another return on the bounce to Gilchrist, but Tendulkar's happy with 2. He goes up to 19, and India are now 29 for no loss. I watched a fair bit of him on domestic cricket. That's of course when you're wearing a three-piece suit and you're giving those looks down the lens. Serious, you were with Brendan Julian the other day, and you were giving those sideways ones as if to say, come look at me, all of you.
Bit of a nod.
Occasionally, but the look said, come look at me, look at me.
Are you sure what you're saying?
And it didn't.
You've got to work the camera, haven't you?
I know, but it didn't look like I'm the bowlologist, look at me. It felt like something else. Lee runs in, he bowls him close to the stumps with Tendulkar, who's rocks onto the back foot and plays it defensively down the ground for Lee to field.
Right,
the bowler I was talking to was a guy called Jeeves.
Yes.
From Tasmania. He looked good
explosiveness, yes.
Yeah.
He's another one, yeah, well, he can get up to 90 miles an hour.
That's about 140, 145, yeah.
Can swing the ball out, bowls a big reverse swing, powerful hitter of the ball. But he's been a talent. He's had ankle injuries and weight issues, not massive weight issues, but not as fit as possibly. Well, the penny's dropped, and he has got himself super fit, and I think he's second or third on the Pura Cup wickets list at the moment.
Lee runs in again. He bowls with Tendulkar, who's getting a ball that's full on middle stump, and just a little deft flick of the wrist away to mid-on.
And if he played right now, he'd put a good account of himself. He got 4 wickets today, I think, against New South Wales. So him and Ben Hilfenhaus, who's had a bit of a downer this year, but at 23 years of age.
Wasn't he quicker than what I've seen this year?
Yeah, but it happens to fast mediums. You know, if your stock ball's not hitting the bat hard, it's hard to set up the other varieties, like your quicker bouncer and slower ball. You know, he's just dropped a little bit. But, you know, everyone has a season like that, and the good players bounce back.
Lee runs in again. He bowls to Tendulkar. It's slower through the air, and Tendulkar waits for it, flicks it away with the wrist. A lot of bottom hand on it, out to Mitchell Johnson at wide mid-on. And they get another single. India go up to 30. It's a good start so far in the 7th over. Uthappa 7. Tendulkar is on 20. Have you had the odd jokes about Jeeves and Bertie Wooster, Eden?
Jeevesy and who?
There's something I know that you don't know. PG Woodhouse. Jeeves was the butler. Bertie Wooster the landed gentry. Every time Bertie Wooster got into a problem, Jeeves would bail him out. PG Woodhouse.
Jeez.
Lee runs in and bowls, and Uthappa drives but doesn't get hold of it. It goes to
not on your wavelength here.
It goes to Brad Hogg at mid-off. Wonderful.
So that's a TV show?
No. PG Woodhouse, one of the greatest writers in the English language.
Never heard of him. They ever make a movie?
I don't think he heard of you either. Actually, he might have died before you became a bowler.
Did they made any movies of his novels?
No.
I'm not interested. The great novelists have movies.
Yeah, but that's because they write about
Stephen King.
That's because they write about Guns N' Robbers. Isn't that a great name for a band? Not Guns N' Roses, but Guns N' Robbers. Maybe you could sing it.
You should.
Yeah, because
copyright that.
Lee bowls to Uthappa, drives on the offside. It's well fielded by Simon. It's quite easy for someone of his level. Sends a return into Adam Gilchrist, who trots across with the energy of an 18-year-old down to the non-striker's end. It's 30 for no loss after 7 overs.
Away with the news, and a long news it is. So they're missing my favourite Bertie Wooster conversation went Watto. After that, they didn't see much to say, they said.
Sounds like a town in Australia.
Simon Barnes did a very nice impersonation, or imitation, or whatever it's called, of Wooster.
Here's Mitchell Johnson, and it's played away off his hips again. It's looking quite easy at the moment for Robin Uthappa for a single to Brad Hogg, running to his right from mid-on. 34 for no loss. Uthappa 8, Tendulkar 23.
Gussie Fink-Nottle was one of the great creations, the great comic creations. I think Falstaff was another.
No, the reason I'm laughing is that our audience has just come back from the news.
Oh,
and
I
the first
see.
thing they're hearing is Gussie Fink-Nottle was a great creation.
We've had a... Well, that Watto conversation, I fell about laughing the first time I heard that.
Go on, repeat it for me. Here comes Mitchell Johnson. He bowls from left arm over to Tendulkar, who squeezes a square drive out, but it's thickly populated, that area, and he finds Michael Clarke at point.
I think with Jane Austen and Scott Fitzgerald and, in terms of cricket writers, John Woodcock, the best writer of sentences that I've ever seen anyway. But my favourite conversation went, one chap says Watto, the other chap says Watto, the first chap says Watto, the second chap says Watto, and that's really the end of the conversation. I didn't reckon there was much to say after that, so...
Sounds like, as I said, it sounds like a town in Australia, Watto.
Yeah.
Johnson bowls again, and Tendulkar rises up tall. This time he cuts on the back foot. It's 2 good shots for no runs, straight to Clarke, and the throw comes in at the non-striker's end.
Created wonderful images, very, very, very funny images, and of course wonderfully farcical situations as well. There was something about of course, a lot of classical images. Something about had a voice as loud, not as a foghorn, but as a bull bellowing across. It was some Homer-esque image that he created. Every line was a masterpiece. He used to write it that way, of course. It's a chisel away at it. Bertie Wooster and PG Woodhouse.
Mitchell Johnson from left arm over, he bowls. It's wide off the off stump, wide enough to be called wide. And Tendulkar classically bends his knees. He was getting ready for the square drive. Then he realized it was too far away, so they'll take the wide. The score goes up to 34 for no loss. There's not much in this, much in the conditions for the bowlers.
No, there's not. No, he didn't seem to think the upper classes were terribly bright. When
no, that's why Jeeves always bailing.
Is there?
Poor Bertie Wooster out of trouble.
Bailing them out, and he used to. We wouldn't do it if he was if Bertie Wooster criticised his socks or wore the wrong socks. He didn't like Bertie Wooster's socks. Then he wouldn't give him a solution to the problem. Oh well. Here
comes Johnson from left arm over. He bowls with Tendulkar, has played it off his pads. Very pretty looking shot out to square leg. There's a fielder there. He can't get around Hussey, I think it is, and it's 35 for no loss. After 8 overs with Uthappa on 8, Tendulkar on 23, and PG Woodhouse the centre of all our attention.
And the game is going along very nicely, and we all enjoyed your company a great deal last night as well.
I had an Uthappa for dinner.
You had an Uthappa for dinner, yes. What is an Uthappa?
It's actually pronounced Uthapam.
Uthapam. Okay.
It's made of the same batter that the dosa is,
yes,
but it's thicker, it's a little spicier.
Yes.
We Indians are very versatile. We prepare one batter and call different things out of them.
Yes, well, you know, you've got to bat right down the list, haven't you? When I was having supper in with an Ethiopian restaurant in Dandenong the other night, they had this lovely bread-based thing, batter-based thing, like a pancake thing, with some spicy lamb in the middle. That was the sort of same idea that you have in India as well, of course. Plenty of those. Anyway, people are wondering what the cricket score is.
35 for no loss. I'm looking back, and Caroline Davidson's looking at me, so I'm giving this score after every ball. Brett Lee is now bowling to Robin Uthappa. It's full, and he's looking to flick it away on the onside. I don't think he times it well at all. It goes bouncing out slowly to square leg, and he can't get around. What do you make of 239? Is that a good enough score?
No, not necessarily. I think India's got a chance here. It's normally enough at the SCG. India's never won here. Chasing teams hardly ever win here. But the ball's coming on okay still. There's no sign of it really slowing down at this stage. And they haven't made the early breakthrough. So the game's afoot here. Two very good sides, I think.
Here comes Lee. And Uthappa walks across his stumps and plays it gently down the ground, out to short cover. And he cannot get a run. Ponting, I think, who fields and throws the ball hard into Gilchrist's gloves. Sometimes I just wonder if their radar was little awry. They look very stupid conceding 4 overthrows, but that's why Ponting's a great fielder. 35 for no loss in the 9th over. Uthappa 8, Tendulkar 23. The target 240. It's still quite far away, the target. But I think they'll have learned from the way Australia batted that once you get a partnership going, that partnership, you must make it count. And Simons and Hayden, they put on 100, and they got it in very good time as well. 100 from 104 balls. So at that point, it looked like Australia might make 260, 265. Here comes Lee again. He bowls to Uthappa, who plays it just short of mid-on. He wants a single and then says no. Tendulkar's about 3 yards advanced by then. And they discover that Bracken is coming on the ball a little quicker than they imagined. And luckily for Uthappa, he sends Tendulkar back in time.
Everyone's waving. Well, no ball, was it? Free hit. Did you spot that?
No, I didn't.
Neither did I.
Right, and Uthappa's not a bad man for a free hit, because the last time Lee bowled him a no ball, he hit it, he flat batted it over long on.
That was a remarkable shot in a remarkable match. I really like these two sides, as long as they keep their mouths shut. I like these two sides playing against each other because they're both aggressive sides. They believe in themselves. They've got enormous ability. The Indians have enormous ability in their ranks. Now, what's he going to bowl? A bumper or a Yorker or a good length one outside off stick?
Slow ball Yorker.
Oh,
we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
Here comes Lee again. And he bowls to Uthappa, who smashes the ball on the offside. Simons goes across and wonderfully athletic style stops the ball and sends a smart return into Brett Lee. And they can't get a run.
Yes.
I don't think he timed the ball well enough, but Simons was like a predator there.
I think that very full one outside off stick is a pretty good option to anyone, really, but certainly to this fellow who predominantly goes leg side. So it was a good chance for him to do that. But no, a very good match. I think India missed, obviously, Ishant Sharma. He bowled 8 of his 10 overs, and the last 2 of Pathan that Ishant would have bowled went for plenty.
Yes, Pathan, in fact, went for, what, 63 from his 7 overs, Indy. He doesn't like bowling at the Sydney cricket ground. Lee, and again, he bowls to Uthappa. It's a slow ball, and Uthappa hasn't quite got a hold of it. He opens the face of the bat, and it goes in the air, almost to the edge of the 30-yard circle. In the end, the manager singled down to third man. So Uthappa goes up to 9. And India now 37 for no loss. It's very rare to see Uthappa in the 9th over, 9 not out. Yes. But I just wonder if he's been told, you're an opening batsman now, so he suddenly says, okay, let me put the slogger hat out, let me put the opening batsman hat on, and let me play like an opening batsman now.
Well, and he's a dangerous player, and on a pitch like this, Yuvraj can be as well if they get a start, because he's a good front foot striker of the ball. There's not much bounce now as the innings unfold. It may be more like an Indian wicket as night falls across Sydney, though it's beautiful twilight here.
Here comes Lee again. This time he's bowling to Sachin Tendulkar, who gets a Yorker and he's flicked it away. Another fine shot that finds a fielder. The field's been well laid out by Ricky Ponting. It went straight to Harsha, square leg, and he couldn't get a run, but he picked that Yorker up very quickly and was into that flick shot. There's been a lot of criticism of Tendulkar, even in the papers back in India, about the difference between his batting average, batting first and second. In the last couple of years, batting first he's averaged 55 or thereabouts. Batting second he's only averaging about 26.
Right. Has that been done with other batsmen as well? And is
the
there
analysis?
Yes. Is there a marked difference, or is it particularly with him?
Tendulkar is much... The contrast is much greater for Tendulkar than for anybody else. Lee bowls again, and Tendulkar goes out the back foot, just opens the face of the bat to a ball that was just behind the length and gets a single down to Mitchell Johnson. Daryl Harper hands the cap over to Brett Lee, 23 to Tendulkar, 9 to... No, that'll change over. 9 overs gone. It's 38 for no loss. Tendulkar 24 and Uthappa 9. There's very few players like that. And I also saw some statistics about players batting second in long run chases, and neither Tendulkar nor Lara have a good enough average. Now, what I've done with that, I just realized, is that I've got Glenn Mitchell all worked up, so he's going to be up looking at his numbers for the next 10 minutes.
And what do you put that down to?
I don't know, really. Either you can say, look, when someone's batted 18 years, there's going to be a little aberration somewhere. Tendulkar hasn't got 100 in Australia, for example. Hasn't got a one-day 100 in Australia. Yes. And he averages 30-something against South Africa in one-days. But I guess every great player goes through as a one phase in his life. One never did well in India.
If I was the Australians, I'd want that to be put out about a week later.
Johnson bowls and Tendulkar rises up and plays a scorching cut shot of the back foot, but straight to Ponting, who is at a very short point, just about where you can call it a catching position.
Very well-placed field. Both sides have had well-placed field. The problem India had bowling to to Hayden, is that they didn't bowl to it. Pathan bowled too wide to him. It wasn't, I don't think the field was necessarily that bad. The bowling and the fielding were not working well together. Here, the field is precisely placed and the bowlers are bowling to it. So Tendulkar is hitting the field, what, 3 or 4 times already?
Simons has just run across from cover to have a word with the bowler. Now here's Johnson, he bowls it short again, and Tendulkar is hitting it hard on the offside. Simons has pulled off a wonderful stop. Now, I don't know how you can quantify this, but Tendulkar's now had 4 or 5 shots that have not produced a run. So somewhere in his mind he's thinking, hang on, I'm playing the good shots and not getting a run.
He is. He's got
Do I go over the top?
Yeah.
And that's why I think people like Simons and Clark and Ponting, between them, they might contribute as much as 2 wickets every game.
Yes,
just by keeping the pressure on.
They force the risk. They force the risk, no doubt.
Now, what's Tendulkar going to do here? Johnson's bowling to his field, and Tendulkar is driving through the offside. He picks the gap. Is it going to run away on the offside? It is, but it'll be pulled just back in. Simons is going there to collect the throw. Tendulkar's charging for the third in the non-striker's end. Oh my God, the throw was excellent. I'll tell you what, that throw might have hit the stump. Tendulkar might have been struggling.
Oh my heavens.
What a great piece of work.
as he almost said, oh my heavens, it was very close.
Because
And,
Simons just does something new every time.
Well, it was a brilliant bit of fielding.
Oh, by the way, just to correct myself, the oh my God was not for Tendulkar getting run out, but for the Simons throw.
Yes, it was a terrific throw. And a very, very good fielding. Good quality of cricket. I think this whole match has been played in at a high level. Some marvellous batting earlier from Simons and, of course, Hayden. Down the order, a rally, but the Indians also. The only difference, I'd say, right now is the fielding. India, too many butterfingers around the place in the outfield.
Yes, Tendulkar's gone up to 27. Simons has been outstanding. As Uthappa in strike now, and he drives down the ground, beats mid off for 4. It's full up from Mitchell Johnson, and Uthappa not quite afraid to hit the ball in the air, and he hit it no more than 2 or 3 yards to the right of James Hopes at mid-off, and that went away for a boundary. So 7 of the over. It's been an eventful over. 4 good shots. First 2 didn't produce any runs, and a 3 and a 4. Uthappa 13, Tendulkar 27, and India 45 for no loss, chasing 240.
Well, he's gone both sides of mid-off. He hit the field 3 times in a row, as Harsha says, and now he's gone both sides of mid-off. Brilliant batting. Good cricket from the Australians, though. They're giving him nothing. They're making him really extend himself here.
Right, now what's Robin Uthappa going to do here? Mitchell Johnson from left arm over. He bowls to him, and he looks to nibble at the ball, send it down to third man. It's a shot that's fraught with danger. He doesn't get an edge. It's taken by Adam Gilchrist behind the stumps. Right, last chance for people in Sydney to take a look at Adam Gilchrist as well today. So the Gillies farewell gig is winding up in Sydney.
It is. It's a marvellous occasion. I mean, we may not see Murali again. We certainly won't see Jai Surya again. There's Hogg now has gone as well. Of course, he's playing today and batted really well. Gilchrist didn't come off today, but he won't come off every time. And who knows which of the Indians we might miss.
Johnson, and again he bowls, and once again Uthappa's playing and missing. We've seen everything in this over. We've seen 2 great shots for no runs. We've seen a 3 and a 4, and Johnson going past the bat on 2 occasions. 7 in the over in the end. 45 for no loss from 10 overs. Tendulkar 27, Uthappa 13.
Can you give the comparative score, do you think, Harsha, of the last 10 overs? What was the Australian score after 10 overs? Let's see how we're going along.
45 for no loss.
Right, and what's this lot score?
45 for no loss.
Well, there we are. Goodness gracious me. You see, that was our producer.
Well, why couldn't she just say the score after 10 overs was the same? Would have been much easier.
It was a very nice point to make. That's how close these 2 sides are, and as the evening unfolds here, you just don't know which way this match is going to go. Australia's got some major players, so has India. Oh, we've got a guest.
Correction, it was 45 for 3.
Of course.
It was 45 for 3. Thanks, Laura. Thank you very much for coming to my support there.
That's the female of the species for you. They're all over us.
Always meticulous. Always meticulous. Now, second power play being taken. Yes, we've got a visitor. That's the Indian High Commissioner.
It's a great honour and privilege, ma'am, to have you in our rooms. We already had a good conversation. The gist of which, I think I can say publicly, the gist of which, although without embarrassing a diplomatic guest of the country, was that women should take over the world. That was more or less it, wasn't it? No, it was a very private conversation. I'd never said anything like that.
And nobody heard you say that anyway?
Nobody heard me say that anyway.
So do you still think that women should take over the world? Let me put you in the corner.
Absolutely. Well, with such examples, it's a great
I think that
pleasure for us all.
I think that ensures that Caroline Davison also gives you another 5-year extension on your contract with ABC.
It's a very well balanced match. Tendulkar going...
Cricket doesn't care about your KPIs or endless trips for DIY supplies, because while the sun's out, you've got your sponge out, and Steve Smith's 100 not out. So embrace that unwashed wheelie bin with a gentle smirk. You may have stuff to do, but you can have wickets while you work.
Don't let life get in the way of the Ashes. Catch every ball live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of cricket.
Hammer and tongs at the Australians, but they're replying the compliment. Uthappa is lending good support. As Harsha says, he's normally the quieter of the 2 players. The more aggressive of the 2 players, but today he's happy to go along in the slipstream.
Are you getting rattled a little bit by the people around you?
Yeah.
James Hopes bowls. He starts a new one. Tendulkar runs it away easily down to third man for a single. And given the presence of a diplomat, we might as well say that it's now been almost 4 hours since a major diplomatic row erupted between India and Australia on a cricket ground. Isn't that nice?
It's nice. As far as we know, ma'am.
As far as
Are you
we know.
enjoying the game?
Very much. It's a great game.
Yes. And did you see the Sydney Test match, or were you
Oh, I did. Yes, I was here
Yes.
for all 5 days.
Yes, it's marvellous to see the two great cricketing nations and in close combat, is it not?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Now James Hopes again is running into bowl, this time to Robin Uthappa, and Uthappa is playing it solidly down the ground. Hopes fields on his follow through. It's very well done. Is cricket still the only thing that's common between India and Australia? Well, the biggest thing that's common between India and Australia?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Good, I'm glad to hear that, because I was hoping there'd be a little more than that.
Yes, absolutely. It's one of the important things, but many other things that are common between India and Australia.
So you're not letting the on-field rows worry you about India-Australia relations?
Not at all.
Excellent, glad to hear that, because we take cricket too seriously sometimes. As Uthappa plays the next one off his pads, it's running away down to long leg. The Australian fielder after it, it's into the boundary for 4. 50 comes up for India in the 11th over. It seemed like a harmless little glide down to long leg, and yet it produced 4 for Robin Uthappa. It goes up to 17. It's 50 for no loss in the 11th over. So it's nice to hear that. I think we take ourselves too seriously sometimes, and we wonder about whether Australians will be booed in India and whether people will have their IPL contracts cancelled and whether trade will get affected. It's all just a cricket match, isn't it?
Trade is not going to get affected.
Yeah, I think we're more serious than that, as Uthappa goes back and pushes the next one down on the offside. But trade's booming, isn't it, between India and Australia?
Well, trade's doing very well. 34% increase last year.
And the cultural exchanges as well. There are all kinds of cultural exchanges going on all the time.
A lot of films being shot in Australia. A lot of interest in Australia, in things Indian, culture Indian.
Can you imagine? There's 2 Indian accents on the ABC just now. Here we come again with Hopes, and Uthappa goes forward, and ball just skims past the outside. It's taken by Gilchrist.
And when you look at Harbhajan, shall we say, and Ishant and the young Indians emerging, what do they tell us about your country, do you think?
Well, I think they're representative of a new India. Varied backgrounds. A great pride in making their way in the world, and also playing their own part in setting the agenda.
Yes. Here comes Hopes from right arm over into Uthappa, who plays a pull shot. It's in the air. Has it been taken? If it has, it's a stunner. It is. This is one of the great catches of the summer. I don't think Robin Uthappa's going. He's waiting. The umpires are conferring. Out is the verdict. Michael Hussey, for the second time in 2 matches, has pulled off a stunner, and I dare say the 2 catches of the summer, certainly of the one-day series, both now belong to Michael Hussey. He's picked it up brilliantly.
Yes.
What a catch.
Wonderful, wonderful catch. Running catch, low down. The batsman thought he got a 4 there. He hit it in the air towards the Australian, and tonight that is a risk. The Australian fielding has been brilliant so far, and Hussey, very quick, low catch at full throttle. An absolute beauty. An absolute beauty.
So Robin Uthappa got Hussey ball Hopes to 17 from 33 balls, and yet another example of the umpire taking the fielder's word for it.
Yes.
Because you really couldn't tell on the replay. He had to take the fielder's word for it.
Fair enough on this occasion, I thought.
Yes.
My instinct certainly was out, and the ball takes an extra second to Downson. It's nice to have that in the game here and there, now and then. The agenda, man. When you said that they're setting the agenda now, how did you mean that? Expand on that a little bit.
Well, I think that, you know, when we get onto the international field in several areas, earlier we might have been small players, but what's happening now is that with growing confidence, and as the game evolves, as the landscape evolves, I think the fact that we are getting better at what we do economically in the game itself, it gives you the confidence to try and see how things are run and perhaps how they should be run differently.
And is this India asserting itself to some degree as well, as not a nation following in British footsteps or anyone's footstep except its own? Is that what is happening here in cricketing form?
We'll just pause for a moment, ma'am, as up comes Mitchell Johnson starting a new over. Tendulkar goes back and pushes down the ground. If you're wondering what that very sophisticated Indian accent, who it belongs to, it's the Indian High Commissioner Sujata Singh. Getting a bit of a getting interrogated a bit by Peter Roebuck. But I guess you're used to it in your profession?
Yes, well, I would hesitate to pass judgment on what's happening in cricket, really. I don't know enough about the game. But I think in several other areas.
Here comes Mitchell Johnson. Very timely pause. And it's played out by Tendulkar out to gully.
In several other areas, as new countries emerge, growing in strength economically and politically, they are beginning to make a difference in the way things are viewed, in the way things are looked at, in a complete perspective that perhaps might not have taken their views into account some years earlier.
I can give you the example of someone like Praveen Kumar. Felt quite happy bowling the new ball on the big stage. Earlier, kids used to come from the small towns and get a bit overawed. Mitchell Johnson bowls and Tendulkar pushes on the offside. He wants a single. This is going to be close. And I dare say Gautam Gambhir would have been run out had Michael Clark's throw left-handed hit the stumps. Tendulkar, that was a bizarre call for a single. I'm not sure it was there in the first place, but he's called Gautam Gambhir along. And I think he might have been gone. We're just watching a replay now as Clark picks it up quite brilliantly. It was completely off balance as he threw, and I don't think he missed by too much. Gambhir would have been about a couple of feet out of his crease.
And he's quick. So
yes.
That was, for anyone else, it was a really bad run. For Gambhir, it was merely a bad run.
A lot of young Indians used to get into the cities, come from the small towns, and they came to places like Mumbai or Delhi, and they'd be overawed and weren't quite sure if they belonged. And yet, if you look at this cricket team, they come from a lot of small towns, but if anything, they're even more aggressive than the city boys.
Why is that?
It's almost as if they have a point to prove. And they try harder. I think Dhoni made a point at the felicitation of the 2020 function when he said they're mentally and physically stronger than the city boys.
I forgot to give you a message. There's some food downstairs for you, lunch downstairs. I've just remembered now. High Commissioner, sorry.
Gambhir has flicked the first one off his pads. There might have been a bit of inside edge onto pad. It's run away down behind square. And Gambhir will get off the mark with a single. So India have lost the wicket of Robin Uthappa, caught by Hussey of Hopes for 17 from 31 balls. And in the 12th over, India are 51 for 1.
The good and the bad side of this, of the young, democratic, tough, hard, aggressive young Indians coming through. The plus points and the bad, are there any bad points at all about it? Or what's the balance of it, do you think?
Well, the biggest plus point, a refusal to be overawed. I'll quote Harsha on that.
Tendulkar will flick the next one away for a single down to long leg.
It can be difficult, you know, even for city-bred Indians to come outside into the big wide world and see how different things are. But for somebody from a small town to actually make the transition and make it successfully, I think that's one of the big plus points. One of the things that all Indians who go abroad have going in their favor, a determination to make it in the bigger, wider world.
Here comes Mitchell Johnson again. Reminds me of the first couple of tours I did many years ago as Johnson bowls and Gambhir goes back. Dabs it down, they want a single. It's a wonderful call by Tendulkar because no one really was trying to get to the ball quickly enough. And they took this single. So, it's the end of the over, Laura? It is the end of the over. Then the scoreboard's a bit slow moving up there. Is it 52 now? It is 52. I'll leave Peter Roebuck with the 54 for no loss. I'll leave Peter Roebuck with the Indian High Commissioner, and then Glenn Mitchell will come in.
We're having a lovely conversation here with the High Commissioner of India, who's been here 5 months now. I think it's a 3-year stay, essentially, ma'am. That's
yes,
the sort
that's
of
right.
gist of it. And you've become to know Australia quite well now.
Yes, indeed. I can't think of a better way of getting to know Australia. And to revert to your question, on the downside, I think that a lot of us are still finding our feet. When I say us, I mean people emerging out onto the international landscape. And I think the important thing is to stay true to one's values. One's values as we know them in India. And in the process of experimentation and in the process of adapting, taking on new aspects, not to forget the essentials.
James Hopes, the wicket taker, continues from the Randwick end and defended here by Gambhir backward of point. Michael Clark fields. And there's no run. You've had other overseas postings?
This is my 6th posting.
6th? Where have you been before, prior to Australia?
I'm coming from headquarters. I headed the division looking after West Europe and the European Union. Before that, I was in Italy.
Tough job. as Host delivers, and Gambier defends, and again Tendulkar calls him through for a pacey single, and Michael Clark ended up underarming, then skidded on his belly and almost collided with his head into the stumps. He slid so far coming in from point. 1 for 52, Gambier off the mark.
Your diplomatic status is not going to save you, Mum, because I'm about to go, and thank you for your company. Kerry keeps coming in, so that's a notably challenging part of coming on ABC Radio.
Sujata Singh, the Indian High Commissioner in Australia, our special guest at the moment. And Laurel just telling us, yes, the scoreboard's not working. It's died. It's 1 for 55, the correct score, as Hopes delivers, and Tendulkar drives on the up, but he hits it directly out to Matthew Hayden at point, and there's no run. So Gambier is 3, Tendulkar is 30, and the board is on the blink, unfortunately. The only one we can really see from our vantage point, the temporary board. And it's 1 for 55. You're still with us, Peter?
Well, Kerry's not been sighted. He's fled. Those Indian characteristics you mentioned, what are they, by your estimation?
Well, openness. Openness to ideas, receptivity, inclusiveness.
Tendulkar faces Hopes. One short, and he hammers it off the back foot down to deep backward point. Running around from third man. Johnson gathers. There's going to be a run out. He throws to the bowler's end. Hopes gets it. There's a chance of a run out. I think Gambier's gone. They're going upstairs, but the Australians are convinced that Gambier has been run out. The throw was wide from Johnson, but he immediately knew to throw to the right end. They were almost in the same 1/3 of the pitch down at the striker's end. The throw was wide. Hopes gathered a pitch width across onto the onside and then threw at the stumps. And he throws very strongly, and he has caught Gambier out of his ground by a metre. Australia have affected the run out. Gambier has been run out for 3. It's 2 for 55 in the 13th over.
Well, it's a waste of one of India's best players. 2 brilliant bits of fielding by the Australians, but that was an erratic bit of running by the Indians. There was no communication there between Tendulkar and Gambier. Tendulkar looking for the second there. I don't know that he called him immediately, but when he did call him, Tendulkar made it to the danger end. He made it to the keeper's end, which was third man would be expected to throw towards. But in fact, third man assessed the situation very quickly, threw towards the bowler. And Gambier was slow in realising and responding to Tendulkar's call whenever that was made. So that was a colossal waste, really, by India that they could ill afford. And again, it shows the difference between these sides is the difference in the ground fielding and the catching. India's catching was actually pretty good today. The ground fielding was not so good, and Australia's has been faultless so far. And it may well be that the fielding will decide this match, not so much the batting or the bowling. Family is also a very strong factor in India.
Yes, indeed. A great respect for family, for traditions, and for education.
Yes.
For skills.
Elders. Well, Harsha, of course, went to one of the very top schools in India. But when he first came over here, Harsha was just a humble... he went to anything. He was a broadcaster. He grabbed a microphone. He's still tremendously humble. But he was a lowly broadcaster who would just, almost for nothing, go anywhere and broadcast. He decided, despite his great qualifications, he was going to be in the broadcasting business. So full praise to him. Anyway, here's Hopes.
Pressure back on Tendulkar. He's on strike. He goes forward to Hopes and gets a rather thick inside portion of the bat on the bounce back to the bowler.
Well, it's a big moment for India here. They've lost. They've been on top, really, and yet somehow have managed to lose 2 wickets without needing to. One, a boundary catch, a brilliant one, but still a slight risk in the shot. And the second one, a lack of communication between the 2 batsmen and very alert, intelligent fielding by the Australians.
Last ball of the 13th over. The board is back working again. Hopes delivers, and Tendulkar drives for 4. Square off the front foot, through point towards the ladies' stand. 2 for 60 at the end of the 13th over. Tendulkar 35. Yuvraj Singh yet to score. And just before we let you go, one question. Now that India is gaining far more confidence on the international stage, do you think we're likely to see a greater explosion of sports other than cricket? Hockey was very strong for a long period, but it seems that for a population of over 1 billion people, cricket seems to be the only really dominant international sport. Do you think that will change?
Oh, it definitely will. I think hockey is going to come up very strongly. Football too. And perhaps a lot of other games. You know, you have the F1 coming to India, probably.
Yes.
Golf is coming on strongly.
Golf too.
And
yes.
Sonia Mirza in tennis.
In tennis. That's right.
Well, that comes from the same confidence and diversity. The same cause lies behind that.
I think they're finally coming into their own. 60 years after independence, I think finally finding the confidence and the courage to venture into areas that were previously untried.
Johnson starts a new over and bowls to Yuvraj, who's forward defending to Simons in the covers. Sujata Singh, thank you very much for joining us on ABC Radio. The High Commissioner, the Indian High Commissioner in Australia. Good luck for the rest of the match.
Thank you. Right.
Terrific to have the High Commissioner with us. It has been a period this summer where relations have been tested. Not the first time in cricket. We can go back to the famous body line in the 1930s where England and Australia were at loggerheads politically because of tactics that were being utilised on the ground. And here we are 7 decades later, and hopefully everything is smoothed out in the end as Yuvraj strikes the next Johnson ball to straight mid-wicket. Ponting gathers no run, 2 for 60 in the 14th over.
But I doubt that this ever strayed into politics. We're listening to Sujat there, and very level-headed, intelligent woman, I'm sure.
It would have strayed, perhaps, and would have been tested had the Harbhajan Singh decision not been overturned when India was threatening to leave Australia in the middle of the summer.
Well, it'd be interesting to know what the diplomats and the politicians would have had to say about that, because cricket board's not immune to those type of people.
Yep. Johnson over the wicket, bowls to Yuvraj, who's confidently onto the front foot, and the bowler fields in the offside and he's followed through.
Now Kerry is coming.
We found Kerry. Camera flashes going off all round the ground. People wanting to take photos, perhaps of Tendulkar in his last ever appearance, we would imagine, at the SCG. He's 35 not out. He's been there whilst Uttapa has gone to hopes for 17 and Gambier was run out for 3. Johnson in again, and Yuvraj drives at this one and he'll get a single out wide of Hogg at mid-off to get off the mark. The total ticks to 2 for 61. 13.4 overs bowled. The big thing tonight, Kerry, is that most of us were thinking India needed to get through the new ball. 1 down at worst through 10 overs. Well, they got through at no wickets down, but then wickets falling in the 11th and 13th puts the game back in the balance.
It does. And look, everybody knows how difficult it is as the night wears on to chase a target, and this is to Australia's advantage.
Tendulkar faces Johnson, and that flick again, the bottom hand flick off middle and leg down towards backward square. The ball gathered away in the distance down there by Lee, who somehow misfired with the arm as he returned the ball. Thought it was quite comical. I wonder if it ricocheted off the square leg umpire, actually. Hit Daryl Harper, who doesn't seem to be too phased by it. Just a single. 2 for 60. Tendulkar 35, but Lee threw the ball in, and it has hit umpire Harper. He was actually airborne. He got a call from the fieldsman, get out of the way, and he leapt in the air, and the ball just clipped his heel. Yuvraj faces Johnson, and he defends onto the onside. Is the board on the blink again? It is. It should be 2 for 62. Yuvraj has 1. Tendulkar is 36, and someone to our left has saved the green and gold beach ball from going onto the ground and earn as much applause as an Australian getting a wicket, Kerry.
Well, it's a full house. So far, the behaviour looks pretty good. 1 streaker, not many evictions, a few. It's early.
Time yet for there to still be a PB?
Oh, definitely.
Now, that was the end of the over. We're confused because the board's still saying 13.3 overs, but 14 have been bowled. It's 2 for 62, with Yuvraj on 1 and Tendulkar on 36, chasing 240 to win.
Well, again, Sachin Tendulkar's come to this crease with a lot of people highlighting his average in second innings of one day as not being anywhere near his first innings batting on a fresh pitch. He looks in terrific touch to me, Sachin. He's working the ball off the stumps. He is the real deal. He can get India to a 1-0 here, and all of India will be praying he does.
The big beach ball's made it over the fence and is about to be spiked as Hope starts a new over, and Tendulkar gets one short. Outside off stump, and he just elevated it with a little dab down through the vacant slips court and on the bounce to Johnson at third man. 2 for 6. No, we're looking at the wrong board, Glenn. 2 for 63. Tendulkar 37. The board in the outer, and unfortunately going on the blink several times this evening. And what used to be the major board is in a position now where we really can't see it. On top of the Daily Messenger stand to our left, half of it is behind the cantilever roof.
Looking at the wickets, the one of Gambier is the most significant because he's been a heavy scorer against Australia in the preliminary series. That is a big body blow for India to lose one of their big trumps run out.
Yuvraj on strike, faces Hopes, and he's up on his toes and striking off the back foot out to Ponting at cover point. No run.
But Yuvraj, this mercurial left-hander who can put teams away, but has only rarely flattered this summer. Still playing. A lot of selection panels would have given up on Yuvraj Singh, thinking, no, he's just not in the touch to win us a game. Could he finally find himself and take India to Brisbane 1 up?
And strikes Hopes this time off the front foot to extra cover, fielded by Simons. Michael Clark, the anointed vice-captain in the months ahead, runs from backward point to have a chat with his captain, Ricky Ponting. Perhaps he spotted something that he is making a suggestion to make a change. There's no field alteration at the moment. Maybe he's just saying, give me the ball, Skip, I'll end the game for you, like I did in the test match.
He'll fancy himself.
Yeah, he might get a bit of a bowl tonight. The Indian spinner's economical. As Yuvraj is forward again to Hopes, he's bowling a good dry line in this over, and it's patted back down the onside.
Hopes has bowled well against India too. The form line through James Hopes' overs. He bowls so straight, he gives them no width. They love width, the Indians, with their wrists. And that's where James Hopes has done such a good job in leading up to this final series. Under the pressure of a final, defending what may be a gettable score. Hopes will be under the pump. Hogg yet to bowl. Gee, in his wrist, the fortunes of Australia may rest.
Yuvraj faces Hopes, and he's forward defending again. A call of no as Ponting scampers left at extra cover, and there's no run. Be a great time for India to break their duck. It's the 12th one-day international they've played here against Australia. They've never won one. To do it in a final would be memorable.
And somebody, and possibly Sachin Tendulkar, has to play the century innings. Because I don't think partnerships are going to get them there. Somebody has to stand up and get 120 knot and get them to the line.
Yuvraj faces the next one from Hopes, outside off stump. He thought about going at it. He didn't, and it's the end of the over. And it will coincide with the arrival of the first drinks break in India's innings at the batting crease. They started requiring 240 at a rate of 4.8 and over, and they were none for 50 in the 11th over before they lost their first wicket. Udipa to a very acrobatic and agile catch to Hussey at deep square leg off the bowling of Hopes. Udipa was the silent partner in the opening stand of 50. He made just 17. Gambier then came to the crease and he was run out for 3. It was 2 for 56. India losing 2 for 6 in the space of a little over 2 overs. And at the moment, after 15 overs, they are 2 for 63. Tendulkar 37 and Yuvraj on 1. Earlier, India were in the field. Australia won the toss, 8 for 239 with the standout for Australia, Hayden, who made 82 off 88 balls, but the game evenly poised with drinks on the field. The total remains 2 for 63.
Another telltale sign, Glenn, is the ball has retained its whiteness. So that something it tells me by this stage in previous overs, I mean, what over are we at now? 16. It's starting to scuff and become a little discoloured. It's still fairly white. So there's something about the pitch and the way it's rolling over the outfield and not getting scuffed up.
Johnson away from us once again, and Tendulkar is back and running it to backward point, where it's gathered on the bounce by Michael Clark, one of the only, in fact, he is the only Australian out there apart from the bowler at the moment, bareheaded. I can't remember so many camera flashes at a day-night game. I just wonder whether people are trying to get that last image of Tendulkar for their scrapbook. There's camera flashes going off all the time. You don't often see so many of them, but maybe they're just trying to get that last shot of Tendulkar batting at the SCG.
You would have to think this is his last innings in Australia at the SCG. Yeah. 4 years, I don't know when they are scheduled to come back next, but he'd be, what?
38. As this next one's a wide. Every so often it just gets away from Johnson. He's pushed that one well out near the return crease on the offside. And the total moves to 2 for 64.
Well, that is the strength and the weakness of Mitchell Johnson, is that he does leave the right-hander with his natural angle and that loose wrist, but sometimes when he does lose control of the wrist, he pushes it far too wide. We saw it a lot with the red ball during the test matches, but really his his white ball form in one-day cricket's been stunningly good.
Tendulkar faces Johnson again, short of a length, and he's up on his toes and he nudges it backward of square. Hussey darts in front of umpire Harper. Just the single, 2 for 65, Tendulkar to 38. Your last game here, of course, would have been during the day, so you wouldn't have been put off by all the camera flashes when you made your last appearance at the SCG. They wouldn't have needed the flash on the camera to get you in your last appearance, the crowd.
Dulcie from the bat and ball had a box brownie. She took a pic.
What about here at the cricket?
And then invited me for staffies afterwards. It was a nice farewell. 70 games in. She was nice, Dulce. Just drifted across Moore Park, took a pic, walked back, completed her shift. Then rang up the dressing room, Skull coming for staffies, which I often did.
Well, your mates didn't want to drink you in the room. Johnson bowls to Yuvraj, and on the front foot, he strikes it down to Hogg at mid-off.
They weren't invited. And at $8 a day in a state game, I needed staffies, baby.
You're overpaid.
I think that's what somebody did say to me one day. Batting, a Queenslander.
Don't you feel guilty taking $8 a day?
Greg Chappell said to me, are you going to take your match fee? As he whipped me through square leg for 4. That hurt me.
Johnson's in again. Yuvraj gets a slower ball. He whips it down towards long leg for 4. Bracken was inside the circle of fine leg. It is a big risk with Johnson because, as we saw earlier in the over to the right-handed Tendulkar, sometimes when it goes wild, it goes very wild. And that time, to the left hand, it was outside leg stump, and Yuvraj flipped it on its way. 2 for 69. He's up to 5.
And this is why they've persevered with Yuvraj through. They're hoping he found touch eventually. This is a big game. He can often find his best performance. Yuvraj Singh, I don't know how many years the board's not working.
He faces Johnson and he's forward defending down towards mid-off, and there's no run. In fact, they've helped us out here because
what are they doing?
They're now filming that board over there, or taking its output and putting it up on the video screen board. Down below it, it just says welcome to the SCG. But you need good eyesight. At the end of the over, India are 2 for 69. Gavaskar, no, Tendulkar is on 38. Yuvraj is on 5. They've bowled 16 overs, and luckily I'm getting out and Jim can come in and test his eyesight.
You're listening to the one-day final series between Australia and India.
Go with Grandstand.
Cricket's on radio.
Live from the SCG on your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
Jim's back and Hogg's on. So this is the situation. We're still in a power play.
Yep, we are.
And they can have 3 men out. So Ponting has to place them fairly judiciously. At the moment, there are 3 on the leg side for Sachin Tendulkar. Now, this will be interesting. What will the little master do to Hogg? He's attacked him continually throughout the summer. Can he risk a false shot in this situation before having a long look at him?
It might be part of the plan to try and lure him into taking it on. Over the offside, through the offside. His judgment's been pretty good against Hogg. And this is another crucial little moment, maybe big, in the game. Hogg is going to bowl. Tendulkar waits for him, and he comes up and bowls the ball. It's a bit short. He's up into his stumps, sees the length so quickly and pushes it away. 2 for 69 in the 17th over. Tendulkar 38. Yuvraj 5, with Uthappa out for 17. Brilliantly caught by a swooping, diving Hussey in the deep, and then Gambier run out in a confusion, and a good bit of work from Hopes in the end to throw the stumps down from close at hand off his bowling as the throw came in. Gambier out for 3. Here's Hogg, he's bowling, and Tendulkar's back, and he's missing down the leg side. An appeal, and will they get the wide? Yes, he does get the wide. The appeal is just to try and divert the umpire's attention a bit, and perhaps think it's flicked the pad But there's no margin for error for any bowler outside the leg stump, as there wasn't then. But, gee, wasn't far away from his pad as he tried to turn it and missed it. It's a wide.
And he gave Gilchrist a big stare, did Sachin Tendulkar.
Hogg bowls, and Tendulkar around his pad, flicks it to backward square. They don't get a run. Clark's on the case, picks up in his right and throws with his left, and they can't score. They've got a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square with a mid-wicket and a square leg. And now Tendulkar just went over to speak to Ponting, and now the umpire Dale Harper's talking to Uttapar. Is it about the chatting behind the stumps?
Something's been said and after that appeal that Tendulkar thought was frivolous.
Hogg bowls, and Tendulkar flicks him to backward square again, where Clark is fielding. Just a bit more heat into the game.
Yuvraj isn't happy at the non-striker's end. Sachin doesn't get involved in too much, but Yuvraj potentially will.
Hogg bowls again. Tendulkar inside out, slams it for 4. He's hit it out towards the boundary, and it will go now across the line for 4. That's where he's going to pick his mark. If Hogg pitches up, he'll go inside out. That's the temptation, and Tendulkar plenty good enough to play the shot and hit a boundary. He's 42. It's 2 for 74.
There's 3 men patrolling leg side boundaries. There's only men in the circle on the offside. The moment Hogg was fractionally outside off stump, Tendulkar was open face going inside out and hitting it to the boundary.
Hogg again, Tendulkar onto his stumps and pushing straight to mid-wicket, and Ponting picks up and throws the ball quickly back in the direction. So there was something going miss out there after that wide down the leg side. Gilchrist took off the bails. Tendulkar clearly hadn't moved. Looked like one of those little ploys to try and make sure wide wasn't called, or hope that wasn't, as he sweeps and sweeps well down to fine leg. Has one. He'll come back for 2 with Hopes throwing back. Another clever shot from Tendulkar. Can play all the angles. He went inside out over cover, and then he played the paddle for 2. So it's just a little bit of tension in the game at the moment with India via Tendulkar 44, reaching 2 for 76 after 17 overs.
Yes, well, that, again, the skill of Tendulkar and his refusal to acknowledge dot balls from Hogg. He took that off the stumps, I reckon, but he knew the paddle. It was a risk, but he's such a tremendous hand-eye coordinator. He middled it. So 7 off Hogg's first. I sense they're going to try and take as many as they can off his spell.
Here's Johnson. He runs into Yuvraj. Yuvraj digs out a Yorker, and it bounces out to short mid-wicket. Australia won the toss today and batted. They lost 3 quick wickets. Gilchrist only 7 in his farewell game here. Ponting 1, Clark 4, and then Hayden and Simons added 100. Simons caught in the deep for 31. Hayden caught behind square. Beautiful catch by Chalwa for 82. Hopes made 15. Hussey 45. Lee 17. Hogg was 23 and Johnson 6. 8 for 239. Sharma went off after bowling 8 overs. I think he has a finger injury as Johnson bowls, and it's driven wide of a diving Simons up towards the cover boundary. It's being chased around the line and will be cut off just inside the line. It's Hayden out there as they collect 3 runs, and via Simons, bang, the throw goes bullet-like to Gilchrist, who knocks off the bails. And how many did they run there?
2.
Only 2? That is slack.
Yeah, it is. And it was Tendulkar dragging the chain. Admittedly, he had to wait till it got past Ponting at cover, but Australia would have run 3 for sure.
2 runs on the extra cover drive. Yuvraj is 7 as Johnson bowls to him again, and he flicks the ball away through mid-wicket. There's a man back there. They'll have just a single. Hussey patrolling in front of the O'Reilly stand. 2 for 79. Yuvraj moves along to 8, and Tendulkar on 44. So this is a great Sunday night out. What a double. You went to the Mardi Gras, I suppose, and caught up with that, and now you're here watching the cricket.
Yeah,
you're doing well to stay awake.
That's why I couldn't come to dinner.
Oh, right.
There was a cricketers' float.
Who was on it?
lots of middle order batsmen.
All right.
Yeah. Well, they're the most likely, aren't they? They hide behind the openers and the number 3 there. It's full of middle order batsmen.
I think everyone
I could hardly get a position.
The tail ender. Around the wicket, here comes Johnson to bowl, and it's edged to third man. Very fine for 4. Good little shot. That looked intentional to me.
Was.
And it went down to the boundary for 4. 2 for 83 in the 18th over.
Well, that's the danger with Johnson going around the wicket, looking to bore in at middle and off stump. However, Tendulkar's such a master user of the face. He just opened it. He knew there was no slips. He got it in the middle of the bat past second slip for 4 and forced Ponting to put a slip in. He's a lovely player, isn't he, at his best, Sachin Tendulkar. Is he going to treat the crowd to a brilliant 100?
He's on 48. As Johnson around the wicket bowls to him, and he drives somewhere out into the deep. There he is from behind my favourite piece of steel work here at the SCG. Hussey was out near the boundary at deep cover. And Tendulkar's 49 and the score's 84 in the 18th over.
He's looking ominous, little Sachin. Suddenly Johnson isn't bowling as tight as he's done in previous games. Ponting wants him to take a pole. Run rate required isn't going to tax India. They had such a rattling start.
Fine legs up again. Doesn't want to stray in there as he bowls, and Yuvraj pushes to the onside for a single. Good little placement once more. So they keep the board ticking along here. They're going at near 5 and over, which is what Australia were doing. And from that they went at 9. Johnson 6 overs for 33. This is not his normal economy.
No.
And Australia are under a little bit of pressure here. They know the key to the game is probably whether or not Tendulkar hangs around, and he's doing that at the moment. He's almost 50. He's 49.
And Yuvraj Singh is on strike to Bradley Hogg. Yes, Ponting has to get the feel right. He had 3 men leg side for Tendulkar. He might have to split them a bit more to Yuvraj, who both goes inside out and over the leg side. So this will be a very important over in the scheme of things. Tendulkar, we know, attacks Hogg, but what will Yuvraj do? Short of runs throughout the tour. On 9 in an important position, number 4. Number 4s aren't on the float, but 5, 6, 7, they're all on. Where will you bet? I'll bet 5.
This game's definitely afloat.
I can see pursed lips from Grace in the background. It's a telltale sign.
Hogg's bowling. Yuvraj is bowling. Someone's turned the music up. What's that?
Love is in the air. Wayne Davis.
Can you turn your radio down?
No.
Oh, you're trying to do the cricket. That was last night, wasn't it?
Love was in the air.
Yeah. They want him to hit one in the air. Yuvraj goes forward. He might hit it for 6, of course, as he pushes to wide mid on, deepish mid wicket and takes a run. And he goes to 10. 2 for 86.
And it brings the little master on strike. There are 4 balls remaining in the over. I don't know whether Tendulkar will take the single to reach this half 100 or whether he'll pin his ears back and try and reach it with a boundary.
Grandstand Cricket
on ABC Local Radio and on digital radio ABC Grandstand.
Good, mate. I think we're in for a good game, aren't we?
It's looking
going to be
good.
tight.
Looking
the brilliance of the Australian fieldsmen have really started to swap, haven't they? Just a couple of things what Simons did earlier. Didn't bring a wicket, but he's a phenomenal athlete. You chuck in Clark, and then it was Hussey who took the catch, Hopes who hit the stumps. It's got to help you when you've got the ball in your hand. No, you're going to get that support from the field.
Well, he's the all-rounder for his batting and his fielding these days, because he's not bowling a ball. Bracken's bowling now, and that's to Sharma, who leans on it and plays it straight to Simons. So is it the makeup of the attack that he's not required anymore, or does he have a lingering problem with his shoulder, or
watching him throw, he hasn't.
No. So what's the story?
His shoulders back, and I spoke to him last Sunday before the game, and he said it was fine. So
he's just not part of the attack at the moment. Not required.
Not required.
Well, that's true enough when you look at the way Australia have defended scores. Bracken bowls and Sharma plays from the stumps to backward point. They've brought the field up now. We're still in power play. This is the last over where they've got to have 3 out. And the 3 out are, in fact, 2 out. Third man and long leg. With the new man on strike, they want to hem him in, keep him there.
Captaincy there. And just even noting Michael Clark. Michael Clark's only bowled 13 overs. So these guys normally bowl a lot of overs. Maybe it's because of the skill of Bracken and Lee and Johnson.
Bracken bowls now, and Sharma's looking to drive, but it goes square on the offside. So for those listeners who may have disappeared somewhere for a few minutes, Brad Hogg spectacularly bowled Yuvraj Singh with a quicker delivery, orthodox delivery, but with his big pickup, his big backlift, he was late and he was bowled all over the place. Really an embarrassing dismissal, I think, for Yuvraj, given the number of times Hogg has towelled him up this year. And he was out for 10. But Tendulkar's reached a half century from 56 balls. He's at the non-striker's end as Bracken bowls, and it's driven down the ground. That should go all the way to the boundary. Hogg's in pursuit. Can he get to it? It bumbles and bobbles, and it reaches the boundary for 4. A good straight drive from Sharma. Mid-off's a bit wide, and Hogg had to do the chasing. Sharma goes to 5, and the score to 92 in the 20th over.
He's a class player, this young fella, coming in 167 runs at 33. Good strike rate. Young man. If a test spot comes up now, you got to say that Sharma, Uttapa and Gambier are well ahead of Yuvraj Singh.
Bracken comes in to Sharma. Sharma chocks him away down to third man and makes a single. So, as we keep mentioning, there are plenty of good, confident young Indian players around. But the old master, Sachin Tendulkar, is playing a very substantial innings here. And if he keeps it going, this will be a thrilling finish. Even if he doesn't, it might be. But I think India's chances of winning really rest on him batting for a lot longer. Bracken bowls to him, and he's running the ball away and almost feathering it into the keeper's gloves. That wasn't a very distinguished looking stroke from the champ as he fiddled outside the off stump. Bracken 4 overs for 18. And we're going to have a change here because Glenn Mitchell's coming in to join Damien Fleming. It's 3 for 93 after 20 overs. Tendulkar 50, Sharma 6.
You're listening to the one-day final series between Australia and India, live from the SCG.
So the Australians getting some wickets from Brad Hogg there. India 3 for 93. Glenn Mitchell comes in. Yuvraj Singh is the biggest disappointment of the summer for me. They changed the whole batting lineup in the test matches to put Dravid up to open, to find a spot for him at 6. He's vice-captain of the one-day team, obviously looking for Dhoni to be a captain of the test team one day, Yuvraj to be vice-captain. The way I've seen Gambier, Rohit Sharma and Uttapa bat, I would always play them ahead of him in test match cricket.
I think it's the love affair with the most short form of the game, the 2020, that everyone is in love with Yuvraj as Hogg's first delivery. Worked out towards mid-on. A slight fumble by Ponting, who regathers, and no run to Rohit Sharma. I mean, the 6 sixes off Stuart Broad, and he got a bonus when he came back to India and paid more than every other member of the squad when they won the World Championship. But he has a lot of failings as a batsman. Certainly has some in the field with this dicky knee he's got. As on the back foot, Sharma just tucks Hogg out to backward square and running up from deep backward square, gathered just inside the circle by Bracken. 7 to Sharma, 3 for 94 in the 21st over. Australia scored 8 for 239. What was Australia, please, Laurel, after 20? 20, they were 3 for 111. India were 3 for 93.
It slowed down, though, after halfway, didn't it? 5 wickets down. Hussey and Hopes had to really rebuild.
4 men in the deep now. The power plays are out of the way, and Tendulkar sweeps at Hogg, hitting with the spin. Out to Bracken at deep backward square leg. He moves to 51, and it's 3 for 95.
And a great experience for Rohit Sharma. Every time you bat with someone like Sachin Tendulkar and just watch the way that he goes about it.
I think this is going to be one of the real bonuses for Indian cricket, the IPL, with 4 under-22 players from every zone playing with the respective franchises. As a fine little lap shot here by Rohit Sharma off Hogg. Bracken's busy behind square on the onside at the moment. Another single. 3 for 96. Sharma 8. These young men are going to have a chance to bat alongside Matthew Hayden, Adam Gilchrist, Michael Hussey, Graham Smith, and they'll be bowling and watching Shane Warne and the likes. And it's going to be an immense plus. 32 players under 22 going to be rubbing shoulders in front of big crowds with the best cricketers in the world, as again the ball worked backward of square on the onside off the bowling of Hogg. Another bit of fielding by Bracken. Tendulkar gets another single. 3 for 97. Tendulkar to 52.
Oh, exactly, and that's where the IPL is looking like a winner, not only financially for Indian cricket, but the education as well. And as long as they can vary their games to be able to play the longer formats. Jeez. Getting coached by Shane Warne or playing with Gilly. Amazing.
Hogg tosses one up. Sharma advances and nearly got bowled. He got an inside edge. It may have even clipped his heel. And then it's ricocheted down towards Bracken, who I reckon might have fielded all deliveries in that over. And that short fine leg. 3 for 98. Rohit Sharma is on 9. Tendulkar is 52. 21 overs have been bowled. I wonder what Warne will do as captain coach of Jaipur, because he reckons coaches are only what you get on to drive to the ground. His excuse was, or his flippant comment to the media, I put my hand up. The Jaipur franchise sort of talked about, I put my hand up. Does anyone else telling me what to do?
Well, he's captain coach, isn't he? It'll be a bit like a footy mentality. He loves his Aussie rules and St Kilda, so there'll be a lot of ranting and raving there.
I
think his strength will be his individual coaching. Yeah, young spinners over there, all bowlers. You know, the way he went tactically getting batsmen out was superb.
Bracken delivers. Sharma played inside one, angled across him outside off stump. And of course, if he wants to, he can just text them wherever they are around the place.
Yeah, the coverage not good over there,
isn't it?
So that might hurt him a little bit. Video calls maybe. Up at Jaipur, that's the Red City. Is it? Jaipur? I think it is. Yeah. There's some great castles and...
Jodhpur's the pink... Jodhpur's the
pink city. What am I saying? City. Red City. Pink City. The castles and...
Bracken. Left arm over the wicket. Sharma drives fluently, but he hits it fairly firmly. And as a result, no single to Hogg at mid-off. 3 for 98 in the 22nd over. Earlier today, Australia were 3 for 24, having won the toss. Gilchrist out for 7, Ponting 1, Clark 4. Then exactly 100 put on for the 4th wicket before Simons was out for 31. His partnership partner Hayden faced 88 balls. He was out for 82. Hopes made 15. Hussey run out for 45. Lee 17. Hogg 23 not out. Mitch Johnson 6 not out. 8 for 239. Bracken delivers again and Sharma drives straight down through mid-off. Yes, he has beaten a diving Hogg, and it'll come down towards the rope for 4. Johnson beaten from mid-on by about 2 metres over the line. Thought momentarily that the ball wasn't hit firmly enough to prevent Hogg from running and diving from mid-off around behind the stumps, but he dived and the ball went past him. And Sharma's 13, 3 for 102.
I think Tendulkar's saying, geez, I wish I could hit the ball straight like that. That is a beautiful shot.
It's twice he's done it.
Doesn't try and overhit the ball. Doesn't have a big backlift. Hoggy just missed that.
In fact, that ball actually bobbled over Hogg's right hand.
Full face of the bat. That's class.
The future for India looks great. In the bowling department, they've got good young batsmen coming through. They're going to lose some greats. Tendulkar, Dravid.
But they're already rebuilding.
Exactly.
And still performing at a very high level.
There's 3 men on the onside supporting Bracken. He bowls an outside off stump. It's worked down the 3rd man here by Rohit Sharma for a single. Hopes fields 3 for 103. with Rohit Sharma up to 14 now. In fact, that was Lee down there, was it? He was, Brett Lee away in the distance. Gee, it's going to look different when we come here for the start of next summer with the new grandstand. They've made a fair bit of progress since the Test match.
Yeah, when's it supposed to be due? Is it by the end of the footy season for the next cricket season, or
what's next cricket season? It won't be here till perhaps January for international cricket. Bracken delivers over the wicket, and on the front foot, Tendulkar pushes out towards deep cover point, coming in from in front of the O'Reilly stand. Hussey keeps it to 1.
That's not a bad call, that.
Tendulkar 53, 3
You
for
don't
104.
think about that, do you?
Yeah.
So October's the cricket season.
You won't actually be here till
Sydney,
next year.
Yeah, over New Year's Eve.
So another
Test, and
it's at 9 months nearly. It probably will be pretty close to complete.
And some new faces for the Australian team, Test and One Days.
Were you tipping someone other than Gilchrist and Hogg to go?
No.
Bracken's next delivery, Sharma back and cuts it to point. Well fielded by Clark. Moving swiftly to his right, the end of the 22nd over. India 3 for 104, Tendulkar 53, Rohit Sharma 14. The men out in the innings, Uttapa for 17, Gambia 3, Yuvraj 10. A wicket apiece to Hopes and Hogg, with Gambia being run out. The target, 240 to go 1 up in the best of 3 series.
Well, obviously Hayden has to go at some stage. The way he batted today, it didn't look like he was slipping at all. Had a wonderful Test series against India as well.
When you get to next summer, you're within reaching distance of another Ashes series, aren't you?
Yeah.
May 2009.
It's probably the one place where Hayden really hasn't got going in England. 05 and 09. Didn't have... Oh, sorry, 01 and 05. Got 100 in that 5th Test at the Oval. I don't think he got one in 01.
And back in 93, played all the one-day games.
That was out of him and Slater.
Yeah, preferred Slater. And in the second Test, Slater got 100, the famous badge kiss on the helmet. As the first ball of a new over from Hogg, lofted down the ground by Tendulkar to long off. The ball fielded away in the deep by Hopes. And Tendulkar moves along to 54, 3 for 105. The longest Sachin stays at the crease. The odds swing more in India's favour here. They need to get him out.
Yeah, you'd think if he bats through to the 40th over, they're going to get home.
Hogg left arm over the wicket and playing with the spin, turning off leg stump. Rohit Sharma out to deep backward square. Bracken around and up. Gathers 3 for 106. Sharma to 15. Vin has sent in an SMS. Come back to it after this delivery. Hogg delivers and Tendulkar advances and drives inside out over extra cover. 1 bounce, 4. Oh, he's light on his feet. He could go in one of those celebrity dance contests on television. He just went out to the leg side, hit inside out over the extra cover fieldsman. He's up to 58. It's 3 for 110, and that SMS from Vin: Kerry, you crack me up. You deserve your own tribute float. We'll see if we can get that next year for the Mardi Gras tribute float for Kerry O'Keefe. But that was a lovely shot from Tendulkar.
Oh, it's a beautiful shot, isn't he? He's hit it right over Simons' head, over cover, inside out.
Hogg delivers to him again, a quicker, flatter ball, and he just plays a dab little late cut, gathered by Hayden. Hits the top of the stumps from short third man. Rudy Kutsen says go upstairs. Not much excitement from the Australians.
You never know.
I think when it's a direct hit, it always amplifies the chances of the fielding team, but there was never great excitement for Michael Clark square on, and in the end he's in, but only just.
Close.
In by about 5 centimetres beyond the inside of the crease that he needs to beat. 3 for 111 it'll be. Well, they already given the run. Is it 3 for 110, Laurel? If the singles, 3 for 111. Sharma will be, sorry, Tendulkar will be 59. He's not out. So Sharma making good his ground at the striker's end. But as soon as, we've noticed, as soon as Hogg tosses the ball up, Tendulkar's down, outside leg stump, bang, inside out. Hogg can't afford to get too high tossing it up. He does on that occasion, and right outside off stump, Sharma plays with the spin and runs it to backward square, and jogging back the keeper Gilchrist gathers. 3 for 112 Sharma 16. But as soon as Tendulkar realises the ball's tossed up, his immediate motion is down the pitch, but out to the leg side to give himself room over cover. He's done it twice.
How many batsmen in the world would do that?
Well, Lakshman did it in 2001 against Warney. Kept going either inside out over cover.
At least he's hitting with the spin.
Yeah, hitting down through mid-on, out of the rough.
Jeez.
That was a great innings. Tendulkar faces Hogg once again. Quicker, flatter ball, Phil for LBW. They'll get a leg by.
Give that.
The ball comes down to fine third man for Hayden to retrieve. There's no signal from the ump. Yes, there is now. Daryl Harper perches on one leg. The end of the over. 23 have been bowled. 3 for 113. Tendulkar 59. Rohit Sharma 16.
Hoggy's not happy. He's put his tongue in. I thought that was close. No replays so far. So partnership building here for India.
It is indeed. I'll depart, Damien, because Jim Maxwell's about to come back in.
So it's the experience of Tendulkar and the youthfulness of Rohit Sharma, who's only 20 years of age. So the Indians really packing their team full of under 23 players mixed in with the experience of Tendulkar and Harbhajan Singh. And it's good to see. And Tendulkar, well, he's treating us again tonight. Still got all the shots and maybe he's saving his best for the finals series. Jimmy hasn't got going too much in their preliminary games.
Well, not everyone believes he's the big occasion player in the one-day games, but certainly has been the case tonight. Here's a man who's never made a one-day 100 in Australia, and it's, from all appearances, his last appearance on this ground in an international match. And what a way to go out if he gets it. Even if he doesn't get another run, it's been worth watching.
Just ticking off all the things that he hasn't done. There's not much.
India 3 for 113. Bracken around the wicket. He bowls to Tendulkar, and Tendulkar drives him square of the wicket for a single. He's played some extraordinary shots, and you think of the way his wrists work from the line of the stumps to take the ball through the onside. But what about that shot he played? Deliberately steered, snicked it down to the very fine third man for 4. It was an amazing shot, wasn't it?
But he's just got, we know about when he gives the full face and so much power, but he's got delicate touch. He does the same on the leg side. He really gets his leg glance very, very fine.
Bracken now bowls to Sharma, who's driving again. Gets the full face of the bat to the ball, just like Tendulkar. He's played 2 magnificent drives down the ground.
He does that more than a lot of the subcontinent players who like to, you know, to use their wrists. He's a lot more correct.
But his bat never moves on impact. Like you see a lot of players drive and the ball moves. His stays just full high hand straight through at impact.
He's only 20.
So we're seeing something here. 3 for 114 as Sharma faces, and Bracken has him forward, pushing it uppishly just past Bracken. Change of pace, and he hit the ball in the air just past the right hand of Bracken down the pitch towards Johnson at mid-on, but was almost a chance. Return catch to Bracken, who had to change direction going around the wicket.
Just the off-cut. He had to check his shot. It's good bowling for someone that keeps showing you that vertical bat. You know, if you can just change your pace a little bit and they don't change their bat speed, you might get a return catch and you've got a catching cover or mid-off or mid-on.
Bracken in, and Sharma angles his shot to Clark at backward point. 3 for 114. Uthappa brilliantly caught by Hussey in the deep. A shot off Hope's swung hard. Hussey came forward and took it just before it hit the ground running in. And brilliant catch. Uthappa going well, was out for 17. Then a mix-up. Tendulkar ran hard for his second, but Gambier hesitated. It didn't make it back to the bowler's end, and Hopes took the throw and threw the stumps down. The Gambier out for 3, and Yuvraj bowled by Hogg for 10. Bracken bowls, and another good-looking shot on the front foot from Rohit Sharma is fielded by Simons in the covers. Australia made 8 for 239. Hayden 82, Hussey 45, Simons 31. Gilchrist only 7. He was caught at mid-on playing a pull shot. Ponting played on for a single. Clark was caught behind, perhaps unluckily for 4.
When 2 objects collide, vibrations ripple outwards as powerful waveforms. These waves travel through the air, surge into the ear and through the auditory system, firing signals deep into the brain. Meaning sound isn't just heard. It's felt in every nerve, every beat, every breath.
Here's the first ball of the Ashes.
This is the sound of history being made. Feel every moment of the Ashes with ABC Sport. Coming soon on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of basketball.
Simon's 31, 8 for 239. Hogg goes back to long off as Bracken runs in around the wicket, and Sharma's playing another fine-looking force out into the deep towards Hussey for a single to complete a steady over. 24 of them gone, 3 for 115, 240 the target, Tendulkar 60 and Sharma 17.
Well bowled from Nathan Bracken, just the 2 off, number 25, or number 26 off 6 overs. And I think there's signs now, Jimmy, the ball's getting a bit softer. If you can bowl pretty straight, just vary your pace and your lead, it is tough to hit through that field if it's set straight. And the Australians, well, they're going for a bit of a change now. They're bringing their big draw card, their pace man, Brett Lee, back on to have a bowl. So can he get a couple of quick wickets and rip through this Indian top order?
Now Leon's sitting in bay 15 and he wants to know what the par score means on the scoreboard. I don't think it's going to be relevant tonight. It refers to Duckworth Lewis, where if rain interferes with the game and there's a count back, the team that's chasing needs to be one more than the par score to be in front in the game. So I don't know what's par at the moment. 106. So if it was to rain now, India would win because they're more than that. But I can't. No, I certainly can't see any clouds. But from what we hear, there are none around. So that's for another night. Hopefully not this one. Lee's running into Sharma. Sharma's going forward and playing the ball to mid-wicket. And Ponting is there to field it, and they can't score.
If you bowl quick and hard in that area there, it's really hard to score, isn't it?
It's hard to see the ball.
I didn't see the ball.
No. You're looking at the fieldsman. You, from where we sit, which is probably, in an ideal sense, a bit too high, even though it's just behind the wicket and everything else. It's a great view.
Great view.
You're just a little too high to get the perspective sometimes, particularly when the ball gets a bit grey, a bit grubby. Lee charges in again. He bowls to Sharma, who's back. Defending, wants a single. He can't get it because the ball is quietly out on the offside. So this is an interesting, very interesting period of the game. Is Lee going to get a little reverse? It seems to be this sort of period for 7 or 8 overs where often the scoring slows right down until they change the ball at the 34th
Get the harder,
over.
newish ball.
Yeah.
And they can fly. Yeah, well, there's not a lot of grass on this pitch, so it may be roughing up both sides, and they're shining hard as we see Andrew Symonds now really working on the ball. We know how tough it is when the ball gets a bit softer and then starts to swing in the air.
Brett Lee running in towards Sharma. Sharma back and flicks the ball away. In typical style of all the famous players we've seen. Going back to Dilip of Vengsarkar and also Lakshman, who batted brilliantly here in the test match, making 100. Just a little flick of the wrist, and they get a single. 3 for 116 in the 25th over.
On to guys like Laxman, Azruddin, you'd pitch on off and they'd hit you through mid-wicket, and you'd go a little bit wider outside off stump and they'd hit you to square leg, then you go a bit wide and they'd rock on the back foot and smash you through point. It was really hard to get those type of batsmen to hit to cover or mid-off.
There's
so risky.
Someone distracting Tendulkar down at the far end, just sitting near the side screen. And everyone settles down as Lee comes running in and bowls, and Tendulkar gets a bouncer and he plays it well. Hit the pitch as it did earlier in the innings when the ball was brand new. It went past his helmet. That may have gone past his chin, and it sent him back. He didn't play a shot, didn't play a little uppercut. He thought, no, I'll leave that alone. But he's made 60. And he's delighted this sellout crowd with the versatility of his shots and the certainty of the way he's put the ball to the boundary. Lee goes in and bowls. Tendulkar is flicking. He's almost leg before. What's that, says Brett Lee to umpire Harper. May have got a little nick. If not, it was sliding down. But he's got him LB a few times, and he's trying to line up another leg before.
7 days ago, last game, wasn't it, here? Going well down. Not sure if it is going a little bit of in swing.
Yeah, it just went a little bit, maybe was a bit wider out as well, launching it in there. Lee coming in and bowling, and Tendulkar gets another short ball. It just gets out of the way of it. That's a pretty good over from Lee. And it pinned Tendulkar down. And at the end of it, 25 overs gone. It's 3 for 116. Tendulkar 60, Sharma 18. And the target is 240. 3 for 116. Comparatively, Australia were 4 for 128.
Yeah, run rate around 5 now. Still plenty of wickets in hand, but well bowled from Lee. So Bracken went for 2 previous over. Lee only 1 there. So things are tightening. And Michael Clark now with the ball in his hand. Yet to get a wicket in this tri-series. 13 overs for 67 runs. Now, can he get a little bit of turn? There was plenty of turn for Harbhajan today. Just spinning away from these right-hand batsmen. Maybe that's why he's preferred to Brad Hogg at this stage.
And to Andrew Simons.
He's made his bowl 5.5 overs for the tri-series.
Yeah, I just thought, well, if he's going to bowl in some useful fashion, it might be here with his off-spin, which certainly with a red ball at times this summer he's bowled quite efficiently.
Almost gets a wicket every spell, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But maybe, as I said, with Clark spinning away from the right-handers is in Ponting's mind.
So here's Clark around the wicket from his little run in, and Sharma drives the ball away through the infield square on the offside, or almost through. It was a diving pick up out there by Matthew Hayden. They took a single. Sharma 18. 3 for 117. Yes, and now Tendulkar to face, and the man who's full of power-laden shots and invention. That's why they've got a fine leg on the sweep. A deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket, and a long on with a long off and a deep cover. And Tendulkar goes inside out and bangs the ball away. A couple of bounces towards deep cover. He was getting expansive there. He went to the onside, gave himself a lot of room to try and crack that over Simon's head.
I think he went too far, Jim, and he could only get it square. Because you're right, there's plenty of room over Simon's head.
Clark bowls to Sharma. Sharma looking very good as he defends the ball away towards Ponting at mid-wicket. So they're on target. They need around 5 and over, and they're under that as he flicks the next ball away to the onside from the pad, trying to turn it, and he missed out. But Clark's quite handy coming on, and he bowls a couple of 1.5 to 2 minute overs. He just back in, get rid of them quickly. A series of dot balls as he goes in at Sharma. Sharma forces the ball away, and Ponting dives and saves at mid-wicket. Brilliant bit of fielding. Prevented a run. They're good at doing that, and it's consistently one of the differences between the two teams. Ponting had to move a long way to his left, saved a run. Clark in, Sharma drives it out to Simons this time, and that's a good over from Clark, from which they took just 2 runs. 26 overs gone. 3 for 118. Tendulkar 61. And Sharma on 19.
So 5 off the last 3 overs. So things are slowing up for the Indian batsmen. And some good tight bowling, forcing them mainly to try and drive. Fields are set straight. So tough work here, though the Indians will know with the class of Tendulkar and Rohit Sharma, if they're there at the end, they're going to win this game. So tight cricket, it's building to be a very exciting finish. And I think I'm out. Peter's coming in for a chat.
Thanks, Flem. So a vast crowd here, probably 33, 34,000. They've got a bit more room now under the developing stand at the far end of the ground that's going to fill the hole between the O'Reilly and the 5 Churchill stands, and that area underneath is full. And they're watching Lee. He's moving in towards Tendulkar, who's back and jumping in the air as he plays it down towards the fine leg boundary. It's going to be cut off by Bracken. Just nurdled it around the corner, and they picked up a couple of runs. Tendulkar 63, but this has been one of the contests of the summer. Lee bowling to Tendulkar, and Lee hoping just to get something in at his pads again for an LBW decision once more. Peter.
Good evening, Jim.
How are you?
Very well, thank you. A terrific contest. Cracking match. Very high-class performances, I think, from both sides. Obviously, mistakes are made. That happens in 50-over cricket, but some terrific exchanges.
Lee runs in, and Tendulkar is beaten outside the off stump. That was another very good fast ball from Lee, and it missed the edge of Tendulkar's bat. But he hasn't missed too often in this innings. It's just a compelling versatility of his stroke play.
He's had to play exceptionally well to keep his team in the match. I mean, the off glide when there wasn't a slip and Johnson was round the wicket was a beauty. The lifted shots over extra cover off Brad Hogg, magnificent.
Lee waits, turns, goes around in a circle like a bull who's about to charge, and now he says with a snort, I'm on my way. Here he comes. He bowls to Tendulkar. Tendulkar jumps in the air as he knocks the ball around the corner for a single. Goes to 64, 3 for 121. But you really feel that the fate of this game, from India's viewpoint, depends on Tendulkar being there for most of the rest of the overs.
The worst thing that could have happened to Australia was that everyone kept saying, oh, he doesn't get runs batting second and when the chips are down and chasing. The Australians didn't say that. You don't want to wake up these champions, you know. You want to keep them sleeping. Never waken the sleeping tiger. It's played pretty well today, unlike Yuvraj.
Putting some sawdust down, Lee just looked like slipping there a bit, yes.
Some fast bowlers I know knock their heads when they want to do that. Not this one.
They're going to put a slip in from the look of it.
Yes.
Yeah, Hayden's coming down for Sharma because Lee's getting some bounce, a little bit of movement near that off stump, more into the batsman, but if one holds his line it could hit the edge. He bowls and Sharma is forcing it away with a beautiful looking straight bat. Is there a straighter bat than his? Probably Tendulkar's, but there are not many straighter. It looks to be the most perfect technique when he plays through the line.
It doesn't look hard, that, does it, when the blokes do it? Why can't you and I do it?
It's easier to call it than to do it, I think, but watching it is watching something special. A high-class player in the making. He's on 19, Sharma. Lee bowls and he forward again, pushing the ball back down the pitch. So I was saying to Damien Fleming, this always seems to be a period of the game between about overs 25 and 34 when it can go very quiet, particularly at night, because the ball loses its whiteness, and then all of a sudden in the 34th over everyone's seeing the ball again because they change it.
Yes. I haven't quite got the hang of that, keeping the balls exactly the same and when they're not red.
Well, just have one at each end, but Lee's bowling and Sharma's back and he's tightened up again. He can't score. It's a good over, and let's hear what Sunil Gavaskar, that great batsman who's out here in Australia doing some television work, thinks about Sachin Tendulkar.
What a great player he is, and the quality of the man comes through not just with the performances on the field, but his demeanor on the field and off it. He's a magnificent role model for the young generation in India.
Sachin Tendulkar. And Glenn Mitchell's getting ready to come in and join you in a moment with the score at 3 for 121. Sunil Gavaskar, of course, famous initially because he was the first batsman to go past Bradman's 29 Test hundreds, and then he held the record for a long time.
Yes, the two great batsmen of Indian history, certainly the last 40 years. The old-timers talk about Vijay Merchant and Hazare and a couple of others, but we haven't seen them. But we've seen plenty of Gavaskar and plenty of Tendulkar, and had great admiration for them both, of course.
Here's Clark starting a new over around the wicket to Tendulkar, and Tendulkar is hit on the pad and appeal for LB, but going down the leg side. And two other fine players just had their record knocked off. Roy and Mankad, Pankaj Roy and
yes,
Mankad,
Vinur Mankad
by Smith and Mackenzie, as it's pushed away to the offside for a single here. The in-out shot played by Tendulkar, finding a gap, and he moves to 65. Pity in some ways that that's happened. Great for Mackenzie and Smith, but sadly Bangladesh's contribution in Test match cricket at the moment is pretty marginal.
Well, we're going to go now with IRL. We're going to go to IPL, the two tiers.
Back goes Sharma to a short ball, clubs at the point, and it goes through the fieldsman and down towards the boundary. They'll come back for a couple of runs. That was a surprise. It was Matthew Hayden who didn't stop it cleanly. A rare blemish in the field for Australia. Hard hit shot, but he had the chance to cut it off and didn't. So you think a couple of years' time we'll just have the major nations playing Test cricket?
Yeah,
and
I
the
think
rest occasionally?
2 layers. I think West Indies, Zimbabwe, if they're at that level even, Bangladesh, must go and play in Division 2 with Kenya, maybe Uganda, possibly, I don't know. Let them go and prove themselves, some of these people.
Here's a back foot shot from Sharma, played to Simons at cover, and there's no run. 3 for 124. West Indies.
Yeah. Well, they haven't beaten anyone for Yonks. Who have they beaten?
Well, they did beat South Africa in a test a while ago, and they lost the series as Sharma drives down the ground and gets a run. 3 for 125. And they're playing Australia fairly soon in the Caribbean.
First match under a new coach. They, I see Marlon Samuels is under very close scrutiny, both for his action and for other matters off the field.
Well, he should, yes. He's always looked like a chucker, but he's an occasional, so it probably doesn't matter. It's his batting they need to get his head together on. Around the wicket, Clark is bowling, and Tendulkar's looking to do something, and he pushes the ball away to deep cover, trying to score off every ball. 3 for 126 at the end of another accurate over. Tendulkar moves to 66. Sharma's 22. Here's Peter, and then Glenn.
You're listening to the one-day final series between Australia and India.
Grandstand Summer of Cricket.
Live from the SCG on your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
Do you have promotion and relegation?
Yes.
Yep.
After a couple of years, every couple of years. You've got to do it. The problem Test cricket's had is to maintain a constant high standard. The reason for that is the game's tried to expand through Test cricket. I thought it was a reasonable idea. It hasn't worked. Zimbabwe's fallen back for well-documented reasons. Bangladesh hasn't picked up like everyone hoped. The West Indies has had a long period now where it's not played good cricket, and it's about time that was acknowledged. Of course, they can all get back up into the top league, but I would have probably 6 sides in the top league. And 6 sides in the next league, and challenge a couple of the other sides to say, okay.
So you'd promote to Test cricket status, say a Kenya, or who else is around? Holland, I don't know. Who else would you have up there?
I'd be inclined to abolish Test records as well. I don't know why we have to have those. You know, we're so concerned about whether a thing is a Test match or not a Test match, instead of whether it's an international play between equal opponents. And I would stick with that.
Johnson back into the attack, and he bowls to Tendulkar, who hits it in the air. 1-2 bounces out to Hogg at deep cover point for a single. He's 67. 3 for 127. Another 113 required by India in just under 22 overs to win.
Good change of bowling here by Ponting. I like the way he juggles his attack. Michael Clark's come on for a couple of overs, but Tendulkar hasn't played him very well this series, actually. Even the Test series also, he had him very close to leg before a couple of times.
Hayden is in at slip. Australia realising they need a wicket here. Next one well up and driven by Sharma out towards extra cover. Fielded there by Andrew Simons, and there's no run. Just near Simons appears to be a bit of white sand, a big circular patch of sand just off the edge of the pitch block towards the members.
Sawdust maybe? Is there a little wet patch there or something?
Might be, yeah, from the rain earlier today. Something mightn't have drained away properly. Outfield's very quick despite the rain this morning. Sharma faces Johnson again, and he plays away from his body, steering it out towards Michael Clarke, who throws at the non-striker's end from point. One of these days, the Australian's going to clip the stumps, and it's not going to be able to be backed up, and it's going to whistle away. That time, Ponting at mid-on was able to stop it. But Michael Clarke is out of the Steve Waugh school. Every time the ball gets hit to you just throw at the stumps. Crowd getting excited in front of Bhogle stand because they put together a large snake out of empty plastic cups. Sharma faces Johnson again. He advances and lofts high down the ground. Lee running back towards long off from mid-off. It pitches 10 metres in advance of him. Pulls up dead, and the batsmen get 2. He gave him the charge then. Sharma was airborne for a long time. He's 24, 3 for 129. India is actually in a situation at the moment where they don't need to take undue risks. They need 5.2 and over, 7 wickets in hand. They don't need to risk the loss of a wicket by doing something a little bit silly.
No, they don't. But nor can they sit on the splice, and nor can Tendulkar's partner put all the pressure back on him. I don't think it's a bad thing that he has bold intentions. That may not have been the correct execution of those intentions, but I think the idea that Sharma is forthright is good.
Johnson now around the wicket from the Randwick end. Bowls to Tendulkar, who's tucked up and works it off his pads to Hussey, coming in from deep forward square leg. Tendulkar moves to 67, 3 for 129. What have you seen, Peter?
No, I'm not sure. Who was facing that one?
Oh, Sharma, I should say. Yeah, he's up to 25, 3 for 130.
They're very similar, right-handers. Sharma maybe a little taller, but not quite as good. But that doesn't denigrate him. They both play with very wide bats, it seems. They both play that beautiful straight drive that various times where Sharma's straight driven today, I thought, gee, that must have been Tendulkar. Couldn't have been anyone else. When
Australia gets to India in October, I wonder what the test batting lineup will look like for India.
Yes.
Dravid has been struggling for runs in the last 12 months. Ganguly, Lakshman was out of favour, then back in favour. Not held for the one-dayers here in Australia. You'd expect Tendulkar will still be there in October, but you wonder of the other very good to great batsmen like Dravid, who will be there. As Johnson around the wicket again and on the back foot. Lovely shot by Tendulkar for 4.
He's a genius.
It was a short lifter. He stood to attention, and just with the bat face pointing towards the blackened sky above, he just elevated the ball over the top of Hayden at first slip to the finish of the third men position for 4. He's 71 at the end of the over. 29 have been bowled. India 3 for 134, needing another 106, with Rohit Sharma out there also unbeaten. He's on 25.
Well, with all due respect to Rohit Sharma, I doubt he could play that one. That was just an act of genius. A short ball outside off stump, slips in place, keepers in place. How good have you got to be to know that you can clear both of those two? It's such a risky shot, and he executed it perfectly. I put that beside the off glide off Johnson earlier when there was no slip in place, and he played it therefore on the ground. And the inside out extra cover shots he played off Brad Hogg. Improvisation at its best.
What can Michael Clarke do to stem proceedings? Goes around the wicket well up, and Sharma digs out the Yorker towards Simons at extra cover. This match officially a sellout, and with the reconfigured seating with the stand being built, the official crowd just posted 31,539. Clarke around the wicket again, outside leg stump, and if he hadn't have gone outside leg stump himself, Sharma, and get hit in the pads, it would have been a wide, but he was looking to turn it onto the onside and didn't make contact. 3 for 134. Only 106 needed now. Clarke around the wicket again, and Sharma gives this everything, drags it on the pull shot out to Hogg at deep back with square leg. 3 for 135. Sharma's 26, and I don't know about you, Peter, but this ball's getting difficult to see.
Yes, I was relying on you for that. I can't see it at all. But yes, it is. And how many overs is that, Laurel?
This is the 30th.
So there's 5 overs to go, but they're not slowing the scoring, though.
No.
They must be seeing it okay. Tendulkar seems to be seeing it all right, even if we can't.
That's the main thing. More important the batsmen and the fieldsmen see it than the commentators. Tendulkar surveying the onside field. There is a deep backward, two deep backward squares, if you like. And perhaps more of a long leg, Mitch Johnson. Hogg out at deep backward square. Clark around the wicket to Tendulkar, and he's forward driving to long off. Hopes will gather another single. Tendulkar 72. 3 for 136 in the 30th over. We had Udaipur out for 17, Gambier for 3, and Yuvraj bowled by Hogg for 10. Rohit Sharma back on strike, faces Clark, and he drives down towards long off again, beating the bowler, diving in his follow through. Another tidy up by Hopes. Sharma 27, 3 for 137. They're roughly going to need 100 off the last 20 overs here. A ball to go in the 30th, and they need 103 runs at the moment to win. Around the wicket, and a little dab shot here. A little sweep by Tendulkar to a foolish ball on leg stump. Down to Mitch Johnson, who doesn't throw because he'll perhaps come in and bowl the next over. That is the end of the over, and it's time for drinks. 30 overs have been bowled. So the equation is fairly straightforward. 20 overs to come, 102 to win. So just a touch over 5 runs per over required by India to head to Brisbane on Tuesday and lead 1-0 in the best of 3 series. Tendulkar 73, Rohit Sharma 27. As we mentioned a moment ago, the players out, Udaipur for 17 to Hopes, Gambier run out for 3, Yuvraj bowled by Hogg for 10. Earlier today, Australia won the toss. They made 8 for 239, with Hayden making 82, Hussey 45, and Hogg made 23 not out. Drinks on the field, 30 overs bowled. India 102 from victory at 3 for 138.
It's already being made by another route. So the test match series then become more precious and more particular. You know, I think there's a feeling now that there's a lot of test matches that really aren't that good, which is why I'm talking about having 2 divisions in test cricket. Let's have the best and let test cricket be the best. It can be done, but it means that some hard decisions have to be made.
This will be interesting, and it appears the next CEO of the ICC is one of the co-founders of the IPL, all the talk is.
Yes, he's not a shoo-in yet. There's a bloke from South Africa who's a contender as well, I'm led to believe. Binder is a very capable man, and he's not necessarily an apologist for anyone in particular. He is a man of independent judgment. But there's a bloke in South Africa who I think is also in the running, I'm led to believe.
Not yourself, you lived there 6 months.
No, I'm not going for that job right now.
Oh, OK. Make sure you send me a text message when you apply in the years to come. After drinks, Johnson around the wicket from the Randwick end, and Tendulkar gets another clever boundary to the same part of the ground that he did in the previous over. A short lifter outside off stump. They need to put a fly slip, a fine first fly slip in. Well, short lifter over the top of the slip. 4 more, he's 77, 3 for 142. They now need 98 to win.
It would be a novel placement, wouldn't it? I wonder if Ponting's thinking about it. A bloke deep first slip and bowl the same ball. The other answer is not to bowl that ball, of course, to go back over the wicket and to bowl full around off stump.
It's going back over the wicket.
We're seeing an innings of something approaching genius here. Make no mistake about that. This is a masterful display. There's very little Australia's doing wrong. Fielding has been high class. Catching has been there. The run out was smart. And still they can't stop him.
This game is there for India to lose. They need 98 off 19.5 overs. 7 wickets in hand. Tendulkar gets one well up from Johnson, and he drives to Simons at extra cover. They will collectively kick themselves if they go to Brisbane 1-0 down from this position.
Well, they really should be even better position now. If Sharma had bowled 10 overs rather than 8 when he limped off, they would have saved probably 20 runs from the end of Pathan. And we've already had the run out of Gambier, and we've had the selection of Yuvraj. So that in a way, and the fielding, the ground fielding wasn't very good. So they've wasted 20 or 30 runs even to be in this position. They're playing well apart from that.
The ongoing selection of Yuvraj.
Yeah.
As Johnson bowls over the wicket, and Tendulkar stands tall and punches out towards deep point. Coming in, it's gathered by Hogg. Tendulkar 78, 3 for 143. I'm actually commentating at the moment by watching where the fieldsmen run.
Yes.
It's very difficult. I always find at this ground at night, getting to the mid part of the innings before they change the ball, that you see Tendulkar hit it and you wait to see which fieldsman actually runs to see where the ball's gone. It's so difficult to pick up.
Don't tell them out there, or they'll try and run all of them start running around. So we'll fix that, bloke.
Angled approach. Johnson to Sharma, and he plays and misses. Looking to drive outside off stump on the up. An ambitious shot. The ball was nipping away off the pitch. 3 for 143.
Not that much to come. I know Dhoni's played exceptionally well, and Pathan can certainly bat. I don't know so much about Kumar's form or Chawla's form, the leg spinner. Bowled pretty well today. The bold selection by India.
He didn't look overawed, did he? 10 overs for 33.
That's what the High Commissioner was saying. I don't think young Indians are overawed.
No. Sharma faces Johnson again, and he's forward defending. I think about a single would have been fraught with danger, if not suicidal, with Hayden breaking to his right from slip to gather the bobbling ball. 3 for 143. 1 ball to come in the 31st over. The wickets. Udava was caught by Hussey out at deep forward square leg. A very good catch off Hopes for 17. We then saw a run out. Gambier for 3. A mix up with Tendulkar, and Yuvraj bowled by Hogg for 10. A ball that just continued on, a top spinner, and took middle and off stump. Hayden standing wide at slip. Johnson delivers to Sharma, and he tucks one off leg stump down to Bracken. They just ease their way through for a single. 3 for 144. The end of the 31st over. Just 96 needed now off 19 overs with 2 batsmen well set, in particular Tendulkar. He's 78. Rohit Sharma is on 28. Some more from Peter Roebuck, and then it'll be Jim Maxwell.
And I think everyone here in the ground is relishing this match. It's been a well-fought contest. The score can be the same and it not be that great a contest because the standard can be low, but I think the standard of this game has been most impressive, and I think everyone enjoys seeing high-quality cricket, and that can happen also in 50 overs as well as in test matches from time to time, and I really feel this has been just an excellent contest right from the start, when Hayden cut loose early on, and then Australia lost 3 wickets, maybe Michael Clarke unluckily, then a terrific recovery, then a couple more wickets, and then a late rally by the Australians with Hussey and Hogg and people, and Lee cutting loose right at the end, taking them up to a respectable score. Not a daunting score, but a respectable score. And now we have the Indians again, lost 2 or 3 wickets, a bit chaotically really, but brought back into the match by a masterful innings. Good evening, Jim.
Peter, good evening to you. We've got Brad Hogg coming back into the attack. He picked up the wicket of Yuvraj with his quicker orthodox delivery, with Yuvraj again bamboozled and bowled for 10. Gambier a run out for 3, and Uthappa brilliantly caught by Hussey in the deep off Hopes for 17. So the battle continues. Tendulkar watching from the non-strikers end to Hogg bowls, and around his pad it's pushed off by Rohit Sharma for a single to backward square. He's playing a minor but considerable role here. He's 29. 3 for 145. Tendulkar 78. How well has this man played here tonight? Reviving memories of his batting here in some test matches. Magnificent stroke play, and he tries to sweep and does so. Gets it away into the deep in front of the man at backward square. There's a slight fumble, and as a result they'll take on the throw and make it too. Just a slight fumble with Mitchell Johnson patrolling in the deep, and the result was a couple on the sweep shot.
Yeah.
When he plays a shot, he normally makes contact.
Yes.
It's a sweep, it's a drive. They've got long off and deep cover out. He went over cover a couple of times earlier when Hogg bowled down at the Randwick end. He's bowling now to Tendulkar, who goes inside out and bangs the ball down the ground. Didn't quite nail it, but picked up a single towards Hopes at deep mid-off. 3 for 148. Tendulkar's 81.
The next 3 overs will be interesting till they get to 35. That ball's getting a bit soft here, and he didn't quite time that one.
They're well on target to go 1 up in the final series with this partnership with Hogg bowls, and it's chopped down into the turf to backward point, and Hayden's in there to collect it. You know the ball's getting grubby because you're watching the fieldsman, not the ball.
Glenn said that. He made that point.
Well, it's always been the story here for years. Watching under lights, and you watch for the fieldsman because the ball just disappears into the pitch as he comes down and belts the ball away high, wide, out past Bracken towards the line, but he's around to cut it off right inside the members' stand. They take 2 runs as he patrolled that area at long on. A lofted on drive from Rohit Sharma, who's 31, and the 150 comes up with that lofted shot. Or does it? I'll never know where that scoreboard, whether it's behind or ahead. 3 for 150. Thanks, Laurel. As he bowls again to Sharma, who drives, this time past a diving Simons towards deepish cover. They take a single. So at the end of the over, they're 3 for 151. Sharma 32, Tendulkar 81. Required run rate hasn't changed much for the last 15 overs. They need just under 5 and over, chasing 240. 3 for 151 off 32.
You're with Grandstand.
You're listening to the one-day final series between Australia and India.
Grandstand Summer of Cricket.
Live from the SCG. On your home of cricket, ABC Local Radio.
A boundary to Rohit Sharma. India right on track at the moment to win the first one-day final against Australia. 3 for 155 in the commentary box. Jim Maxwell and Kerry O'Keefe.
Australia here.
Hopefully after I finish this minty.
Enjoy it. Keep going. Keep slurping on it. Hopes bowls and Sharma pushes out on the offside, and there's no chance to score. So Australia's innings was worked around the partnership of 100 between Hayden and Simons. Hayden made 82, Simons 31, and then Hussey 45, Hogg 23. They got to 8 for 239. Which is a score that traditionally is enough to win with. But against India and Tendulkar, you wonder now. Tendulkar's 81. Hope's bowls. Sharma's playing well. And he just waits on the ball and cuts it from around the line of the off stump to third man. 3 for 156. And Sharma is now 37. And India seem to be poised for a win.
Tendulkar's got them into this position. He's a marvellous player. Too much is made. They often analyse and overanalyse Sachin's averages in certain situations. This was a pitch he'd always like, I thought. You know, he was always going to be the testing material. The ball's coming on a bit more than most here.
Hope's bowls to him, and he's forced to defend the ball back down the onside of the pitch. Still a bit of unfinished business. He could still get the jitters with a wicket or two. And Tendulkar looks to be of a mind to have the resolve here to try and carry them through, right through. He's got plenty of overs left, and he's just picking the bowling off brilliantly.
And Dhoni to come, of course, who's been a heavy run getter throughout the series.
Here comes Hopes to bowl, and Tendulkar defends once more. Well bowled by Hopes after being smashed before with his opening delivery. So 17 overs to go. You can start counting down in the number of balls now. 102 balls, and they need to score 84 runs. How's the minty? You finished?
Gone. And as the stats say, Jimmy, I know that 240 wins more than it loses here, SCG in finals, but to take the first final, 20 out of 26 have gone on to win it 2-0. So this is a huge psychological advantage to the winner here tonight. India are in an outstanding position to do that, but you just sense the last 70 could take some getting. Brad Hogg's coming on, so again we're faced with this. Does Tendulkar take him on? There's no power play operating now. He's got to get past Rohit Sharma, who's batting as well as we've expected this fine player, Sharma.
Now Hogg bowls, and on the back foot it's chopped to backward point, and Hayden fields, and they can't score. Taking it off his stumps. So Hogg might fancy his chances a bit more with Sharma than Tendulkar, but he'd love to get Tendulkar out. Tendulkar's been playing him comfortably. Hogg comes up, Sharma moves forward to drive, but it goes straight out to Ponting at mid-wicket. Just in the clutch, Australia can keep it tight, but India have got wickets in hand and two players well and truly set. They've added 69. Hogg comes in and bowls a ball that's a little bit short, and it's forced down towards long off for a single.
So that's 3 balls gone in this over, and Tendulkar now on strike. There's 3 boundary riders leg side, and there's 2 boundary riders offside. 5 men on the rope.
Brad Haddon's down there, long off. 3 for 157. Tendulkar versus Hogg.
Will he go straight?
Yeah, he's looking around the field. Right. Take a photograph of that. He's done it. I know where they are. Now, if you bowl there, I'm going to go over cover. If you bowl there, I might sweep you. Hogg comes in. He's down the pitch, and he drives him back. Didn't drive him down the ground. Tried to smash him straight. But, yeah.
Hogg's body language is up for the fight.
He's got the wrong one past a few fellas on previous occasions. Could he do that to Tendulkar? Seems to read him. Hogg comes in and bowls to him, and he pushes the ball away down the ground towards Brad Haddon running in from long off to field it. And they take a single.
And there's a new ball after the next ball. 34 overs, is that right?
Normally.
Have you an option to... You can't reject it, can you? You've got to take it.
It seems to be it's just a fact in the game now. Of course. It seems like it's mandatory. So 1 more ball to go in this, the 34th over. 3 for 158. Tendulkar's 82. Sharma on 38. Hogg makes him wait for a tick or 2. Now he comes towards him, and Sharma gets a ball that's flat and wide outside the off stump, and it completes the over. Now, let's see what the umpires are going to do. I think they've got a reserve ball in their pocket, and they're about to... yep, there it is. It's been tossed from Rudy Kurtzen. Straight away. There's a change. Ricky Ponting looks at the ball. All right, is that the one we're going to be using? I'm sure it is. That's the one we picked before the game. Over to you, pal. 16 overs to go, 96 balls, and they need to score 82 runs.
Well, it's going to go down to the wire. James Hopes has come on. He's a pretty straight bowler, and he's got 1 wicket so far. He got Utapa and a run out. So he's had a fair night, got some valuable runs late in the order, managed 15, but he has a role to play here. If he could undo either Sharma or Tendulkar, Australia's a big chance to storm through the rest.
Now Hopes is bowling, and a drive goes square of the wicket, out into the deep for a single. 3 for 159. Tendulkar 83. Well, they're just picking the bowling off without too much problem at the moment. Who can create the wicket-taking opportunity? Because Australia, as well as they've fielded, and Hussey took a thriller in the deep, there was a good bit of work for a run out. They're just finding that at the moment the bowling isn't quite demanding enough to unsettle these well-set batsmen. He bowls to Sharma, who goes back and pushes the ball out on the offside. A little jump in the air. Hopes getting through on the batsman there with a bit of bounce. He's got a whiter, harder ball to operate with, which may also help the batsman get some timing that could have been missing for the last couple of overs. Beach ball goes flying around over the fence onto the field. Here comes Hopes to bowl again. It's short, and he pulls it away. Down behind square. Bracken takes it on the bounce. They get a single. 3 for 159. Sharma, 39 not out. 2 men back. Hopes just trying something there in the hope that the catch might fly. It didn't.
Averaging 33 in the preliminary coming into here, Rohit Sharma. He's a better player than that, and he's looking good tonight.
Hopes bowls. Tendulkar drives hard for 4 in the air, but smashed it wide of mid-on. What a bruising stroke. Mid-on's up, and he's clouted that ball down to the boundary, wide of the man up in the circle at mid-on. What a shot from Tendulkar. He's 87.
Well, I reckon that's about as big a bottom-handed shovel as Sachin Tendulkar's managed throughout his career. The top hand had no say in the bat phase, but it still went to the boundary.
It was in the air, but it went hard, and now he just flicks the ball a bit disdainfully to backward square from the line of his stumps and takes a single. He moves to 88. 3 for 165. It's looking easy for India at the moment. 15 overs left. How can Australia change the course of this game? Tendulkar is striding to victory here for his team. Hopes comes in to bowl. Sharma gives it a charge. Gets an inside edge for 4. Luck with the ambitious. He was down the pitch. The ball wasn't up. He adjusted, got a thick inside edge and picked up a lucky 4. Sharma moves along to 43. 3 for 169. That was a good over. 11 runs for India. And Australia here have only got another 80 runs to defend, and there are 15 overs left.
I got nothing, Gav.
Yeah. What's Hogg got? That's the most important part of the event here at the moment. What's he got to try and get a wicket?
Well, both are picking him, and that's a problem for Hogg. They're both right-handers. They're both reading his wrong, and Tendulkar's on strike, so I think this is in Hogg's interest because he's starting to want to hit boundaries to get to the line.
I think I said 80, make it 70. Down the pitch, a full toss is driven, a drop catch. Tough one. He belted the ball back, and Hogg flung out his left hand, and it went through his fingers and down the ground. It was a moment like that that Australia needed, or still need, to get a wicket. He did hit it pretty hard, and he got his fingers on it. That's all.
Well, you know, it's a rough chance, but Australia needs to hold on to the next half chance. That was a quarter chance.
Mid-off's come up now for Sharma. Hogg bowls to him, and that's over pitch, and he drives it inside out. Over extra cover for 4. No problem. He's 47. He's feeling pretty confident at the moment, and Tendulkar's giving him that confidence. And they're really going about their task with some finesse and some authority at the moment against Hogg, and that shot forces Clark to go back to long off. What's Hogg got? I know he's got retirement coming up soon, but he'd like to get another wicket or two, surely, as he bowls a bit quicker in it. Sharma returns it to backward square, and there's no run.
Well, Hogg's under real pressure here because Rohit Sharma is reading everything, reading flipper, reading wrong'un. You haven't got much room to manoeuvre when you know he's picking everything. You can't overpitch because he's such a strong driver through the line.
3 for 174. Hogg comes up and bowls tight at the batsman, who walks across to a flatter delivery and pats it out on the offside. Sharma carefully in behind it. They've got the game under control. They don't need to do anything too ambitious, really, because they've pulled the run rate right back. They only need 4.6 and over, 7 wickets in hand. And Hogg's working hard to come up with a wicket-taking ball. He's driven past Tendulkar towards long off for a run, and it's 3 for 175. This over produced two singles and a smash inside out from Sharma, who's looked a really exciting player in this partnership, which has now added 88 runs. Tendulkar's 89. He scratches around. It's just, what's he doing? He's stretching. He's strained something on that back leg of his. Yeah, but he seems to be okay. He just did a little stretch and settles himself. Hogg moves into Tendulkar, and Tendulkar goes back and cuts off his stumps to Hayden, and that's the end of the over. He might need a runner here. Yeah, he's in a little bit of bother as the attendants come out with the magic potions and sprays and whatever else is required to keep the master going. He's 89. 3 for 175. 14 overs, that's 84 balls remaining, and India only need to score another 65 runs. And Harsha is about to come in and join you, Kerry, in a moment.
You're listening to the one-day final series between Australia and India, live from the SCG.
Well, that's the equation. 65 from 84. India cruising here, looking to go to Brisbane. 1-0 up. Tendulkar's in trouble, though. You get the feeling that there may be a runner called that will add another dimension in Australia's favour, but they badly need wickets. Rohit Sharma, he's a very good player.
Yes, he's looking good, isn't he?
Very good, mate.
I think he's controlling it well, just getting a boundary at the right time. And he's one of the things he's been weak at over the years is just losing it for a moment, losing concentration and getting out. But then he's only, what, 10, 11 matches old. The fact that he's been able to play with such composure.
He was very impressive in the World Championship 2020.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, that's my first sighting. And I thought, can he adjust to longer forms? Has he played a test match?
No. In fact, didn't play too well in the longer version for Mumbai. Right, now Tendulkar's got a problem here. And he's also on 89. The last time he played in England, he got into the 90s and suffered a similar cramp. And then just tried to keep going over the top and got out on 97, I think. But India can't afford to have him go still at this stage because they need to get another, 25 and 39, 65 runs.
They've got plenty of balls to do it, but one wicket changes the complexion. Dhoni in and then the all-rounders and bowlers. So
the good thing they've done, though, in the last 3 overs is to keep a boundary of every over. And score 6 and over. Now Hope's in again. He's bowling to Rohit Sharma, who plays it off his pads. There's wide open areas on the onside. They'll be happy with a single. They're not exactly charging between wickets. They don't need to. I just think he's got a slight groin problem. There's been talk about Tendulkar nursing a sore groin right through this one-day series. I just wonder if that's playing up a little bit because he hasn't been sprinting between wickets, I've noticed.
He hasn't. And from the outset, and there was an easy, there was a 3 available early in his innings and they only ran 2, and it was Tendulkar dragging the chain.
Yes, he's on 89 now. Hope's bowls. And Tendulkar's looking for the paddle shot. It might well be buys. It's running away down to the boundary and will just beat 2 fielders in. What's the call? Is it wide? Is it runs? Is it leg buys? What is it? No signal from the umpire. Or is there one coming now? I think he's just checking. I think he's asking Gilchrist, what is that about? And the signal is buys. Oh, that's interesting. I'd like to see that again, whether it went on top of leg stump, because if it did go on top of leg stump, there was a very dangerous shot to play. I think it's gone outside leg stump, in which case it should be wides. I'm surprised that's not wides.
It's got to be a wide, hasn't it? That's what I think Tendulkar and Sharma may have said. You know, do the umpires sometimes by giving you 4 buys, that's enough?
Yes, but I find this bizarre.
He's in trouble, little Sachin, with that leg.
Yes, but I think there's a bizarre call, this. It was down the leg side. It had to be called wide. It's called buys. 4 runs get added on. India 180 for 3. Here comes Hopes. He's bowling again to Tendulkar. He's driving regally through the offside. But he's only just jogging for the single. And even that he's not doing too comfortably. So just wonder if there's a little bit of a twist coming in there as Tendulkar enters the 90s for only the 2nd time in all the years he's played limited overs cricket here in Australia. His highest is 93 at Hobart in the year 2000.
He's had a long chat to Daryl Harper over that call too. I think he wanted the wide.
Yes, as Hopes bowls again to Rohit Sharma. It just dabs the ball in front of him. And Hopes fields on his follow through. Yes, for no other reason than the fact that you've got an extra ball and an extra run. They've got 5 runs of that. Now India 181 for 3. 200 would be the next target. That's 19 runs away. 58 to get. 13 overs after this. 7 wickets in hand. If you ever wanted to write a recipe for win, it would be this. And if Australia can get out of this one, I just have an instinct. If Australia can pull this one out, it'll be 2 finals.
Yeah.
Here comes Hopes. And he's bowling to Rohit Sharma, who's playing it out on the onside, out to mid-wicket. Australia's fielding has been top class right through this innings. And it's very well done there at mid-wicket. So Rohit Sharma 49, Tendulkar 90, 2 individual landmarks looming. One a very special one, just a little one at the start of a career for a young man. A half century is not a huge landmark. There's a point, cover and a mid-off and a mid-wicket. Third man's on the boundary, points on the boundary, long on, square leg and deep backward square. It's very square though, it's not long leg. That's Hope's bowls and it's played away fine off his pads by Rohit Sharma for a very well played half century. Well played, young man. And I can tell you that the applause here at the Sydney Cricket Ground isn't only Indian hands coming together, everybody here. It's my favourite crowd in Australia, and this is the reason why. They've applauded a very fine innings by a very, very fine young man. 50 not out, India, 182 for 3 after 37 overs.
Our first view of him was in Brisbane, Harsha, when he was wrongly given out caught behind, and what did he lose, 10% of his match fee or something for dissent. But he's risen from that, and he's played a couple of really fine hands, and none finer than the one he's played tonight.
95 this partnership now, 87 for 3 India were, when Yuvraj was very strangely bowled by Brad Hogg. He just seemed to offer a nothing shot. He seemed to be unsure, just put his bat somewhere in between. He's never really read Hogg.
I think it's the biggest pickup in world cricket, Yuvraj Singh's, and it's languid. The bat speed doesn't come down, unlike Lara, who gets it up a long way, that brings it down very quickly. Yuvraj has a languid downstroke, and Hogg went through it with his quicker one. Good bit of bowling.
Right, Rohit Sharma is keeping the strike here. 13 overs, that's 78 balls, and India need 58. Right, here's one for you. Ben says, just to remind you, Tendulkar was out 9 times in the 90s, 3 times on 99. I think it's about getting to, from India's point of view, getting to 240. Here, Bracken comes back on now, and he bowls to Rohit Sharma, who goes back, punches on the offside, out to Michael Clarke at point. He can't get a run. He's on 50, Tendulkar 90. The batting to come is Dhoni, who's been in very good form. He's a good finisher. And then after that, it's the bits and pieces batsman. There's Irfan Pathan, who's maybe a little more than bits and pieces. This Praveen Kumar has got a reputation as a slogger, opens the batting in limited overs cricket for his first-class side. Then there's Piyush Chawla, who's a fairly orthodox batsman, and Harbhajan Singh. That takes him down to number 10. Each of those can bat, but it's a different thing batting when you've got to go at 6 or 7 and over. Now Bracken in again. He bowls to Rohit Sharma, who plays straight down the ground. That's been one of his best shots, and it's fielded just inside the circle. They'll go across for a single. I don't think Tendulkar can manage 3 at all, and I think a 2 would have to be very far away from a fielder at this stage. But he doesn't like using a runner, and I think after the Dhoni experience, I don't think anybody wants a runner.
No. Australia got a stitch at this time last year, Harsha, against England. They won 5-0, got beaten in the Tri-Series 2-0. It's been a long campaign for them. Are they getting a stitch in the finals this time?
We'll wait and see. Bracken in again. He bowls, and Tendulkar's playing the paddle sweep shot. It's his favourite shot. He's not charging for the second run. He is definitely in trouble. I think he'd still have got 2 anyway. But he would have been scurrying around with those little legs for 2. He's not doing that. Now he's scurrying for the 3rd run, because Australia have been a touch sloppy in the field, and Tendulkar seized on the opportunity, and he's gone up to 93. The throw was coming in. The throw had come in, and no one was really too inclined to pick up the ball, and they sneaked through for the 3rd. For the first time, seeing Australia's fielding just looking anything short of outstanding.
And he's not inclined to get a runner most of the time when he's got a leg problem, Sachin.
Yes, because I think he's very finicky about about running the singles. Now Rohit Sharma gets a full toss, and he hits it in the air, but first bounce out to mid-on. The full toss, he was looking to go on the onside. Wide of mid-on was a good spot, because mid-on was about 1.5 yards inside the circle. Right, what are Australia going to do here in terms of bowling options? Bracken's got 3 after this. There's 12 in all. Bracken will have 3 after this. Hogg has 3. Though between Hogg and Clarke, you can say they've bowled 10 if you don't want to bowl Hogg any longer. Now Mitchell Johnson's got 2. That's the business end. As Bracken bowls again to Sharma. He's dropped. He was looking to hit the ball square on the offside, hitting it on the rise. Ricky Ponting was the fielder there. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to be kind to Ricky Ponting. I think he did very well to get there.
Yeah, I think that's
flying well over his head.
He got up okay, one-handed to his right. Another time he may have caught it. It would have been outstanding, but that's the half chance Australia had to take. It was always going to come. Once it came, it had to be accepted, and it wasn't.
Yes,
India are away now.
In his favour, though, I think Ponting timed his jump perfectly. And his hand was at its highest point at the moment. Rohit Sharma picked up a couple now. Bracken in again. He bowls to Sharma, who goes forward, pushes on the offside, out to Simons at cover. He can't get a run. 6 came off that over, and India will be happy with that. 38 gone. India coasting a 188 for 3 with Rohit Sharma on 53. and Sachin Tendulkar on 93. Bracken's now bowled 8 overs, so Bracken's got 2 of the 12. Now let's look at the business end. Johnson's got 2, that makes it 4, and Lee's got 3, that makes it 7. He still has to pull 5 overs out. From Hopes, Hogg, and Clark.
And Lee's going to have 1 less because he's been brought back. Ponting's desperate, and they need a wicket now, the Australians, or the game's gone. So he's gone to his strike bowler.
You'd have done that, wouldn't you?
Oh, definitely. He's, you know, they're leading. Oh no, well Bracken's got 14, but Lee's got 13 in the preliminaries. He's the go-to man here.
And he bowls well against India.
And that extra half a yard of pace against Tendulkar, especially if he is inconvenienced by the leg. It's the right time to bring Brett Lee back. Ponting's done it. He's now just got to hope.
The summer of cricket just got hotter. ABC Cricket magazine is out now. Full season preview, all the stats, profiles, scorecards and more in your essential season guide. Out now at newsagents and abcmagazines.com.au.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of cricket.
For the wicket-taking delivery.
52 to get from 12 overs. I won't even be surprised if they decide we just knock a couple around here from Lee, 2 or 3 and over. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
Because Mitchell Johnson will bowl quick, but with Johnson you always have the feeling there might be a wide ball somewhere, there might be a little hittable ball somewhere. Lee's the danger here. Even more so than Bracken, who's got more wickets than him.
It's the Allan Border medalist. He's the star of the summer. There's the one day, the first final is up for grabs. Can he pick a wicket?
Well, if anyone can, it's him. It's Lee to Tendulkar, the standout contest of the year. And Tendulkar's driving on the onside, just reaching out to it. Though he wasn't to the pitch of the ball, reaching out to it and playing it a bit away from his body with a little wristy flick out to mid-on.
Wouldn't be surprised if he tries a lot of slower balls in this over, Harsha. Trying to force him back, but then with this leg problem, unable to get fully forward. A slower ball.
There's Point on the edge of the circle. Cover Simons. He's a good 3 yards in. Mid-off, I suspect, is probably either bang on the circle. Mid-wicket is, as usual, about 3 yards, 4 yards inside. Here comes Lees, bowling to Tendulkar, who's driving it on the offside, out through cover. Are they going to take one for the throw? Tendulkar is coming back for the second to throw that Gilchrist end. That's the right end as well. But Tendulkar just eases up towards the end and goes up to 95. It's his highest score in one-day internationals in Australia. Can you imagine? 4,100, not a single one in Australia. It's a bizarre number.
He so wants it. There's not a problem when he gets underway. It's just the turning and starting again that's hurting Sachin Tendulkar, because he was quickly out of the blocks on the move, but he had to decelerate, stop and accelerate back for the second. That put a strain on it.
And the thing with Tendulkar is even when he's not hammering the ball all around, he's still scoring at about run a ball. He scored his 95 from 98 balls so far. Now here comes Lee, 2 of the over already. He bowls to Tendulkar, who dabs the ball short of Clark and will trot across for a single. That's clever cricket. He goes up to 96 and will just spend a little bit of time getting his breath back at the non-strikers end. He'll know that he's got this record in the 90s. But I think there's another reason why this innings would be important. It's been speculated for a long time that Tendulkar's not very good chasing runs. And his average in the last couple of years chasing runs is about 25 less than his average setting a target.
A lot's made of that, isn't it?
Yes, and his good friend, well, formerly good friend, I'm not sure how close they are now, but very good friend, Sanjay Manjrekar, wrote a piece recently saying that given Tendulkar's record in one day, he's the elephant in the room no one wants to talk about, no one wants to notice. Lee bowls again to Rohit Sharma. It's a good ball. It's a Yorker, beautifully bowled. And I'll tell you, it's a good young kid who can keep that ball out. But you always expect that with Lee. It was spearing into leg stump and very well bowled indeed. He's in good form, Lee.
This was tailing back in.
Would have hit leg stump, wouldn't it?
Beautiful ball. But Sharma on 53 kept it out. He's a wonderful player, this bloke. I think he's going to do well for India, at least in the limit over form for some time. Rohit Sharma.
Seems to be quite calm. I think going down to 5 instead of 4 has actually helped him. I think the fact that Tendulkar's with him as well. Now here comes Lee. In he bowls to Rohit Sharma, who goes back and plays it away down to third man. He's charging away for the first. He's going to come back for the second against Brad Hogg's throwing arm, and he does it well. It's a good run. So India get 5 of the over. That's very well played by young Rohit Sharma. He goes up to 55 and India now start to nudge 200. It's 193 for 5 and it's a good run because he was running back to the danger end. Tendulkar didn't have to sprint. He was going to be going to the other end. Rohit Sharma 55, Sachin Tendulkar 96. And India 193 for 3 on an absolutely gorgeous evening here in Sydney. I woke up this morning, I saw the rain coming down, and I said, oh, we're not going to get a rain-affected final, are we? But Sydney's provided an absolutely fantastic platform. I can't wait for the stand to come up, really, because then it'll be even more of a spectacle. Now Lee comes in again. In front of him, Rohit Sharma, who's hitting the ball in the air, but in the gap, and for a single out to deep point. So he'll keep strike. He goes up to 56. 7 came of that over. And Tendulkar is 96. 11 to play. India are 194 for 3. They now need 46, and it's really a question of taking 7 wickets now.
Oh, it's a doddle to the line unless a wicket falls. Dhoni, a terrific temperament in next, but if 1 or 2 was to fall, and suddenly a nervous Irfan Pathan went for 63 and 7 with the ball, a little bit down. But Australia have got to get to Irfan Pathan. In their way are Tendulkar, the master, and Sharma, the talent. Bracken still on.
Yes, and it's not a bad idea for Rohit Sharma to farm the strike, get Tendulkar away up to that 100. Or maybe it's not a good idea, actually, because Tendulkar might want to get to that 100 quickly and just get the ghost off his back, get the load off his chest. Is that right English? Ghost off his back? Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, that's generosity. You give your coat off your back.
No, I'm not sure about that. I think you're taking me on.
No. Yeah, he's such a good one. He'd give you the coat off his back.
No, I meant the monkey on the back.
No, I'm not offended.
Rohit Sharma goes back. He pulls the next one out through mid-wicket. That's a fine shot from Bracken. And I think Bracken is discovering now that you can't bowl short at your pace. It's something that Irfan Pathan discovered today. Bracken might be just a touch higher or around the same speed. But the moment you bowl short, there is a lot of time for the batsman to go back and pull. Rohit Sharma goes up to 60, and India nudging 200 now. 198 for 3 in the 40th over when they're walking this.
This is a very good batting pitch. It hasn't, there's not been a lot of scarring. The ball's true. There's a little bit of carry.
Here comes Bracken again. He bowls to Rohit Sharma, who cuts this time out to Michael Clarke, who's still sharp as ever in the field. Trots across very quickly to his right and balloons the ball out to mid-wicket, even as Bracken was going back to the top of his mark. It's been a fine innings by Rohit Sharma. If Tendulkar does get to the 100 and pilots India home, a lot of the attention, certainly in the Indian newspapers, all around here would focus on Tendulkar. But I think you need to keep your eye out for this man who's batted with great maturity. He's just 21 years old, Rohit Sharma. He's in strike now to Nathan Bracken, who's bowling from left arm over. He plays a square drive and gets it away down to third man for a single, brings Tendulkar on 96 in strike. And Rohit Sharma goes up to 61. India 199 for 2 in the 40th over. Damien Fleming is alongside me. Good evening.
I was going to say good afternoon too. Good evening. Geez, they've played well. Tendulkar, well, might be his first 100 on Australian soil, is it? One-day internationals?
Yes, if he does get there.
And Rohit Sharma, he's played beautifully. He just looks like a gun.
How do you bat when there's so much noise around?
He's used to it from India.
He's used to it. Here's Bracken. He goes to Tendulkar, who's looking to drive. He chips the ball in the air, down to third man for a single. He chips his way across to the one landmark that he's never, ever achieved in what's been a glittering one-day career. You talk about Tendulkar, the test batsman. There hasn't been a better one-day batsman than Tendulkar. He's got 4100s, not a single one in Australia. This is the highest one-day score in Australia.
Right now, we talk about noise. I don't think I've ever bowled in louder noise than running in a one-day game and bowling to Tendulkar in Mumbai. Yeah, every ball is, and if you happen to bowl a couple of good ones he doesn't score off, you know, the crowd get even more tense, and you can see him gripping the bat, and you know it's only going one way.
He once told me he'd bought these special noise-cancelling headphones. I said, you don't need any, you've got them built in. Bracken in again, he bowls to Sharma, who slogged that ball well over mid-on. It'll come to a halt a couple of yards inside the line. Is he going to drag Tendulkar for a third? Yes, he is. Rohit Sharma's a fitter of the two at the moment. He's running quicker, but he will come across for a third. And India are running away at this stage. 203 now for 3, just 37 needed. And Tendulkar on 97 has 1 ball to play from Nathan Bracken. And I was talking to Kerry, you might have a better point of view on that as well. Irfan Pathan discovered that at his pace, he's got to be very careful on this track. I think Bracken's discovering the same thing now.
Yeah, he needs to bowl Yorkers, unfortunately. Maybe from around the wicket. But Tendulkar, can he do it this ball?
He's on 97. I think he'll be looking for a little single somewhere. Opens the face of the bat. He beats Michael Clarke. He gets a single down to third man. 98, not out at the end of that over. The 40th is over. India 204 now for 3:10 to play and 36 to get. And India, with this partnership, have ensured that even should a wicket fall now, there won't be too many alarms. They came together at 87 for 3 in the 19th over. So they put on 117. Rohit Sharma has been rated very highly by some people in this country. And I think this is a cricketing education for him. And he's passing the test.
I just love those two off drives or straight drives off Bracken to start his innings. That was just pure class. And, you know, not as wristy as a lot of Indian batsmen. He does play quite orthodox, but the pull he'll play when it's not even that short. He's got all the answers. So he pulled Bracken early in the over. Bracken got a bit fuller and he lobbed him over mid-on. He's a brilliant young player.
Lee in his 9th over now. He's just the right bowler to bowl to Tendulkar. He's at Tendulkar's number on more than one occasion in this series. So if Australia ever wanted Tendulkar to be under pressure on 98, the bowler they'd want to bowl at would be Brett Lee. Now Ponting is putting together a fairly interesting field here. He's got an additional fielder inside the circle. I think he knows that Tendulkar is searching for the single somewhere.
Yep, he has, hasn't he?
Now, Brett Lee has just turned his back to the umpire, and I think they're drying the ball. Are they drying the ball? There's a towel out there.
Dewy, is it?
Is there dew? Can you spot it anywhere? We're too far away to know.
See, yeah, glistening's hard to see from 500 metres away.
Here comes Lee. He's bowling to Tendulkar.
Oh, it's hit him in the head.
He's hit him on the helmet.
Oh,
and it's a no ball as well. It's a no ball. Now, is it a front foot no ball? What is the no ball about? Was it full? I think it might have been full.
That must have been, I mean, scary for both. Sachin Tendulkar would have lost that ball. Where is it going? Oh, it's hit him on the shoulder, but at head height. But Brett Lee, he would have felt the ball released from his hand and he would have thought, oh my God, that's going straight for his head.
Isn't it brilliant? They're shaking hands over it.
Yeah, that's good from Tendulkar.
Now they're having a word, the two umpires, with Ricky Ponting. They've taken
because
the
they
ball.
can take him off.
They've taken the ball.
They can, if Brett Lee does it again, he's off automatically.
I'll be very surprised they take him off. I don't think the batsman's got a problem. Now they're looking at the ball.
Oh, is he saying it's from the wet ball? They were drying it.
Now, I think we're on to something here. We need to find out what's happening here, because it's serious enough for them to go up and have a word with Ricky Ponting. Now, is it that they spotted something on the ball? Because the batsman has certainly spent, the fielder certainly spent a long time trying to dry that ball. Now they're getting another set of balls out. They're going to change the ball now. They're changing the balls because the umpires asked for the ball to be changed. You normally change the ball after 34, and the only reason the umpires will change the ball is if they think either something's been done to it or it's too wet. Well, if it's a wet ball, you can dry it, can't you?
Well, obviously not enough. And you indicated it, didn't he, that the Australians or Mitchell Johnson was trying to dry it. And you get scenes like this where Sachin Tendulkar's nearly copped a 150k ball in his head. He's handled himself very well there, Tendulkar. If Lee does it again, he's automatically off. You can't bowl two over waist height full tosses like that.
Yes, I don't think
Mitchell was talking about Wakar Yunus getting called out of the attack in a Sri Lankan test for doing that.
Well, that ball, according to Hawkeye, started at 137 and didn't lose too much pace. Normally, a ball loses about 20 k's when it hits the ground.
Not much seam movement.
It lost only about 6 k's. Right, now what that has done is, it's not good for Tendulkar because it means he's had to wait that much longer. Just wonder if you're going to hear a little more about this. I'd be surprised if you don't. Obviously, something has happened with that ball that the umpires are very unhappy about.
Yeah, well, he couldn't grip it, could he? The seam must have been very wet.
Now here comes Lee. In he bowls to Tendulkar, goes back, dabs the ball. He wants a single. Lee's running down the wicket down to seal it off. And Tendulkar has got to stay put. But I'll tell you what I liked about it. Lee's, obviously the ball has slipped out of his hand. Certainly that's the explanation we're going to live with. And it's hit Tendulkar out on the shoulder and the neck area. Lee's put a hand out. Tendulkar's grimaced a little bit with pain.
Bit
But
of
he
a high
smiled.
five, wasn't it?
He smiled. They've shaken hands and they've gone on.
No problems.
What
That's
is
the way
so
it should
difficult
be.
with doing that right through the summer?
Yes.
Let's shake
exactly.
hands. Let's move on.
Yes.
To fine young cricketers, one the best bowler, one the best batsman, can shake hands. Let's shake hands as well.
We have finally the commentators, me and Harsha. We're going to give you some gold from now on.
Right, this is a big moment here coming up as Lee runs in. He bowls to Tendulkar. It's flicked it away fine. Can he get a second here? That one is all. They'll get Bracken is running round. Tendulkar
no!
Rohit Sharma is turned back. Oh dear, Tendulkar desperately wants that 100. He's like a little child. He wants his toy. Somebody's taken the toy away from him. He's saying, give it back to me.
And his little legs really fired up for that second, didn't they?
I don't
for
think
about 3 or 4 steps. Rohit Sharma was going. He was going to back his experienced partner. Just watch Tendulkar in and out. He's going. He went run out for 99. He's made a few 99s, hasn't he?
He had
recently.
such a sheepish look on his face when he was saying sorry to Rohit Sharma, because there was no doubt at all that Rohit Sharma was close to being run out, and no doubt Tendulkar would not have made it. Now Lee in again, even the mighty, as Lee bowls a good bouncer to Rohit Sharma, who just moves out of line, sways out. It's well played by the young man. 206 for 3. Rohit Sharma 64, Tendulkar 99. Isn't it amazing when you think you've got everything that you need to get in this game at Tendulkar's level? He's still so excited about that one run. He wants that run like a little child.
So he gets his first 100 in Australia. Also, he puts his country up, most likely 1-0 up. And this has been a viciously fought summer, hasn't it? And India would get so much out of winning this tri-series.
Yes, just for about 5 minutes there. The target didn't matter at all. It was, can Tendulkar get the century? Lee runs and he bowls to Rohit Sharma. It's a slower ball. Rohit Sharma wants a single to give the strike away. He's got to hurry. I think he's run out.
Yeah.
What was he doing dawdling back?
Well, he's watching Ponting, not getting himself back in the stumps.
I think that's ordinary cricket. He's played straight to Ponting, and clearly there wasn't a second run in it. He's dawdled, no first run in it. He's dawdled coming back. He hasn't charged back.
I reckon he's in trouble.
Now,
he's all right.
I think he's just made it.
Oh, is he grounded the bat? Just. He had the bat in the air as well.
Might just have made it. I'll tell you, even if he has, he's made it by about 3 or 4 inches. At best, 3 or 4 inches. I think he's made it. The only thing the third umpire's got to watch for is whether the bat was in the air when the bails came off.
Don't think
but
so.
I'm not so. I don't think so. I think we'll get a move on.
Well, it's a bit of a scare for him. Make sure not to be that. That was just lazy.
I think he was trying too hard to give Tendulkar the strike.
Yeah. But then he was watching Ponting as the throw was coming in, Harsha. You don't do that. So Rohit Sharma survives. India 3 for 206. Tendulkar still up the other end on 99. Brett Lee charging in. Hasn't picked up a wicket tonight, Brett Lee, but he's bowled well. Economical.
Now here comes Lee again. 2 balls to go in this over. It's 206 for 3. Rohit Sharma's gone in for the pull shot. He doesn't time it at all, but he's got off strike with 1 ball to play in this over. Bracken picks up at halfway down at long leg. Did you notice the umpire calling a no ball when the ball hit Tendulkar on the full above waist high? Should be a no ball.
It is.
Did you notice that? He must have called it. He did, didn't he, Laura?
Yeah, it's no ball on the board.
Did you notice the call? Okay, brilliant. Right, listen to the sound here.
What are you betting on, Harsha? Quick single or a 4 through the covers, something like that?
I saw most of those 90s. I'm not betting on anything. Here comes Lee into Tendulkar. Oh, short ball. Tendulkar watches fly by. It's called a wide. 1 more to go. I think...
It wasn't a bad ball from Lee if he'd got it on strike.
I think Tendulkar was getting ready to play the up and over shot. There's a man on the boundary at third man. He's beaten him twice playing that shot.
Imagine that.
But the great man is Rattle. He's in a hurry. Well, Rattle is probably too strong a word.
Didn't get his
but he's
line
eager.
right, Brett Lee. Just didn't get it around the line of off stump. Too wide.
There we go with Lee. Into Tendulkar, who plays it short of cover. He can't get a run. It goes straight to Simons, and then the grudging applause. Well, applause, not grudging, from everybody. What an eventful over that was. India at the end of it with 9 to play. 208 for 3.
It's exciting. Exciting about the match situation. Exciting about where Tendulkar is on 99 again. He's missed out. He's got a lot of scores in the 90s in one-day cricket last 12 months.
Yes.
That'll be just playing on his mind a little bit.
Oh, there's no doubt at all. You can. I think there's enough clues here that Tendulkar is overly keen to get that single. And it's amazing how
it's putting pressure on Rohit Sharma. He just wants him to get the 100.
The last
They'll probably hit about 4 sixes to finish the game after he gets the 100, but he's got to get there.
Last thing Rohit Sharma wants here is to be part of a run out involving Tendulkar.
the great Sachin Tendulkar.
Run out on 99, never having scored 100
Actually,
in Australia.
Brian Lara got burnt, didn't he, in the 2007 World Cup, his last innings? Who turned his back on him? Was it Marlon Samuels? Can you remember that?
Yeah, it happened
Lara
now
in
that you say so,
Barbados. Yeah. It was such a disappointing way to go.
Right, Hopes is coming on now. And he's going to be bowling to Rohit Sharma. What does he do here? Look for a single wherever possible. The field is coming in a little bit. Additional man inside the circle at mid-off now. So there's point cover in mid-off and mid-wicket. Sorry, the extra man is the umpire at square leg. Third man on the boundary, point on the boundary as well. There's long on, deep mid-wicket and long leg. There's Hopes into Rohit Sharma, goes back, punches hard into the ground, out to Clark. Once again, Clark sends the return in, and Rohit Sharma is diving all over at the non-striker's end. All he really wanted to do was take a single, but he's made it in the end. And once again,
it's like
I don't think he was off the block,
isn't it, in the movie Assassin with Sylvester Stallone. He hit it out there, and they've just got rocket arms, the Australians. Michael Clark, Simons, Ricky Ponting. Tendulkar coming out. Up the other end, have a chat to Rohit Sharma. He'll need to use his laundry bill or laundry allowance after that dive.
Something like $700,000 in the IPL.
Yeah, just throw it out.
Yeah, just get them all.
What colours are they going for?
I have no idea yet.
No idea? Okay.
Well, they've probably unveiled a few back in India, but here I don't know.
I saw the team that won the ICL, they were in a bit of green and pink. It was prominent.
You don't like the pink?
I don't think so. I actually didn't like the green and pink together.
Right, this play's been held up again. I don't think Tendulkar is going to like this very much. They're calling for the physio. Rohit Sharma's waiting there, but the last thing you want to do is...
bat, hasn't he?
You've just got to be at the non-striker's end, keep the bat in your hand and get a move on. Don't want to keep Tendulkar waiting. Now, what is Hopes going to do? He's going to bowl over the wicket. Yes, Rohit Sharma's going across onto the onside. Where is he going to get the single?
99 for a while.
I know. Where's he going to get the single from? Certainly, that's what he wants.
I reckon he will. Hopes just through square leg for one.
Can you imagine someone just run out with some gloves? He's been sent back. Hopes bowls. Tendulkar jabs the ball down. 100 not out.
Oh, look at him go.
100 not out for the first time in Australia. Tendulkar gets one-day century number 42.
Fair to say he got a lot out of that. I've never seen him punch the sky like that before. And he's raising his bat, taking his helmet out. Yes, it is Sachin Tendulkar. And there's everyone in the ground is applauding.
Flashlights going off all over the Sydney cricket ground. I don't know how much of this moment they can capture, but everybody on their feet in what might well be his last innings at the Sydney cricket ground. Sachin Tendulkar has given everyone a moment to remember. It's an awesome cricketing moment, this. It's a seriously awesome cricketing moment. And it's funny how when the applause starts to die down, it dies away suddenly like that, because there's a game to be played here. Hopes runs in again. He bowls Rohit Sharma. He's gone right through him and hit the stumps. Rohit Sharma is in agony here. But the ball has scooted through underneath his defense. But a young man can walk off aware that he has played a brilliant innings and his idol applauds him. Rohit Sharma bowled James Hopes for 66. Can Australia just get a toe into this door here? 30 to get, 210 for 4. Rohit Sharma's gone for 66. He's played well, the young man.
Oh, he's played very well. James Hopes pitching on off, hitting the top of off. Excellent bowling there. And Rohit Sharma, that's a brilliant knock, that 66 off 87 balls. He come in after there was a flurry of wickets and he got to play with the little master. Got him to his 100, and then the next ball he's got knocked over by James Hopes. So fantastic partnership, brilliant innings from Rohit Sharma. There'll be more to come over in years to come.
Next man in is Mahendra Singh Dhoni. Somehow India have got to cast their minds away from the Tendulkar 100 and tell themselves we've got another 30 runs to get here, guys. And Dhoni's the right man to be walking out. He's been in tremendous form right through. And he's got to stay around while Tendulkar 100 not out on the scoreboard. Well, what do you think they should do? Hopes is now in his 7th over. Would you go back to Lee and finish him off? At this stage, he's bowled 9 overs for 33. Mitchell Johnson 8 overs for 47. Would you get those 3 overs done in now?
You need wickets, don't you? So Brett Lee might as well bowl his next one. Hopes has just got your wicket, so I'd keep him on.
And get Lee from the other end and bowl him out and get Johnson to bowl 2.
And then Johnson for 2.
So Lee bowled out Johnson for 2. That's Damien Fleming's prescription. Right, Mahendra Singh Dhoni in. I'd like to see, did that ball keep very low? Certainly give the impression
No, hit the top
batsman...
of off stump. What he did was he didn't get his back foot across. He gave himself some room. It hit high up on the stumps. But Dhoni, 296 runs at 74 in this series. But interesting, strike rate of only 70. He's been very sedate.
And he doesn't need to do anything stupid here. 30 from 51. He's in strike now. In comes Hopes. He bowls and he goes off the back foot, punches on the offside, out to Simons, who underarms, backhands the return in. Tendulkar still in his crease. So Hopes has just ignited the odd hope, odd feeling here among the faithful to the Sydney cricket ground. I'll tell you what will be interesting is if they can get Tendulkar here.
Yes.
Then suddenly there'll be, well, if not panic, there'll be
a bit of a flurry in the dressing room.
Irfan Pathan is next in. Then there's Praveen
He hasn't
Kumar.
had a great game.
No, he hasn't. Hopes in again. He bowls with Dhoni. It's short. It doesn't rise very high, but high enough for Dhoni to duck underneath. 210. India's target is 240. There's one ball left in the 42nd over. 30 from 8. You'd have to back any side to get it. So Australia need wickets. I won't even be surprised if he takes Hopes off and brings Mitchell Johnson from here.
Maybe just for that extra pace. For Hopes. Good bowling change, isn't it?
He's got Dhoni a couple of times.
Yeah.
Now here we go with Hopes. Last ball of the 42nd over. From over the wicket he bowls. Dhoni goes back in no trouble at all. Pushes out to Simons on the offside, and that's the end of the over. Dhoni hasn't scored. Tendulkar's on 100. India 210 for 4 after 42 overs. Damien Fleming, then Jim Maxwell.
So it's all happening here at the SCG. Sachin Tendulkar brought up his first 100 in one-day internationals in Australia. And then the next ball, James Hopes knocking over Rohit Sharma for a brilliant 66. And Jimmy Maxwell comes back in for a chat. As I see Adam Gilchrist is shaking Sachin Tendulkar's hand. Been a brilliant knock.
Exceptional. We're all very fortunate to have seen him play this summer. And perhaps to finish on this note, whether or not he's going to be fit for the next game, looking at him flexing out there is going to be something to keep an eye on in the next couple of days. They've got a little bit of unfinished business here, though, to win the game. You'd think to score 30 from 48 balls with 6 wickets in hands of Dottle.
Pressure.
Mitchell Johnson then, he's back into the attack. He runs in and he bowls, and it's slashed for 4. Just past Gilchrist. Top edge. He flung his bat at that, and they may all come in a hurry like that. But it was a risky shot, and he managed to get enough on it to send it past Gilchrist's outstretched right glove and down to the boundary.
Oh, the warm-up ball from Johnson, short and wide, but a thick edge from Tendulkar. That could have so easily gone into Adam Gilchrist's right glove, and wouldn't that have made it interesting? 5 for 210.
Tendulkar 104, his 42nd one-day 100. Johnson runs in again. Tendulkar is knocking it around the corner, and he limps off to the non-striker's end. It's been another excellent exhibition. A man just driven by the sense of occasion here, and of some self-fulfillment for sure about making 100 in Australia in a one-day game. It's extraordinary to think that it's the first of his 42 one-day 100s.
Yeah, he's had a few one-day series out here as well.
We're working it out, he's scored something like 81 hundreds in one day in Test cricket. He's got to get 100 surely before he's finished.
Yeah.
Yes. Now we've got a slip in here for Dhoni. 4 for 215 in the 43rd over. As Johnson comes into Dhoni, Dhoni goes back and plays the ball away into the covers. So Dhoni has been kept in check in this series. India chasing 240. Hayden made 82, Simons 31 and Hussey 45. India lost to Tupper, brilliantly caught by Hussey off Hopes in the deep for 17. Gambier run out for 3. Yuvraj bowled by Hogg for 10, but Tendulkar took a piece of Hogg tonight. Almost every time he bowled, he was after him. And then Sharma, after the big partnership of 123, bowled by Hopes for 66. Johnson bowls and Dhoni pushes, gets a run out through mid-on, mid-wicket, just to the right of Ponting. He's perhaps annoyed that he couldn't keep Dhoni on strike. That's what he needs to do, apart from take wickets, which is what he really needs to do. But a bit of dot ball pressure, perhaps. Tendulkar is still there. That's the wicket that Australia really need. And for India, he can get them home in a couple of overs.
Yeah, 6 off the over already.
They've got a slip in for Tendulkar now as Johnson bowls and Tendulkar drives through extra cover. That's a fantastic shot. And it flies out to the boundary for 4. How good was that? Took it on the rise and played it past diving Andrew Simons to the extra cover boundary. Another brilliant shot.
He's red hot tonight, Sachin Tendulkar. Looked like he gave himself a little bit of room outside leg stump and just crashed it through the covers so well that even a diving Andrew Simons couldn't get a hand on that.
Whew, what a shot. What a shot that was. Tendulkar is 109. 4 for 220. They only need 20. Johnson runs up again, bowls to Tendulkar. Tendulkar punches him away behind square for a single. And he hobbles off. He really is hobbling out there at the moment. You just wonder if he's not doing himself more damage. 4 for 221. Tendulkar 110. 42 balls remain. India only need 19 runs.
Yep, superb stuff there for the Indians. 11 off the over. And Sachin Tendulkar is just batting Australia out of this game. James Hopes is going to continue. He did pick up the wicket last over. But you just feel like there's someone has to rip through the Indian batting lineup, and just how solid even Dhoni's looked in defence. He knows that he just has to play a part-time role here and let Tendulkar face the majority of the balls and they'll get home safely.
Tendulkar looks around the field because he'll have the bowling again. James Hopes is moving in now towards Tendulkar. Tendulkar chases the wide ball and pats it out to backward point. A little change of pace from Hopes. 4 for 221. It's been a very good game and India have had the better of it almost from the moment they had Australia at 3 for 24, and Australia just could not get the finishing momentum in their innings to get past 250. Even that looked a chance with this batting as Tendulkar ducks the bouncer. Well directed from Hopes. Went over his helmet. What did you make of that? A beamer bowled by Brett Lee.
Yeah, no doubt it was with the damp ball. You got to remember it's not that big a change from bowling a Yorker to actually releasing a head high at release. It's only a matter of millimetres. Oh, sorry, centimetres probably. And Johnson was trying to dry the ball, wasn't he, before Brett Lee bowled it.
Hopes bowls and Tendulkar miscues on the back foot, and Hopes goes after it.
But it's a scary feeling releasing the ball and thinking that it might hit the batsman in the head.
It hit him, I think, the shoulder and then the helmet.
Yeah. But it was no issue. It was taken away straight away by Tendulkar and Lee coming down and giving each other a high five and a chat.
It's, I think, actually something they should change in the laws as we watch Hopes goes in to bowl, and Tendulkar drives it away in the air, out over mid-off extra cover, and they'll come back for 2. Miscue from Tendulkar. That injury is catching up with him. He's got this groin strain. He's 112, 4 for 223. I mean, if you're going to have a free hit for a front foot no ball, surely you should have a free hit for a beamer. I mean, that,
or just a full toss over hip height. That constitutes a no ball now anyway, so just leave it at that.
Hip height, Yep. Why shouldn't there be a free hit for any no ball, really? Don't quite get that one, but it's Hopes who comes in and bowls a ball that's short, and it's hit to backward point by Tendulkar, but he doesn't score. So Hopes is doing pretty well, but there aren't enough runs to play with here. There's only 17 required. You do wonder about Tendulkar, though. I mean, isn't he doing himself more harm in some ways by batting on with this, or is it just a matter of getting him in there for a rub down?
So you wouldn't want him and Ishant Sharma missing from the next game.
Hopes goes in. Tendulkar cuts neatly the third man. He's 113, 4 for 224. 16 runs required from 6 overs. Surely that's a doddle. 36 balls for 16 runs. And Tendulkar's out there with Dhoni, and Tendulkar will have the strike. Australia will probably need at this point a hat-trick and some to have a whiff of a chance. And who's the bowler who can do something about it all? Well, Mitchell Johnson's going to come up and bowl again.
We did get that thick edge first ball, but Tendulkar just got enough of the bat to get it past Gilchrist's right glove. Now they have Matthew Hayden there at first slip. It would have been a lucky dismissal, but that's what you need, don't you, when you're 4 wickets down, only 16 runs to get.
Here's Johnson away from the Randwick end. He comes up at Tendulkar, who just plays the little nudging nurdle to third man, opening the face of his bat to get a run. 4 for 225. 15 required in what has been a magnificent evening of high quality batting from Tendulkar and Sharma.
Well, that was a class knock.
89 balls, 6 fours. And this has been an extraordinary game here too in many ways. One of them for the fact that not 1 6 has been hit. Johnson bowls. Dhoni goes back and slashes the ball away out to deep cover. It's running away towards the line. It's being pursued, but it goes for 4. Johnson bowled the length for him to have a go at, and he did. Dhoni relished it, forced it wide of mid-off for 4. 4 for 229, 11 to win.
He's got the extravagant bat swing after he hits the ball, and he does hit it hard, MS Dhoni. He got that through that gap between cover and mid-off, 4 all the way.
Game's up for Australia. We're going to drag their wearing bodies up to Brisbane to try and level the series. That's going to be a challenge. Johnson runs in and bowls. Dhoni swings again, and this time it goes up over extra cover for another 4. He's lashed it out to the boundary. Cop that. 4 for 233.
That wasn't such a difficult shot. Full tops outside off stump. Dhoni has met it and hit it virtually to the same spot, but in a lot more control. Ricky Ponting's really rubbing that ball. They must be having trouble with gripping it. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, we're miles away. It doesn't look that dewy down there, but the white rags come out, and they're really trying to dry it up for the bowlers. So that's playing into the advantage of the Indians as well.
Yes. Well, as I say, it'd have to be 16 years since we've had a day-night game at this time of the year. So maybe it is a little dewy underfoot at night here. And maybe that's one of the reasons that Lee couldn't control a ball that was beamed at Tendulkar. Johnson bowls, and it's turned by Dhoni to backward square, long leg for a single. They only need 6 runs to win the game. And he has 1 ball remaining in this, the 45th over. So they're going to win with a couple of legs in the air here and go 1-0 up in the best of 3 final series. Not many teams come back from 1-0 down. Australia didn't last year.
The Poms beat us. How did they manufacture that? They were dreadful in the preliminary games, wasn't it? It was like
Australia lost the plot there.
Yeah.
And they started to focus on the World Cup, I think. As Johnson bowls, Tendulkar plays on the onside. He wants a run, and that was reminiscent of him being run out in Adelaide, but he didn't go on as Johnson picked up. And there's still 1 to come in the over, right? So 4 for 234. Tendulkar a splendid 114. And Mitchell Johnson, along with Bracken and Lee, have all struggled to reproduce the outstanding form they've had in the preliminary games. The game's been taken away by Tendulkar, who goes forward and runs the ball down towards square third man, backward point. He'll come back for a second, despite the fact that he's not moving all that well. He moves fast enough to get 2. 4 to win. 5 overs left. Tendulkar's 116. At the end of it, Johnson completes his 10th, and he's gone for plenty. 70. 10 overs for 70. Pope's 8 overs for 36. Clark 3 overs for 11. That's Michael Clark. Hogg 7 overs, 1 for 38. Bracken 8 overs, none for 42. And Lee 9 overs, none for 33. So looking at those figures, none of the bowlers have been spared by this superb innings from Sachin Tendulkar. And Dhoni will have strike with 4 required. Mid-off and mid-on are up. 1 hit will do it. 1 clean blow. Hopes comes in and Dhoni goes back and forces the ball to deep cover, and they trot off for a single. So 3 runs required as Kerry keeps back here for the last gasp of this game.
Oh, it's been a special innings. I know it's a cliche, but Tendulkar just peels off these innings, and you just, you wonder at the breadth of talent of this fellow. I thought this was Australia's best one-day attack, and he's toyed with them with ease. That's been the thing. He hasn't looked discomforted.
Hopes bowls short, cut, but not cut all that powerfully. It just trickles down towards third man. But they only need 2 more runs, and Tendulkar is on 117.
He was discomforted by the beamer, having said that.
It seems to have got a bit dewy out there or something. That looks as though the ball's been slipping occasionally.
Yeah.
As I say, maybe it's because we're playing day-night cricket so late in the summer. Well, it's autumn, in fact. And Hopes was massaging the ball there as he runs into Dhoni. Dhoni drives and misses outside the off stump. Because that's another aspect of the game that has changed. It seems mandatory for them to change the ball after 34 overs, and they give them a newer one. And they keep rubbing away at the ball here. But the game's just about up. We'll be in Brisbane on Tuesday. Plenty of tickets available for that game. Come along and see whether Tendulkar can do it again, or maybe Gilchrist can play a valedictory victory innings. Australia will need a win to keep it alive. Hopes bowls, Dhoni leaves alone outside the off stump, and it travelled through a little bit low, skidding on its way towards Gilchrist. 4 for 238, 2 to win.
It was amazing exodus when Tendulkar got his century. I've not seen streaming for the exits as pronounced. There was just a rush to get out of the ground. They'd seen the master get his 100. They knew Australia was basically going down, and they were out of here, baby.
Hopes again to Dhoni. Dhoni pulls the short ball away behind square. It's running out towards the boundary. It goes for 4. And that is the end of the game, and they've won with 4 overs and 1 ball to spare. Dhoni embraces Tendulkar, and Ricky Ponting comes over to shake Tendulkar's hand, and also MS Dhoni. Andrew Simons congratulating Tendulkar. Hopes and Bracken and Hussey, they all come in. And again, Adam Gilchrist with Tendulkar in their final moments here at the SCG. Certainly for Gilchrist. Maybe we'll see Tendulkar again. He's playing so well. And it's been his innings that has won the game for India tonight, along with Rohit Sharma, who made 66. Tendulkar's certain to be man of the match, which means he will have won his 57th one-day man of the match. 57, after scoring his 42nd one-day 100. So India have won with 25 balls and 6 wickets in hand, and Australia have a huge task in front of them to win at the Gabba. And significantly for India, amongst many other things, it's the first time they've beaten Australia in a one-day game on this ground.
Oh, and they did it easily. It was a doddle for Sachin Tendulkar. He must have thought, looking at the pitch, that par was around 270, 280. And when he was chasing just 240 with his skill levels, and the fact that the ball didn't swing, you need a japper early against Sachin Tendulkar, one that really does move back into him or does something untoward. and Australia couldn't produce it. He got settled, and the rest was a doddle. His stroke play through the offside was supreme as always, some of his cover driving, but his workings off his pads, he's such a talent. His teammates are embracing him down there. This was one of his best efforts, and he wanted it. The crowd wanted it for him. The noble stand, the members stand rose to his century. Great emotion out there. India have had a tough time of it, but they lead 1-0 in this best of 3. And once you win the first one, you often go on and win the series.
Hi, this is David Warner. Don't miss a minute of the cricket with ABC Grandstand on radio, online and on digital radio.
A difficult night for you. I suppose if you reflect on the batting performance, getting as many as you did was a good effort after the start.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad effort, yeah. You know, we're probably still 20 or 30 runs short, though the wicket actually held together pretty well. And as you can see, the outfield's got really dewy later on in the night, so that's probably half the reason the wicket has held together the way it has. But, yeah, no, another sloppy performance, not only from our batters. I thought we probably bowled as badly tonight as we bowled right through the series as well. But, you know, we had a couple of close shaves with Sachin early on, and then after that he got into his groove and played a super innings.
Just explain that point about the pitch, because we were wondering that up in the commentary box, that as you get this dew, you would expect that surface to A, be slower, and B, break up a little?
No, not with the dew. The dew actually has the other effect on it. I mean, the dew makes...
I mean, the dew's the thing holding it together.
Yeah, yeah, and makes the ball, you know, very slippery, so it tends to skid onto the bat a whole lot better. You know, generally in places where you know there's going to be some dew, you always look to bat second because it generally does get easy to bat on.
All right, now you go to Brisbane. It's make or break for you guys. So what will you be working on before the game?
We've only got a day, so we haven't got much time to work on it at all. I think really for us it's just about our getting our heads right, I think. You know, even a couple of guys today would be disappointed with the shots that they got out on at pretty vital time, so we've just got to get our thinking right. You know, I'm pretty happy with where our skills are at. It's just, you know, making sure that we're mentally right in the right moments.
All right. Thank you for talking to us, Ricky.
No worries, mate.
Ricky Ponting, and now tonight's winning captain, MS Dhoni. So the toss doesn't matter at all.
Well, after the game I can say so, but it was a good track to bat on. You know, we got the wickets, we got the, I wouldn't say the early breakthroughs, but in between we got 2-3 wickets in quick sessions. That really put the brakes on the Aussie innings. I think, you know, in the middle over especially, you know, it slowed down a bit, and I think, you know, it was well exploited by Harbhajan and Piyush Chawla. So it was a good effort, you know. I'm glad we could restrict them to below 280 runs, because the kind of start they got, there was a time, you know, 15 overs, 100 runs, they were looking to score over 300 runs.
You seem to have made a lot of right choices in the last couple of weeks with your team. Little changes, bringing in certain players. Tonight you brought in Piyush Chawla. You're judging conditions in Australia pretty well.
Well, it's not about that, you know, it's more about the guys that you're choosing, how they're responding. You know, people often say, like, the captain makes the right decision, but it's more often like, you know, the guys that you are choosing, if they are proving their point, and if they are bowling well and if they are batting well, then, you know, it's most of the time you said that it's a good decision, but I think most of the time the decision depends on the individual that you are choosing.
What news about Ishant Sharma? We heard he had to go to hospital.
Well, I'm also not clear about it totally, but I think something with the blood vessels, you know, that's what I know till now. So hopefully we'll have a clear view, you know, in an hour's time maybe.
All right, well, we can listen to the raw as I ask this question. You've got the beginnings out of Sachin that you wanted.
Well, of course, it's always a pleasure to see him bat the way he batted. He carried the innings throughout, and the way he was batting, you know, whenever we needed a boundary, he got them. You know, he was running well. Of course, he had a growing strain, but, you know, till then he was batting well, he was running well, and one of the best things is, you know, he carries the youngsters also with them. So you are quite sure if he is batting well and if he is there in the middle, then you won't have too much of trouble chasing whatever score you are chasing.
And very nice to see him bat through too, because in the last couple of years the second innings hasn't been so profitable for him.
Yeah, of course, but, you know, that's what he is. He wants to prove a point. You know, whatever he does gets into the records books. That's what is expected of him, and I think we loved the innings. Not only me, I think the whole team enjoyed the innings, enjoyed the success, enjoyed his 100. So we are enjoying it, but it's important to keep in mind 2 more games are there to come.
There are indeed. Very good luck in Brisbane. Thanks for your time. MS Dhoni, ladies and gentlemen. It's no great surprise that tonight's Commonwealth Bank man of the match is Sachin Tendulkar. That's yours. check for $2,500 for you, but boy, I bet you're a happy man tonight.
Absolutely, it was a terrific effort by the whole team. I thought Rohit Sharma really batted well, and that partnership with him was extremely crucial. Full marks to him.
I read somewhere the other day that over in Mumbai they're saying he's going to be the next Tendulkar. That's a heavy mantle to carry.
And he has a terrific head on his shoulders, and you know, his temperament is terrific. He's calm and composed, and today I batted for the first time with him for such a long time, and it was terrific to bat along with him. I think he has a terrific future.
Great surprise to all of us that this was your first 100 in a one-day match in Australia.
Yes, I mean, I've been wanting to get hundreds here, but somehow the other, last series I missed a few. Well, it's no better moment than today to score 100 here.
And would you rate it one of your better ones? I know those of us watching it would, particularly given the situation.
Yes, I mean, considering the first finals and we having got them out for 239, it was important today that we the second half of the game we play well, and that's what we did. Came at the right time, and I'm extremely pleased.
Yeah, and what about your injury? Is that a groin strain?
Yes, I mean, the niggle has been there for a while, and I've been pushing myself. It's part and parcel of any sportsman nowadays, and you just want to carry on, and it's wonderful that I'm still able to go out there in the middle and get some runs.
So we'll see you in Brisbane.
Yes, absolutely.
Great, very well played, Sachin. Congratulations.
ABC Grandstand Cricket, live and commercial free.
On ABC Local Radio.